We overburdened right now. Why do none of these places have any fucking fruit? I need my fruit. Like fruit? They're happy. But right now, they're kind of unhappy. Life happens.
Oh my god, H. Huge fan.
Goddamn H.
Man said depresso. That's because you're a fan of football, man. Fan?
Wait,
Football is
Who
mid.
did Bam want to win, bro?
I don't know, I just say football's mid.
I need Joe Burrow to fucking win World Slug. Or, you know, not Worlds, but you know what I fucking mean, bro. I'm fucking playing somebody. Currently ransoming off slaves to the highest bidder.
Okay, I've been messing right.
I'm playing a medieval game, chat. These are war slaves. I have beat them in fights. If they didn't want to be sold to the highest bidder, they should have just won the 500v500.
Nice.
But they didn't, because I'm built like that.
Fuck did this man 6 is going?
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
And welcome back. We are here at the long-awaited final day of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021 Grand Finals. I'm your host, Miles Moretti. Today, we will finally be able to witness a team take the throne and become your PMGC champions. But before we get into the action, I'd like to take this chance to thank our hosts, Tencent Games, Krafton, and Lightspeed and Quantum Studios our tournament organizer, VSPN, as well as our incredible global sponsors, YouTube Gaming and OnePlus, with flagship performance and immersive 120 Hz display.
So that's why they haven't streamed on
specifically for
Twitch.
gamers. The OnePlus 9 and 9
YouTube
Pro are your
Gaming
best shot to claim
sponsors
those
this,
chicken
they
dinners.
own
I'd
stream
also
on
like to thank our local sponsors, Fairmont Singapore and Singtel,
Man,
the Singapore
hella
Tourism
views,
Board,
I
and
think,
the
though.
Singapore
It's
Games
not like they're gonna get any
Association.
views on Twitch. So.
Without further ado, let's get
Well, I mean,
into
for
the
English,
action and find out which of our teams will claim the
no,
trophy
until-
and
actually, never mind. They're
$1.5
not-
million
Which is the
in
only
addition to the
English.
prize winnings they've already claimed from the total $6 million
Well, English
US
is
dollar
dead,
prize
though,
pool.
like any English.
A whole year of competitive PUBG Mobile play comes
Like
down to
YouTube,
this.
like
Take your shot and become
Portuguese
the
or like
next
the Spanish
to
stream
glory.
or like Hindi streams. They get elements.
It's only at 1,000.
PMGC. I guess game 1 hasn't started yet.
Question today is who's going to be taking home the trophy and the $1.5 million? But more importantly, I offer you another question. Who out there can catch Nova Esports? And it's a very difficult question.
Who can
because it seems
catch
like no team
Nova
possibly can
Esports?
after the performance we saw out of this team
No
from
one
China
can.
just yesterday. But I'll tell you what, teams have 6 chances
Nova win,
to make it happen
Pong
today
Chan.
over the course of our
Again.
final day here at PMGC 2021 Grand Finals. I'm Jason Kaplan. I'm your host, as well as Mr. Moretti. They're looking as handsome as ever. His swag levels are off the charts, and he's got to help me out here because I can never look as good as him. But people who can look definitely better than me, it's my 2 analysts coming in towards my side. We got Maxman in his snakeskin shirt and Seven.
Ready for Sandhawk.
You might not be able to see the texture on his shirt, but he's looking great. How you doing, Seven?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I was feeling a little bit of a leopard print today, but it's all good. I'm
You got the
really
leopard print
excited.
somewhere else.
Yeah. Yes, you're not wrong.
Well, Max, I mean, this is it, man. This is the last day. We talk about pressure on some teams. We talk about some teams thriving through it. Some teams, unfortunately, not dealing with it and not becoming diamonds. But this is tough.
That's true.
Nova have such a big lead over all the teams right now. It's coming down to that question of can they maintain this pace and can any team catch them?
I mean, they've been so consistent throughout all of yesterday. Once again, for the guys that are really in the back of the room, they got themselves 3 second places
They're
at
out in the
Chicken Dinner.
hallway. They're not even in the room anymore.
They're in another place completely, and they also got himself a 7th place with 10 eliminations. That is a score that I said was almost impossible to beat. Technically speaking, it can be, but now if you want to overtake Nova, not only must they have a bad day, but the teams below them must have an insane performance today, and that's going to be really hard. The stars need to line perfectly here.
Well, the Stars have aligned
Oh,
pretty
my
damn
bad.
well here for Nova, to be fair. I mean, the top team at the end of this day will be taking home $1.5 million. And, you know, Seven, we heard from Order towards the end of the day there, actually with our last interview. The only team that can beat them is themselves.
I completely agree with that. It comes down to the rotation, something that I noticed and I loved about Nova when I went back and watched day 2, yesterday's performance, is how quickly they were willing to rotate out of their landing spot. It only took between 3 to 5 minutes to just rotate out of that. And another thing is when the circle's about to close in, everybody's pretty much right next to their vehicle and ready to move out. That's something that you don't really see out of some of the other teams. For example, Alpha 7 usually takes a very long time. They definitely take longer than 5 minutes, even looting on North George. It's going to be interesting. I am looking forward to seeing how Navi's going to be doing, though.
They
It
look
felt
good.
like they do. I mean, the performance yesterday, I think it was Meku, if I'm not mistaken. Matic, actually, 14 ilms on a day 2. That's just as impressive as what Frozen was able to do in day 1. So they might have a chance.
Yeah, after is it close to what Order was able to do right now? He's got himself 37 elims. It's kind of hard to catch up to that kind of play, but I fully agree with what you say. That it's just so hard to deal with Nova right now. The only way the Nova would fall off is if they have a bad performance. So them saying their biggest threat is themselves is actually right on the money, and it's just going to be hard for them to try and replicate what they did in day 2. If they make it happen, their lead is going to be insane.
Yeah, and the question comes, day 1, they were quiet. Day 2, they started to wake up a little bit more. And even in their quiet day, they were still 2nd place overall, which is kind of funny. But we can see here what we've been talking about, right? Look at that big point disparity between 1st and 2nd place. Nova at 168
After you got a chicken
points,
dinner and
we
there's still
see next
15.
at 123. Max,
Jesus
that is a
Christ.
45-point difference.
I had it written down just in case.
He legitimately does. I
actually
looked at
do.
his notes.
I got
Nick
my calculator. I was
Galaxy.
ready to go. I was ready for
That's
the
my
pre-show.
team right there.
It's
That's my team.
TI-84.
Actually, I could have brought it over. But the really interesting fact is, and I love this, I was talking about this with 7, all 4 teams, not only do we have 2 from West and 2 from East, so that's a really good head-to-head between those top 4s that have the chance to go for that 1st place. There's also 4 different regions. You have
Vehicle
China, you have
usage,
Turkey, you have CIS,
what
and
kind
you
of
also
stat
have
is
Arabic
that,
region.
bro?
So you have 4 different regions fighting for that top spot.
does
I
that
find
even
that
mean?
amazing. And
How
anyone
many
can really
times
take
use
the
a
trophy here
fucking
still,
car
even
in a
though Nova has
game?
a
Like,
little bit of an advantage.
how
It's a
often you're in the
significant one.
car?
It's
I
just
don't
a
know.
great story to tell on this final day.
And when we look at those stats, something I actually wanted to point out is there's only just 2 teams that were able to get over 70 points, either whether it was day 1 or day 2, and it kind of comes down to Nexria and Navi. I feel like those 2 teams,
That's
if
actually
there
just
is
kind
gonna
of
be
a troll
challenge,
ass.
it is going to come down to those teams. Enigma Galaxy, I mean, they have showed us some greatness here and there, but they just haven't showed us those
Now, if
kind
they're
of pop-off
in it for
performances. And with the
65% of
lead
the
that Nova
game
currently has
itself,
right
that'd
now,
be kind of
you
a
need to have those pop-off
disgusting
performances. And then it comes down to how
amount
much
of
do you
driving
actually
time.
want that first place. Some teams are going to have to start questioning themselves. Do we want to go after Nova? We usually know where Nova goes. It's going to be a big question mark. I would personally love to see it at some point if they are going to want to challenge for that 1.5 million, because I think you said it, Jason. The difference between first place and second place is close
Look
to
at his
$900,000.
KD of 5.
That's insane.
Question, maybe?
Yeah.
No,
God
it should be
damn.
He's
$900,000
actually rocking
and
as a
right
5
now, if
KD
you
right now.
look at-
That's like,
Nova in particular, we always talk about Paraboy.
Paraboy's got a 3.3.
5
ordered
kills a
yesterday.
game.
KD.
That 5 KDA,
Christ.
34% of his team contribution, he has
Just
been
order
playing
gap.
phenomenal,
Just
which is
order
so
gap.
difficult to do when you're always in the shadow of a player like Paraboy.
Order's taking out a whole
34%
squad
team
and
contribution
one
chart
on
of
his
that.
own.
It's just insane to think that
And then
Order
you
and
got
Paraboy's
Jimmy
been able to remain so
and
consistent
King
throughout
taking
this
out
tournament.
2
Even Paraboy, I
on
mean, of course you have
average.
a 5 KD, 4 Order. That's
So that's
insane
what,
in itself.
5,
But
6,
Paraboy
7,
was
8,
7-3.
9,
Having just
12
above 2
kills a
is
game,
extremely
just over
complicated on
12.
this amount of games, but the fact that they're able to actually blow that number out of the water is mental.
And that's out of
But
what,
interesting
12
stat actually
games?
just coming in. When you look at the top assists throughout all of this tournament so far,
What is
Order
it?
top assist was 18, Paraboy
12
17,
games,
King
12
16.
KD.
Not only are they top damage
the
and
team.
top eliminations every single time, but their assist and their team play on its own is just absolutely insane. So you can't beat them.
Vehicle
They're just too good.
usage
What's
rate.
more impressive is the fact that Paraboy
Bro, I bet you when Nova wins, they're gonna have like no
know
expansions.
these
They're
wide
like
flanks, but
as
he's still
usual.
able to maintain some ridiculous stats. But speaking of stats, Enigma Galaxy.
Like,
against
this
Navi,
shit
there's-
was
there's a clear
fucking
night and
easy.
day
Put
in
me
my
back
opinion
in
between these two
PEL.
teams. Enigma
Real
Galaxy
competition.
struggled to get eliminations.
dead ass
And
that was
Navi, they didn't look
0 KD.
amazing day 1. Remember, they had that chicken dinner boost them from like 15th place to 12th, and they eventually got into the front page. But Navi is able to get the eliminations. It's about if they can continue to improve over the course of today as well.
Yeah, and with the head between those two, it kind of comes down
I
to
was about to say,
just
bro,
the
Nova's
damage
blowing
they
out
were
of
able to
water.
output.
He has
And with
double
Enigma
damage.
Galaxy, I mean, there was only
That guy's
one
got more
player that
team
actually
contribution.
has
That's
been able
because
to
his
be
team's not doing
performing
well.
day 1 and day 2, and it comes down to Lord.
Yep.
I believe it was day 1 he was able to get
Well,
6
he is
elims,
carrying his team.
7
Yeah,
elims
yeah, he
on
is
day
Lord.
2. So more
Yeah,
of
but
the
I
other
mean,
players
worse
need to step up. You
Like
just
that
mentioned
team,
Noah has
like
so
that,
many
the rest of
players
that
stepping
team
up,
is still
whether it's in
doing
regards to
good
killings,
though.
whether it's in regards to assists. If they want to
That
even have a
Enigma
chance
talking.
right now,
Yeah.
Navi's just outperforming them in regards to elims.
I think if they can fix that
Yeah, they
particular problem
got
you bring up
my
there,
own
7, it
teams
would
in
also
here.
help
Enigma
them resolve the
Galaxy.
issue, which is about getting their eliminations right. If every single player can take those fights and is actually
Average
proper
survival
44,
time.
they're going to get
21
eliminations
minutes.
on its own, and it should be fine. But that's where really Enigma Galaxy needs to improve on.
He's
Look at
actually
this here,
barely
power
only.
levels,
He's
I
actually
think
barely
you can
ahead
clearly
of.
say Order is over 9,000.
Oh,
I mean,
clearly,
look
yeah.
at his
That
average
frozen guy.
eliminations, 3.1. The thing is, I don't think you
I'm
guys
not
as a
sure
whole
why,
maybe
though.
understand how impressive that is.
That's just because of
Because this is
KD
not
and
only a 3.1, which in its own right is a lot,
whatever.
but
We're
it's
not KD average
3.1
elims
against
and
the
stuff.
best teams in the world. Literally the top 16 teams in the world, and you're still getting on average 3.1 a match is stupid. In a good way, obviously. It is just ridiculous to expect anyone to be able to pull those numbers off, especially a player
Champions
like Order,
prediction.
in the sense of it's always paired what we talk about. I think that
FG
really is
and
a
FB
testament
feels
and really
bad,
is a
man.
good story around
There's
this
Alpha
player.
7.
It definitely is another stat
Oh,
between
sounds
those two
kinda
that you guys
okay.
were kind of hinting at is you said Paraboy has
Rip
been
Team
dying
Seeker.
a
Are
lot
they doing
sooner
bad in this?
in the matches. And the main
I have
difference
no
right
idea.
now between the survival time between those two, Order currently has survived at least 30 more minutes than
Oh, wow.
Paraboy. And when we actually look at that into perspective, that's almost a full match
I'm
that
tough,
Order
my
has been
mama.
able to
They're
out-survive
lurking.
with Paraboy and being able to just improve those stats to the point where
Yeah.
I'm going to be questioning if anybody's going to be able to catch him for that MVP.
And he's making really good use actually of that extra 30 minutes because he's got about 2,000 extra damage
Yeah.
over the course of this tournament above of Paraboy. So man, those 30 minutes, he's gunning out.
The other thing that's crazy between that is that I was looking at their rotations, and Order has been leading that player, which it's funny because we were kind of telling the team, hey, maybe don't leave too far out. And I'm talking about Alpha 7 and Carrillo, how they would have that player be the one that was scouting, be the one that was going to setting up their rotations. Right now, Order is being able to excel at what Carrillo, I guess, is currently lacking on.
Yeah, and speaking of lacking, I think me in particular, I'm lacking on quite a few outfits here. You can see the PMGC 2021 special set looks phenomenal, looks fantastic. Max, you're almost cosplaying in a sense. You got similar colors on. You got the PMGC colors, though. It's,
I wish I was that dripped out. Okay, I don't have the drip just yet. I'll have to try and see if I can get it at some point.
You
But
know what? We
America's
should
not
make
there.
that happen one day. We had, what, 2 years ago, 7, you were wearing the outfit we had from one of our sponsors. Maybe next year we can get you, Max.
I'll get the helmet.
If you make it a PMGC next year, who knows?
Was that a threat?
I'm trying to
Anyways, you guys at home as well, make
Oh,
sure
wow.
to
Just
follow,
look on
follow
TV,
here
bro.
Punch Mobile on many different aspects. You see TikTok, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook. You also have our Instagrams as well.
Well, he's gonna
Still need,
eat.
like 5,000 followers. So help me out.
Hopefully, fucking try.
But also
That
at home for you guys,
disgusting.
the esports station we have. If
And
you guys are curious about the stats,
probably
numbers you're
that.
seeing up, you can actually catch quite a few of these
Somewhere in
over
between
at
or
PUBG
before or
Mobile,
after.
esports.pubgmobile.com/.
For that man
esports
at a,
station. You can
a
learn all the
regular
information
schedule,
you
he'd probably
possibly
feel a
want.
lot
Also,
better.
speaking of things you guys might want,
Day-to-day
you might want a
activities.
OnePlus. Well, we don't have any more to give away. That was on day 1. If you missed it, well, that's all on
I
you
barely
guys.
even
But the
slept, so.
OnePlus 9 Pro, I feel bad for like leaving you
I
guys
know.
off about that one.
Train.
The OnePlus 9 Pro with
I'm
its
gonna
ultra
sleep
smooth
on
gameplay and its
stream.
90 FPS, you guys can unlock greatness.
about to go to
and you
sleep
can never
low-key.
settle. Max, what are you looking at? You're looking
I'm
over my
looking-
head. I was a
I'm
little
doing-
bit scared
I'm
there for
looking
a
at the
second.
phone.
Wake
You
up,
are looking at the phone. I mean,
routine,
7 if he was on the
orders,
box.
rocking a
He's
5
Max might
KD
hurt a
still.
little bit trying to look at that.
Yeah.
But we can
That
see.
pulls
Global
twice my
Grand
size.
I think it's actually, yeah. It's quite
Only
good. I would love
one
to see
cent.
Perry something
Get
like that
that
around.
dog shit
But this
map
is it,
out of here,
boys.
bro.
6 matches left. 3 Erangels, 2 Miramaras, 1 Sandhawk. Until we have our
The
champion of
reason
the
that map should
2021 year.
have
This
ever
is the
been
final
comp is for
day,
fucking
the
ESOs.
final bout of the entire
Even that was a
season. This all
stretch.
leads
They
up to
should've
this
just done an
moment, and
Erangel.
here's our 6 maps.
He said it earlier, right?
10-man
Jason, between first and
Erangel?
second between Nova and
ESO
Next Round is
land
about
event? That'd be kinda
45-point
interesting.
difference currently. And you know Nova, they're not going to go home with 0 points. You know, they're going to get at least
ESO
20,
land
30
event?
minimum, even if it's a bad day.
Nah,
You
I
better
mean,
hope
if
that
they did
Maximum
Erangel
Curse
instead of
has been
Sandhawk.
permanently deleted from your
Well,
record.
The map's just too big though for
The,
them
the,
to
the point
really
is
enjoy
that
it.
you're going to need an insane average from Next Round and
Like, it'd be
Galaxy
good
about
late
10
game,
points
of
a game.
course,
If they have
but-
one bad result, that might be the title just gone
So
for
we
them. Their
gotta
chance, their
edge.
opportunity for that $1.5 million is just already instantly taken away
Oh.
with one single bad performance. So
I would've
they
liked
need
to
to
have
have
seen
a
it,
day and a
though, at
half.
least
They need
try
to
it
have
out,
some
like,
of the
in
best results
scrims
they've
or
ever had in
something.
their career.
You know, I did find out. I know.
Or
I
maybe
didn't
they
make
do,
this
like, a
appear on the
poll
screen or
on,
anything
like,
like
what
that, but I was
map,
told-
like,
I
the
know why
competitive
Order is
players
playing so
want.
well because he has the Fairmont Singapore being
Problem is
pampered
they
with
need
the
that in
high
the
level
rule
service
book.
they're offering, the
I don't
5-star
give a
service
shit what
given
you
to
want,
players.
man.
Obviously a sponsor here at PMGC. I feel like we could actually
It's not about
probably
you.
be good at the game.
It's about
if we
them.
got
At Enigma is
And
Pog.
many, many.
Goddamn.
Uh,
I'm a god to all of you.
Yeah.
fucking
at least he's honest. At
plebs.
least he's honest about it.
All
Also,
you
if you guys at home who are
plebeians in
watching, we
chat.
talk about these like PMGC tokens. If you go back to the league stage, we still have them happening
An
right
org
now. You guys can get
owner
involved
that
with it, get
is
your
a
predictions in,
god.
and win more of these tokens that you can use to unlock rewards for yourself. And maybe you'll feel kind of to unlock some rewards for us. Max, did you ever get that pan you wanted?
No. I try. I was every time I see a skin, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna try and get it. I pull for it, and I get
How much
other
you want to
cool
bet
skins,
he's
which is nice,
capping?
but I don't get the one I
He's
want.
not spending a
how's your
single
touch
dollar
level
on the game.
Yeah, I'm waiting. The order's passed, okay? It's getting shipped. I don't know
Fuck,
where it
what
is
is
right
it?
now.
Don't tell me.
Well, I meant in the game, to be
Don't
honest.
tell me,
But
don't
you
tell
know,
No.
Don't
I
tell
get
me.
the real thing.
yeah, that's the only way you were able
I
to
literally
do it, I guess.
follow the
Yeah,
guy.
that's
Go
yeah,
ahead.
no, direct purchase. My
That's
luck
nice
in game is
numbers.
not good.
It's fine. It's fine. It doesn't
I
matter.
think-
This year, 2022 is going to be
Who?
your year. And it might be the year for some
Maxman?
other teams out here as well.
Yep,
Obviously,
there
this
we
is just, I guess, the end of this 2021 season.
I
We
don't
still
know
have
about
another
that
year
here,
coming up with PUBG Mobile.
I'll be
It's
honest.
going to be even bigger and better. The prize pool even bigger than this year. We don't know what it is just yet. But the fact is, if it's bigger than this last year,
EU
that means
grip.
over $14 million.
How tall is
14 million
7 more
on
than
$1.
that?
Don't prices right in.
Someone's
Okay?
gotta be sitting.
But let's hone in. Maybe focus up here, right? We've
The
been
guy on
talking
the
about
far
Nova
left's
and
got to
how
be like
far they're in the
6'2"
league.
or 6'3", but that guy
Realistically,
tall.
for them to improve even on yesterday is a very difficult task.
Yeah.
We have some other teams out there.
Maxman
Again, Navi we
is
talked about. They've improved over the course of the day,
standing.
or the 2 days, right?
Seven
They
Worlds,
have
I
to
think, is
improve,
definitely sitting. If
even
not, he
further.
is
go even
short.
further beyond that, and also hope that Nova isn't able to continue to pick up points, even at like a. You don't even have to play as well as they played on day one. But as in teams to watch, that's why I'm actually talking about Nova here. Is that they're my team to watch in the sense of, if they start off the first match of the day strong, I almost feel like that's it. It shouldn't be, but I feel like they're going to be able to really put their foot down to every other team out there and be like, yeah, you guys, you don't even have a chance.
Yeah.
We're taking on that $1.5 million. You guys are just playing for second.
I would say even just 2 podium finishes and it's already GG, right? So I've seen some people on Instagram and everywhere talking about hot drops. With such a huge prize pool, I don't expect teams in second and third to take a chance to go even further down. So unless you're at the very bottom, if you're like 16th, 14th, 15th, maybe you want to try and make history in a way and try and mess up teams at the top. Things could happen, you know. It's PMGC, anything could happen at this stage, but hot drops could be something to think of.
Also, who's your team to watch?
Okay, so I'm gonna. I think. Wait, did we
We're
go?
both in agreement.
Wait, 3, 2, 1.
Godlike.
Yeah, no, no, when was Godlike, right? Because even though we know they're not going to be going for that first place, it would be good to see a win for the team from India, right? Because it's not, as you said, it's not Godlike. This
They're
is
trying
Team
to farm
India.
that
I think
India
them
clout.
going in on this third day with a chicken dinner would be huge for them
Respect.
with the how
Plug
competitive year that's going to be ahead
Plug
of
the
them.
socials.
The thing with me, especially for Godlike, is just the improvements that they've been able to do day in, day out. We talked about it yesterday. This is a team that's coming in pretty much dry, playing against these teams. It's been almost 2 years, but they've been able to improve baby steps. And also yesterday, we saw Klotchka being able to improve as well in regards to the Ilms department. I think he ended up with something along the lines of 10 Ilms alone.
Yeah.
And that's super impressive because now they're not just relying in Jonathan. Now they're also have some fragging power that we've been asking for a long time that we wanted to see. Yes.
Right.
Now, I want to continue to see those 2-2 splits that we saw yesterday. I want to continue to see the improvements that they have shown us. Don't be playing this circle edge too much. Don't be playing that blue zone because it doesn't favor them. And I think if they could get a win, I mean, if they could get close to a win, it's going to be a huge win for India.
And we actually, luckily for us, had a chat with Ocean Sharma and FYXS over in India, who are doing the Hindi broadcast. And I asked them, I was like, hey, do you think any other team would have been able to do better than Godlike? And they flat out, like, almost instantaneously said no.
No.
It's not about necessarily the caliber of team
What?
right now out of Godlike.
They got
It's the
fourth
fact that they
place in
haven't
the
played
region.
against these international teams in such a long time. That's very difficult to compete. They're not used to the meta. Everything has kind of changed for them. And I think, again, to stress some things, that's the importance of all the PMPLs we're having around the world to help elevate everyone. But it's not just Godlike not having a good day. It's just that right now India is kind of behind the scene because they haven't had the opportunity to play.
Yeah, and also you got to keep in mind that when it comes to tournaments such as this PMGC, the only few teams that have experience on this level are you got all the players of Godlike, right? They already played it back in 2019. They also had the World League for a lot of the players where they got involved with. That experience is super valuable. I think the other teams that coming into this for the first time would have been a lot tougher, right? So it's still good to see that they're trying to put some results in. They're slowly climbing up the ladder on the leaderboard, so it's really good to see an improvement there. But if, as we said, right, Seven, if they can get one win today, I'll be going home happy and thinking, you know what, they showed they can make it happen. And next year, next PMGC, that's when they're going to come into the tournament extremely seriously.
Yeah, in a way, a moral win, right? Just that's pretty much what it comes down to. Just being able to have a moral win, not just for yourself, for your team, and also for your country. I think that's where I'm kind of coming from in regards to Godlike and Team India, as we've been calling it. The next thing, though, is now we're starting to see consistency in regards to players. I want to give a shout out to Jonathan. We saw what he was able to do with Alpha 7. We have seen the fragging skills that these teams have. They just are currently, it seems like they were a little bit delayed on their strats, whether it was rotation, whether it was how they were able to push into certain compounds. It seems like they were delayed.
Right,
this is going to help them out a lot. I think this coming year, depending on
what's
how
your money on for
out,
who's winning game
I think
one?
it could be a possibility that
I guess we could wait on
India
playing
could
path,
possibly
but
have a top 5 team.
And I love how I actually pointed out the fact of, like, Godlike not doing
That's
well,
a meme.
showing he can still frag, because this game is so much deeper than you at home might think.
The meme guy on
It's
the
not about
right.
having the raw mechanical skill, which we talked about, right? West teams
Anyone
are used
wanna
to being able to
bang
peek
in
out
the-
longer, not be punished, whereas in the East,
Oh.
you get punished almost immediately.
I have my
But
line
also these rotations you
right
have to
now.
make. You have to have a really solid
They're
micro
open.
and macro
At
level
Enigma
play if you want
PUBG,
to
I'm
be
on
the best
Twitter.
in
Make
the
sure to
world.
follow
And I
me.
think that's why we're seeing Nova or so much consistency out of our top teams.
Sure to
to be able
follow
do
it,
this
God.
time and time again.
Yeah, and consistency, of course, is going to be super important. And if I want to take the topic over to inconsistencies, actually, I've got two teams in particular they think we can all agree on. Okay, I'm going to be a little bit harsh maybe here. We're going to be looking at Star 1 Infinity. Where are these
That's
guys?
true.
We saw them be so consistent in the East League, and you're looking, and when you compare West and East, I think a lot of people, and I agreed, the East was a lot harder to be consistent in, and they came in as very big favorites, but they've not been here. I would like to see them finish off with a good day. I don't think they're in competition for that first place, but they need to try and step
It's a lot
up.
harder
Okay,
to be
so any final
consistent.
Yeah,
You saying our region
pretty
strat?
much ST just pooh,
Saying it wasn't
Okay,
strat?
well, we'll see a lot of explosions here as we're going to head into our first match now today in our final day. It's Championship Sunday, and there's not a better way to kick it off than going on over to Mustache Dave and Necro.
Ladies and gentlemen, the final day, the final
crowd
countdown.
is going
6 more
crazy.
games to close out the 2021 competitive PUBG Mobile year. One team will be crowned PUBG Mobile Global
I
Championships
don't know where
and
the fuck
awarded
people drop at. Nova's winning.
$1.5
They got it.
million
They're not stretching the drop spot.
USD.
They won't.
Necro, it all starts now. Game 1, day
No, they do have to
3.
stretch. Farm is taken.
Erico, let's get it, man. Let's get it.
They're not doing their farm
Let's
split.
get it, dude.
No,
This is
'cause
what
it's
it has
taken
come
by,
down to. That one
FB.
single team. And currently Noah are looking like the kids,
really
but still
dropping
you have the teams that are right
really, like,
underneath
very
them. You have
person.
still those 4 teams.
They're probably just
And I
going
still
west now.
feel like teams right underneath them, Nigma, Navi, I feel like they're always
Average
those
points
teams
on
that are
Aaron
gonna
go
use that for Noah.
17.
Even if
Holy
one single game
shit.
slips out of their hand, Noah will need to make sure that they're trying to at least get those points back in the next game.
You're
8-10
talking
point average
about
on
threats to
TWG.
Nova. I don't know, man. Nova, all the way at the top, we can see it right there. Their average points in Erangel, 17.3. Not only that, I'm worried about Order. Yesterday, Order was slaying with the grenades. Order was just putting
No, they are
up
doing
the
this split.
numbers. Phenomenal performance here so far. And I
Like
was looking at Order's
FB
numbers in
just gives it
particular.
away when
This dude
They just
averages a little
they just
bit
take
over
multi, I
500
guess. There's another
damage
team
per
contesting
game.
multi.
So I don't know
Whoa.
if you can stop that, man.
Yep.
I don't know if you can
Yeah.
stop that.
this is a first.
It's like an unstoppable force of nature at this point. But yeah, Fenerbahce, this is what I was really expecting right now. Teams that are all the way at the bottom of the board, Fenerbahce, Furious Gaming, Godlike. I'm expecting these teams to actually try and spoil some people's
Enigma, you
games.
should have
And they
scoops
can always
if
go
you want
for
to
those
join.
because now they already know
There's
they're
not
all the way
alone.
at the bottom of the board. There's no way
Yeah,
they're going to be able to
top
at
of
least
the
like get on
list.
top. So maybe, might as well try and just spoil some games. And we already are seeing over here 7 going against Fenerbahce. Spots one man out, lobs in an 8, flushes him out of his position, but still knocks bomb a little too quick on his feet.
And Rip 7 is going to be kind of by themselves up here in the front lines. Yeah, they might have recognized, okay, there's an
That's a
enemy
free
ahead
kill.
of them, maybe a solo dolo. Had that Uzi in hand and was really trying to
If
hedge
Timber
their
and
bets on the
Steel-
fact that that grenade
Stylist
would
can
take down
watch
Nox
that
Bomb. And
cross,
since it was
go and
not
push
successful, we see
around.
right there,
Free
pull
kill.
them back. I think that's a smart move.
He's doing it with
Because you don't
10-2,
want to
though.
risk it, especially if you're down there at the bottom. I don't think you want to risk losing
Don't
one of your
blame.
teammates this early on. You got to play together as a unit, calculated, and collapse on them at the same exact time. Everybody needs to be on the same page right now.
They really
The
let that
teams
guy
that I'm
run
really
all
going
the
to be
way
eyeing out
up
for
the
are going to
hillside.
be Nextria,
With an
Aka
8x
Galaxy,
mini and then
Navi,
went over.
DX Xavier, and A7, and maybe Down One Gaming as well. Because these teams, if they have all 6 of the games today consistent, I'm pretty
Summon
sure
your
there's a
fantasy
chance,
team.
there is a chance that
League
they might just
player
take Noah down. But
cards.
again, Noah is one of those teams that also is going to be having those consistent games. So I don't really
Like,
know
it
what
didn't
to
take
expect,
him a
man. It's
year
just
to
so hard
send
to
out
tell.
the packs.
It is. It is. The pressure today, all-time
this team
high,
go?
right? I mean, this is the
You're going
highest
into
level
Pachinki.
of
No one land
competition.
Pachinki. Why
in
is there a
competitive
fucking
PUBG
shopping cart on
Mobile.
the map?
Some would say the best
It's a bug.
lobby yet. Highest level of competition with the best players in the world. So make sure you watch live, earn these rewards. The Grand Finals treasure box now available in the store right there. And hey, you want to look like one of these players? You got to unlock the skin. I already got mine in game, so looking hella fresh. But here's Nova. That's a team that we're probably going to be highlighting a lot today just because they
Yeah.
are number 1. They have such a large point lead. And
Yeah.
that's they're kind of talking about Paraboy in particular, playing that scouting role, right? Always that player up in the front lines,
Or if all
looking
of a
for that
sudden they're gonna fight
optimal position
DXR
for their
or
teammates.
DX.
But has been getting taken out pretty early on. But even with that in mind,
They're right next to
still
each other
able
in
to have
points.
a
See, that's
solid
kind of
KDA,
spooky.
and the team
Yeah.
is still doing just fine. So, I mean, do you have any thoughts on that with Paraboy?
Dude, he's still able to get like 3+ KDA, and I'm absolutely speechless. Yeah, even though he's getting predictable with what he's doing and still maintaining that KDA, I don't really think so. I need to add anything about it already. Like the stats speak for themselves.
Holy shit, your
Paraboy
mic.
already is doing absolute phenomenal. But Order is just a man. As I said, he's just an unstoppable force of nature right now. It's like Order seems unstoppable up till now. But another team that I'm really going to be eyeing out for today has to be Stalwart Esports, man. I don't know what happened to them yesterday. They seemed completely invisible.
Looking at that 10th place
Is
right
better?
now, they started the tournament with the chicken dinner, right? The team with the first chicken dinner, 14
How are you guys doing?
points. Day 1, solid when it comes
good. We were
to
partying.
placement
Watching
points. Not a lot of
full
elim
finals.
points. Day 2, kind of the opposite. They had a couple games
Did
with
you even
solid
get some
elim
sleep?
points, but just not a lot of
No, not really.
placement
That's not for like
points. So
4 hours.
yeah, I'm with you on that
I've-
one. Like
I haven't
today, if
slept
you
for,
are one of
like,
these mid-pack teams,
An hour.
you really got to try to
Yeah.
get
Yeah,
both
enough.
elim and
Oh,
placement
enough.
points. So
Yeah,
you can have
gotta
those
go guns
consistent
blazing.
points flowing in every single game.
He
and
better just
yeah,
be
I have to
calm and
pause
full
myself
slam
right
this
there because
dumbass.
this tournament, hey, we have been seeing
They
some
better
nice
full slam this guy.
sniper shots. Oh no, Matic!
Oh my
Matic
god, why even
heard
go
that
for
bullet
that?
just whiz right past their helmet right there.
Oh, he got kind of scared as well. That's why he's just like booked it.
He's
He's
scoping
like,
a
all
guy
right,
for
see
30
ya.
seconds.
I'm not interesting. I'm just gonna book my ticket right off, and well, he just catches the US and just runs away. Does realize maybe if he stops here for even a second,
That man's
Newsy,
kinda
it's not
griefing,
gonna
bro.
take enough time for Newsy to just like line up the shot and hit the headshot onto him and crack some skulls open. But yeah, if you talk about the scoreboard, I was taking a look at the scoreboard as well. Nova on the top with 168 points, and then next three are right underneath them with 123. Now, how I look at it is like Nova, they have a little bit of safety cushion. Even if one game slips by, it's going to be fine for Nova. They still have a decent amount of lead over here. But again, that one game will help other teams close the distance, and this is what Nova cannot really afford.
A little. They got what, 45 points cushion, man. That's more points than not the BM, but that's more points than almost Fenerbahce down there at the bottom with 46 points. And I believe Order alone has some more elim points than the total elim points for a couple of these squads. So yeah, this tournament has definitely been the Nova / Order tournament, player spotlight. Dude's going to be walking away with a ton of highlight clips after this event. So it's really, like you said, I agree with you. X-Rio, Enigma Galaxy, Na'Vi, it's up to you.
Thought that dude's name was what?
Gap today.
But it's
and one thing that they can really do is pay close attention to the kill feed. If they recognize on the kill feed, okay, Nova, they got taken out. I think to me, that's the indicator, if you are one of these teams in second, third, or fourth, to really ramp it up and really go all out and try to capitalize on as many points as possible. So pay close attention to the kill feed today.
Yeah, you got to pay close attention to the kill feed without a doubt. But yeah, I want Furious Gaming and Fenerbahce to just go all in. I want them to spoil some games over here. I want some content. I want to see some teams getting like, I want to see some people rage over here, okay? I want to see Fenerbahce and Furious Gaming to try and dig on some enemy hills, just to do it on purpose as well, because they're all the way in the bottom of the leaderboard. There's no way they're going to be able to get even in the top 5. But yeah, if they do so, if they just like try to have a little bit of fun in the lobby, I feel like that can also be a huge thing. That can also be something that viewers will enjoy as well.
Big Malo already down.
Yeah, it hurt your wrist too, playing like that.
Looks like they're setting up a bridge camp. Look at this nice little glimpse of them from this nice point of view. Now, Na'Vi are down there on the military base island. So if Na'Vi do decide to use that west bridge, this could pay off big time if they can capitalize on these elim points as they pass by.
Na'Vi.
But the blue, it's going to apply a little bit of pressure. So do they wait? Do they sit back and wait? Or do they relocate? Right, that's the question in my mind. If you're Infinity, what do you think the play is here, Necro?
I was about to say, bro, I'd love to see this.
Bro, do you see those effects when you're aiming down sights on your screen?
I do understand Na'Vi all the way in the blue zone. But again, Na'Vi's one of those teams that are really well known for those late rotations.
I don't have that
shit.
I never will. But like,
Na'Vi, that's kind of like their main play style.
Comes up on your screen,
Infinity, on the other hand, I feel like they should not wait for Na'Vi. Instead, they should just try and rotate and maybe try and play things a little safe. Try and book their ticket already inside the next zone. But again, they're all the way on the edge as well, so I don't know where the next circle is going to be shifted.
They're going to hold it. They're going to hold this.
There's a lot of teams already in the center of the zone, so making yourself comfortable in the center is going to be quite tough.
Looks like a team might slam
Yeah, not too bad of a circle shift either for the Infinity. If they do want to kind of stick it out a little longer, try to camp out Na'Vi. But I agree with you, like looking at the overall leaderboards, the Infinity have a lot more to lose in this situation if it goes awry for them compared to Na'Vi. Then on the flip end, Na'Vi, remember, they are chasing down that 1.5 million US dollars. So they don't want to let that slip on out of their grasp either. So looks like both teams are going to be popping in their vehicles, looking to relocate into the zone. But over here, DXavier getting sprayed upon by Action, the solo out there.
Well, that guy didn't get the knock on the
I'm
buggy.
pretty sure DXavier, do you realize, is the only solo man taking a lot of shots onto them. But also has dealt quite a lot of damage. So DXavier, I don't really feel like they're going to be judging a fight against Action, at least for now. They found themselves a safe house, and they're going to take control of it, which makes quite a lot of sense. But yeah, Action, Stalwart Esports, there's huge separation coming out. If you look at the map feed, Dave, the separation between Action and the rest of the pack, I don't personally like it. But again, maybe they have a little bit of game plan.
Yeah, I'm trying to count how many meters away. It's at least 700 meters, but I do believe Action is going to look to pop into their vehicle and try to regroup with their teammates just a little north of Milta. So, yeah, there he is down there. So it is kind of early on. Teams are kind of shuffling to find that perfect spot to call home for the time being. So Action, if they play their cards right, might be able to just avoid all the sight lines right now and actually make it back to their team.
Now, the team that I'm really worried for has to be Infinity. Now, they were camping the bridge, but look at the late rotation coming outside from Na'Vi. Now, they are going to wrap up right behind Infinity, and I don't feel like Infinity are going to expect anyone to be right on the back.
God, I've seen that guy in
It's a 2-2
person.
split coming out from the side of
my
Infinity,
God,
but again, they're quite spread out from each other as well.
Huge
so
fan, huge fan.
Infinity might just have a little threat unless Na'Vi decides to go for a complete,
I've seen
like,
all of them
they
in
just throw a
person,
complete
bro.
new curveball and they just try to go all the way up
I've
from
seen your
north,
bum ass
which would be a
person
good
doing
rotation.
that.
Yeah, I don't really see a lot of teams near school. They can try and get those compound, but again, the next circle shift, I don't really feel like it's going to shift
What are some
anywhere
of
near
these
school.
names, bro?
Yeah, so I do believe Na'Vi, they
he's
are
like
playing
his
this one
name is
slow
Kid.
because we saw them kind of zooming in on that bridge. They did recognize, okay, there's a couple enemies on that bridge. That's why they played slow. So that is
God,
this is a team that is very comfortable playing in the early game blue. I wouldn't be surprised if they just
That's a one.
avoid trying to send it directly into
God.
zone and just wrap
He's number
all
one
the way
clutch
around,
god.
kind of like what you were mentioning, kind of
This
north
team
of
is
Pachinki,
God
near school, wrapping over there.
God.
Of course, we can see it is going to be free and
God,
clear,
that's such a
so that
cringe
is like
name.
the perfect call for Na'Vi right now.
God like God.
Yeah, they also like to play on the edges, so
No wonder
considering
why
how they
they're
like
near
to
the
play their
bottom.
game style, it makes a lot of sense why they're rotating like that. Yeah, for now, SGG and Furious Gaming quite close to each other. Now, Furious Gaming, as I mentioned, they have nothing to lose over here. They can just try and spoil SGG's game. SGG, they're also not looking that great all the way on kind of like the bottom of the board, I would say, on 11th place. So HTG not looking that great, but still there's at least a chance that they can make
They have
top
a solo and OP dip, some team.
I agree with you.
Jimmy's looking to
not for SDG,
rotate.
but for Furious, when we're talking about nothing to lose, but then at the same time, you don't want to lose.
They're gonna,
That makes sense.
yeah, they're gonna
Yes,
stack
they
Purple
have nothing to
compound.
lose, but you don't want to be the
They're
team
rotating
that gets
between the
taken out
dips
in
while the
60th
mayhem's going
position
down.
every single match. And I
Maybe
think
they hold
that's going
it.
to be something on their mind. If you are one of these bottom
You really
teams,
think someone's
I
gonna
the goal
slam
today, get a
Junkyard?
chicken dinner, right? Just get a chicken
Oh, here
dinner
comes
so you
the
can
dip
say
slam,
you
though.
won a game here
The solo
at the
left.
highest level of competition, and I think that'll make you feel good. But over here, next Rio, okay, looking for a potential fight onto 628.
That's such a horrible
They take a couple of shots, connected one. But now next Rio on to move instantly. Do realize they're not going to be able to regain the control. So now next Rio on to move, trying to reposition themselves, trying to find a little bit more comfortable spot. Down on Gaming right next to them as well. But yeah, we have DX Xavier and Godlike this time.
God is slamming the fucking
Bro, Godlike
Alamo coming in from the side of Godlike. But the problem is they're also getting shot at from the
scared
back.
of Godlike,
But the opening
man.
being found at the compound, that's going to be opening quad
Yeah, they fucking aped out. That guy shit on him in a 1v1.
Pretty well.
Got the thirst. Where's the teammate
They
slam?
had two members up close
Only
to
one of them
first, so now they're
slammed.
Why is he
sitting
overwatching?
4 'cause they had a
Just
2-2
go!
split to close the gap and try to provide
Now
that
they're
support.
leaving him.
Jonathan
Go for the
Clutch
nades
Knox
at
gonna be
least,
alive behind this
dog.
broken wall.
That's a throw.
Looks like DX
They
Xavier
should have
are going to
slammed
be pulled back. So one player I was
immediately.
looking at in particular from DX
If
Xavier
that guy's
who
overwatching.
has that clutch badge is Frankie.
I don't know
right?
why
It
they're
has to be Frankie. So I
inside
was
the
looking
house. They
to
should
see
have
exactly what Frankie
went
was doing.
outside
And it looks like Frankie
where
was
his
just
teammates
providing
could
that
fucking
oversight,
see
that
him
cover
and
fire
overwatch.
for their squad mate to pull back and save.
The bad thing is
Yeah, but now
he
DX
like
Xavier, they have a really good positioning as
he got
well.
the knock in the building
The problem is they don't
while
have
he
the
was
man number
outside.
to hold it down.
Then he's vaulted in for the
Only
thirst and
2
then
men left.
dies
try and
'cause
hold
he
the
doesn't think
position
the
down.
nade
So
knocks
defense
him.
might just crumble if any of the team decide to challenge a fight against them.
Bro, his teammate gonna do what the fuck?
Wait, they're gonna get trapped in there.
What they're
All the
doing?
way up to 12th
FG's
place. Yeah,
actually
they're just
trolling.
blocking
There's
the
no
ways.
way.
They're just making sure Furious Gaming are
That
being
team
trapped
came from
inside that
our
bunker.
region's tournament. That's
What a
crazy.
huge, like, big brain
That
plays.
is
They know there's
crazy.
enemy potential down there in the bunker.
Imagine they just
park their
left
UAS in
the
a certain
top.
position that is angled.
Look, and
that you
SCG has
cannot
someone
crawl
down there
or
too. This
jump
guy's gonna get a
or
free
move
kill.
past it, and then they blew that up. So yes,
No, I
Furious
think
Gaming, they are
FG knows
safe
they're
for
there.
now. And
Oh,
yes,
I
there's
hope,
a couple
'cause-
entrances to these
Oh,
bunkers,
he's showing on the
but
box,
that right
man.
there,
Wait,
that's
this-
one of them eliminated. And now look at the other entrance. It looks
No
like
way.
Godlike are going to be pulling up
Wait,
right
and then
on.
now
So
God's
Furious,
coming in.
man, they are
Oh, he
stuck
knows, he
on
How
the
the
ground.
fuck did they get here?
Oh, they are.
They
3
slammed
players
what,
gone, like,
Alamo
right
just to get
outside
here
the
now?
gates. Furious Gaming, they can't really move a lot. They're also giving a lot of footsteps away.
Why is Scream
with the
doing
way they're
that?
moving.
They can
So
still hear you
Godlike are pretty
jumping.
well known of what Furious Gaming is doing over here.
Not when
Furious
you
Gaming
land,
as well, they're
but they
big
can
time
hear you
chilling. They're
jump.
not really trying to do anything. They're just taking things quite slow. Makes
No,
quite a
it's
lot of sense
holding
as
the
well. If the
splits
circle
still.
moves away, though, that's going to be a huge problem for Furious
Yeah,
Gaming
holding the
without a
split. I
doubt. But
like
there's a lot of
Iron
teams on shelter.
F
They're
split.
probably going to be engaging into each
Oh.
other, and I do already
Taking
see
Dunce
2 players
down.
falling down from Godlike, and it's H2G
Oh,
taking a little
Order
bit of
took
shots
that
onto
kill
them, and
so
Nova as well
fast,
joining the
you have
fray.
no idea.
And the zone did actually move away. So you got S2G, you got
Man,
Godlike,
fucking
and then
yoinked it,
Team
bro.
Secret
Hey, I
blocking
gotta keep the
all
5
the
KD,
entrances
you know
right
what I'm
now.
saying?
If you are Furious, you are
3
stuck.
average
I see
elims, I
they
think
might
they
have
said.
one of them available to utilize, but regardless,
Oh,
all those
no.
teams, they will have to move.
What
Ooh.
the fuck? I can't
Oh, here
even
we
see
go.
the screen.
Navi finding an opening on
King's
Nova.
kind of trolling
King
for
killed
going way
King
too
on
high
road.
up.
Not a good news for Noah, surely.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know
Still
why
3
they
players
didn't
are up, and
go.
King
Nova
should have just stuck in the
like,
road.
can make
underneath
a lot of
the-
things happen with only 3
Is
players alive in
Paraboy
the
and
lobby.
Jimmy are in the
We've seen that
compound.
in the
He's
past. Not
Overwatch's.
just 3, only 1.
anyone
Just
keeps
keep
him in
Order
dev.
alive. He can probably clutch out the whole situation and carry his team on the back. But yeah, now Navi
Keep Order alive.
left with
You're not
all
wrong.
4 players to work with. I do want to see where they're going to be
Now he's
positioning
gonna push him
themselves now.
because now he wants
As I
edge.
mentioned, they like to play on the edge of the zone, and they're probably going to be trying to do so. But Nova is the team right in the front.
Yeah,
You think
big,
Navi
big
wins that?
chilling right there up to the
Oh.
north. But look at that, big fight. Silas
Oh my
dropping
God.
down with
Oh.
the scar. There's
FG
1, there's
things.
2.
I feel bad for FG. They're just
Oh,
getting
Furious
fucked
Gaming,
in
they
the
got
mouth.
screaming a bunch
Alright,
leave
that's what I like, 'cause-
underground, looking for a play to happen, to execute, to
Yeah, I'd
reposition.
expect
But
that to
popping back over
Wait.
here to the north, I was gonna say,
FTC,
I don't
60?
think Navi will contest this onto
Yeah,
Nova.
Navi's
yes,
not
they
gonna
did lose one in the
contest.
process of grouping up in this compound.
Oh my,
But
we're
this
just
area,
scoping the US.
Nova, they have it pinned down. They got a couple buildings they're working with. We see Order on the outside using that broken wall for additional sight lines, and they're making sure to take shots onto Navi.
Ooh,
and
Navi
their
can take this
vehicles
fight
to
though. I
push
like
them
this a
away
lot.
so that they
what they're
can't
doing.
actually crash on top of them.
I can't even see the
I
screen.
do like what Navi's
Bro.
trying to do here, but
That shit is
still the
stupid.
position, They will be held outside the
That
zone.
new
And
scar
here we go.
skin.
Hamoudi finds an opening on to take C, but also
Bro,
taking
help-
a lot of shots in
help.
return.
What the hell?
Not a good news for Enigma Galaxy for sure. Hamoudi
That
spotted
man
out
kind
in
of
the
blew
open,
with that
does
4x
have the
scar
little
spray though. He
dodgy
should
to
have
work
had
with as
at least
cover.
one.
but still Navi. They're being held outside the zone, and they will need to try and beat the timing on the wall of death.
Yeah, Navi, they might actually get sandwiched. And the reason Navi are
Miku
here
needs
is
to get
because
this,
of those
They
shots
need to
that
kill
Nova
Hamoudi,
took on
'cause
Spawn
he's
up there in the north.
only
So
threat
pressured them
from
to
mid-distance.
rotate in this area. So gotta look ahead. And
Guy
Enigma
needs to
Galaxy,
stand
a
up,
couple
bro.
members prone down. Next Rio is gonna be
Enigma
trying to pull up
Galaxy!
behind them. A lot of teams right now congested.
Wait, did he
right on
self-nade?
top of
Wait,
each
he
other
team
on this
naded?
edge of the
Oh
play
my
zone.
god, that guy's
Dude,
trolling.
look at the left side of the map. There's so many teams. Enigma Galaxy, Nextria, Navi,
Airboy knocking at
right
Team
next to
Secret
each other.
player.
Enigma Galaxy as well. They need to watch out from the back, even from the front. Takes C.
Bro, come
Spots
on.
out a player in
Takes
the
you,
open,
bro.
but
Takes you.
luckily
Put on the
Hamoudi
fucking
was able
red
to call
dot.
back to safety in
God
the nick of time.
damn.
On the other hand, 6-8 as well, challenging fight against Nextria. There's just an absolute chaos on the left side of the map. Beautiful nade to
Got
confirm the kill,
Hamoudi.
and still Meku able to connect all
Damn,
the
there.
shots.
Should have
Raouf.
been destroyed the
Those
cars.
missed shots. A missed opportunity from Enigma Galaxy to try and stop Navi. But Navi, it just looks like they're easily able to breach through Enigma's defense.
Yeah, and I really appreciate how Navi, they were utilizing
Redford,
that
bad
one
man.
player in the car strat.
Navi
They had
just
Matic, kind
bodied
of low in
him.
the health department, but in the vehicle
should not
looking
have
to have
made
their
it out of
squad mates
that.
get a knock so
I
that
mean,
they
Lord
can
can't even
run
help
them
him
over,
'cause he's
confirm
getting
that, and
fucked.
immediately turn the tides. And that car strap paying off big time for Navi right there.
Talking about defense crumbling, that's one of the prime examples. Enigma Galaxy taken out
Wait, is
quite
fucking...
early in the game. Actually,
Oh wait, no,
we're the
that's Team
first team to
Secret.
get taken
Alpha
out.
Nova's
7
gonna
also
split
died. What
up
happened to
the-
Alpha 7?
Place, that's not a good news, is it, Dave?
This is
That you
a
have
this is
Godlike
a Nova
falling
win.
out.
ENG, that's where...
This
Pretty
is a
sure
Nova win.
A7 as well will follow.
They have the whole ridge line.
And now Furious Gaming finally, the final man.
No one can
16
play
out
their
here.
left.
Yeah. Oh, they
16
slammed
under.
the sniper tower. That's what happened.
S2G quite close to 4 rivals.
They
And
got
here we
full
go.
white
The
by
opening being
DWG.
found. 7 is the man who finds the opening. But Appy from the back
This
trying
guy's
his best to
trolling.
at least give
Put
some
that-
blind
take
shots.
that
Trying
scar
his best
away.
to provide some cover fire.
Any
They got the
update
At
on
this
M16.
point,
Ghost?
the man from 4
No.
rivals has to be a little gone case.
I have
But
no
still, the man
updates.
advantage favoring 4 rivals big time.
They're dropping everyone.
Silas Pugh has been just on the ball
Six,
here
some
in
valor.
game number 1. Let's see if they can continue to clutch it out, playing a ring around the Rosie in the
They're
smoke.
picking up the
2v1
100
right here.
noobs
Silence
around.
getting one, but not getting
If I had
the
to
other.
give you an update, it's
So
probably
close.
this band.
S2G, nothing but
honest.
violence all game long. Not paying off in their favor here.
All he got 3 elim
This
points.
DX solo
Not that
literally
great,
parking
H2G.
himself
They
right in
really
front
get
of
a
where
lot of
Nova's
points
gonna
from
go.
that. But again, Circle shifting away on the right
Oh, that's
side.
free
Navi
kill.
still has a lot of pressure to deal with. They still need to make it inside the zone. They try to play the edge lines, but if they do play the edge lines,
Yep.
Noah's going to be the one to just put a lot of pressure on Navi again. So Navi overall, they're not really looking that comfortable inside the game. We also do see Team Secret on the high ground. Noah finally on a move.
Ooh, they're sending Jimmy in order in separate directions here. Try to hedge their bets on these
They got a really good
sidelines
wizard,
from
Jimmy's
Don
at.
Juan and Team Secret above them.
Oh, they're
I
playing
like
that
how they're
Dante
spreading
too
out
that
here.
was
It looks like
exploded.
Jimmy going to be trying to take some shots.
was a
We
really
saw
good
a
play.
nice
That's gonna
little
be
spray
free
down out
farm
there in
on
the
Team
distance. And
Secret.
Jimmy just pulled up in such a nice location that there
Purple
was
like
already a
them
burnt out
anyways.
vehicle that Jimmy
Purple
built through
about
own
his
cover.
orders.
Oh,
And
there we
Now
Parable
go.
they have to help
popping up
order.
with the M4. Spray
And
down
this order
right
just
there.
fucking.
That order's
Oh
1v2.
my god, but from the other side, it's Kitsune taking out order. Huge knockout. Navi needs that. That's going to be bringing so much. Or at
The
least that's
question
going
is,
to give
does
them a
Navi
huge
go
sigh of
for
relief. Now they
the
Order
don't
is
really need to
dead.
worry
Nova.
about Nova anymore. Because the rest two players are right in the front.
I mean,
and they're
Parable
quite
just
separate.
took
Paraboy's
that
spot
right
is in a
up
pretty
there.
good
Jimmy.
spot.
There's a huge separation between these
He's gonna
two.
get killed by
And
Navi
Navi,
later
they
on.
have
though.
such a huge area to play around with.
I think Navi's gonna look to his
Yeah,
Bale
clear
retired,
line.
maybe?
They do have this
I don't know.
this cover to work with, but
Oh,
Paraboy not
oh,
slowing
oh,
down
oh.
yet. Not slowing
Oh,
down
unless this guy
yet.
just stands in the open like that.
Getting the
You
love
can't go
tap
for the
right there.
thirst, though.
Look at the cover. Paraboy has some solid hard cover.
They're gonna look
hard
to clear
cover,
him out
and so
now.
does Jimmy.
Maddox already
So
going
I
up with
really do
hopefully a
like this
nade.
spread.
Yeah, the spread definitely is working out. But again, if one player falls down from them, Noah will need
Jimmy's
to try
got a
and play this
scar,
really
too.
safe.
That's
As I
not
mentioned,
gonna be
even
that.
if one player goes down,
That's
this
strong
might
of
just be it for
Overwatch.
Nova. But yeah, Navi, they should be able to get
A
back to
south
Tixie,
shift.
hopefully. And yes, the res is
Yeah,
being
Navi's gonna go far right.
stuck onto Tixie.
They're gonna
Tixie
go
should be
super
back up on
edge.
his feet in no time. Noah, on the other hand, the spread is quite good, but they also need to worry about the team in the
Well, they
left. It's
can't
4
peek
rivals.
over, but the problem is DWG is
Yeah,
a
it looks
sniper
like four
tower.
rivals trying to think
They really
maybe
figured
Circle
that out.
shifts
Jimmy
away,
down
though.
there. Yeah, Circle does shift. It doesn't favor them. And Jimmy still just putting in work. Look at
What is
Jimmy's
that guy
cover. I'm
doing? You
still
know
amazed
Jimmy's
with the
there.
cover that Jimmy was able to build.
Maddic's about to
up
sit
there.
down.
Maddick, though.
Oh my god!
Jimmy!
That man is
Oh,
rolling.
what?
Okay, well, they got the
He
trade, but
challenges a fight against a bolt action like that. And
Paraboy
still
Start
able to
putting
take
all the
on
way
him
that
out.
down
Oh
for
my God,
res. I
Jimmy.
don't know.
The nerves on
That
this
man
man.
dead.
I don't even know what to say at this point, dude. Jimmy, absolutely
Paraboy's
insane.
gonna
Gotta
try to
say,
go
the
for, like,
confidence on this man is looking at all-time
trying to-
high.
I
right
think
now,
he's
but
gonna try to
Noah,
scoop over
As
Navi.
I mentioned, if one man
Make
goes
the
down,
point gap
Noah will
still,
have
like,
to play this game all
pretty
solo.
far.
Now it's all down to Paraboy.
I think
this
he's
is
gonna
where
just try to
his time
snake
to
in. A
shine,
lot
Dave.
of teams are gonna die
Yeah,
this
and we
time.
can see Navi not looking to push over this hill and take
He's
the
got
face check
bodies
from
there
Paraboy.
on that
They're
car,
not sure how
too.
many
He could
enemies
just go
are actually
place
over there.
them.
Paraboy's doing such a good job that to continue
Oh
to
my god, he
roll
had him
over
he
here.
got
all
Not
to
scared
1
Navi to
HP.
push on the other side of the hill
If he got that
towards
guy
Don Juan.
knocked, bro, yeah,
He
the
could have
Navi
had
are
3
just
knocks.
cleaning it up. No matter which team is in the front, Navi
Navi's in a
will
win
clean
Paraboy's
you
zone.
kind
up.
of cooking
And
him
they're
too.
able
They're
to make
throwing
the
nades
presence
at him
inside
while
the
he's
next
fighting.
zone just like that. They're just sweeping it through, Dave. They don't care what team is in the front. Navi are able to easily swipe through each and every single team. Sung,
Did he get
though,
that nade
finally
off? I don't
strikes
think he
back,
did.
but Kitsune in the close will take care of Sung. Sung goes down a little
Oh, that guy
oblivious
got the
about
thirst,
Kitsune's
though.
position. Sung goes down, and Don One Gaming now in such uncomfortable place. Fabian
Oh, but they
really
get a free
far
spot
away
in
from
zone.
Sung.
If they can.
Wow. Okay. Gonna be
They
able
can
to
play
take
it
up
right on
this,
that
guard
Fabian
tower
guy.
for themselves. That's 2 times this game that Nova pressured Navi to rotate
Paraboy's
around them
snaking in.
instead of face checking them. That's 2 times right there. Nova are doing such a good
Just
job at
cruising his
keeping that
way.
pressure, regardless how many players they have alive. And I'm mentioning that because Paraboy's still alive up there in the north, snaking it right now.
Feels like
All
having
the
like
just
frame
making it
drops.
from the
or
top.
something.
Airboy. He's just waiting for the right moment to strike. Infinity, one man falls down. There now it's all down
Actually
left
looks
for
like it's
that.
on fucking
A
a
last man
slide
alive.
right now.
Stalwart Esports on the other hand. We didn't really give this team a lot of spotlight, but they have all 4 of their players live this late in
Oh,
the game.
damn.
6 teams left, Dave.
Took both of them.
And this might just be Stalwart Esports game.
Paraboy not stopping.
Paraboy
Man.
knocked
Not
one.
stopping. The solo in the blue.
Oh,
Looks
no.
like one of the squad
Taking
mates
a lot
from
of
4
damage.
rivals tried to take him out. Immediately
Sealing
caught
off.
some bullets to the dome right there. Oh, man. 5 teams to go here. 5 teams to go.
5 teams to go. Fenerbahce and Stalwart Esports have huge man number advantage inside the lobby. All 4 players alive
more
for these 2
heals,
teams.
I
4
think.
rivals having 3 up, and then it's just 2 solos, one from Nova and one from Infinity.
Oh!
One Paraboy though plays a
What?
little bit of
How do you let his?
finds
How
an
do you let your
opening on
teammate
four rivals.
get knocked and thirsted?
And confirms the kill instantly, if I'm not wrong. Yes,
You're
he
the
does.
one paying
Four
attention.
Perfect
rivals
spot
now
that man
left with only
insta.
2
That
players to
guy's
work with.
fuming.
So it looks like Fenerbahce, they were playing this Edge towards the south for some time. They did split up. Now the Duke
They got,
machine
what,
just
fifth?
got done repositioning
Fifth,
these
I guess.
vehicles in a certain type of way that will provide
FB
him
should
cover
win this,
from
bro.
Stalwart down
There's
there
no
to the
shot
south.
they
So
don't win this.
really curious to see where does Stalwart go. Do they push straight uphill,
That,
or do they try to
actually,
wrap
never mind.
around
I mean,
the
SCU's already
southeast
snaked up on the hill.
towards Fenerbahce?
Action's
There's a
already
chance they
inside
don't
the
even get
zone.
out of the
It's kinda like
compound
the
now.
ticket. He's already
Ooh.
booked a ticket for his team.
What a
He's
god
in front,
nade.
securing a little spot inside the zone. And now all Stalwart Esports need to do is just try and breach inside the zone. And I'm pretty sure they're going to be able to do so anytime soon. Infinity, the only man left alive, is trying his best to hold his nerve with the gun. But again, he's being locked in the sights of 4 rivals. And it's Appy. A little peek
you
from
can't even
Infinity,
see
and
anything,
that's
man.
going to be it.
Say, bro, you just shoot him? He's
All
just
of
laying in
Infinity is
the
doing
open.
so much damage, yeah.
That man's
Ooh,
trolling.
Fenerbahce kind of getting
Yep,
separated.
FB
got out of
They
the
are going to
compound.
lose one in the back line.
This is about to
Stalwart,
body
let's
them.
see if they can defend the top of their hill. Stalwart Esports
This
are
is
going
a
to be
free one
pushing up.
for
You got
SC.
top
That 4
action
rivals
in the
is
front
gonna
lines.
shoot.
Keep an eye on these players.
Oh man,
Nah, he's
4-on-3 situation.
Oh,
Fenerbahce.
he got found.
They're
Never
focused
mind.
way too much on. Oh, never mind. They found
Stalwart
him.
Esports. 4 rivals eliminated
So
on third
4v3.
place. Now Stalwart Esports versus Fenerbahce. Fenerbahce
3v3.
able to make an
Ooh.
equal trade, and now this leaves a 3-on-3
This guy's
situation.
pushing the
Stalwart
top of the hill,
Holy
bro.
shit,
There's
that
no
card
way
just
you
went
don't on the
flying.
top.
I do like the position of Fenerbahce. They do have a little bit of high ground to work with, but still Stalwart Esports.
They actually
making it
just
hurt.
gave him the top of the
Yeah,
hill.
top
That's
has this
crazy.
boulder to work with too. So
Oh,
if
the res.
Fenerbahce can get a nice molly on top of that boulder, that molly will spread and pretty much take away that hard cover. The thing is, I'm
Bomb?
not
Is that
sure
his
what
name?
type of utility they got
He has to
working
go
with right here.
huge right now.
Separation from Fenerbahce is huge. They have one man, Nox Bomb, all the way on the left side top. He's aware of
Bomb
that.
has to shit on
Nox
him.
Bomb spots
Yeah.
top. Takes shots, instantly taken out. Scry taken down quite low. And that's not looking that great. Action right next to Scry, but still Scry doesn't really have the HP to work with. Rebellion just trying to jiggle around the smoke. Position compromise.
He's kind of baiting the shots, but he's taking
what's
these in
going on
too
in the
low.
front. But still
2v3.
Rebellion now a snake in the grass in action. Needs to watch
Gonna
out.
get found.
Rebellion's position being revealed.
Oh,
Pika
no,
strikes
the
in. Trace
Uzi,
just going on
bro.
back and forth. Stalwart Esports.
You gotta go up,
HB not
Dokun, or
supporting them, but
something.
Duke and Machine
Oh,
as
no,
well.
they got the
only man left
reset.
alive from Fenerbahce.
Yeah,
And
1v3,
Duke
just
Machine
group
is
up.
capable of clutches. He's the man who likes to stay down prone, but this time it's not going to work out. Stalwart Esports are going to be your
SC
winner
actually
of
won,
the
though. I'm
first
kinda
game of the
surprised.
final day.
Winner, chicken dinner, a ton of elim points.
Bro,
but
Navi's-
What about
Fenerbahce
9
as well, a
kills?
second
Bro,
place
Navi's
finish. This
insane.
team was dead last coming into today. If they can
You know
continue with this momentum,
how crazy they are
continue clawing at the
on how many
overall
things they have to
leaderboard, they could
focus
be
on?
looking at
They have to
some
focus on
additional
zone. They have to
monies
focus
in their
on rotating.
pocket,
They have
but
to focus
Stalwart-
on killing the team in
Hey,
front of them.
Necro, that was
They have
the
to focus
team
on
that you
res. They
said
have
to
to
look
focus
out
on
for here
smoking,
today.
nading.
Yeah,
All at the
dude,
same
I told you.
time.
I knew Stalwart. They have no other choice, right? Yesterday they didn't really have
Navi?
to, like
Yeah.
against the days.
Because the zone
Today,
coming in,
they had to make up for
they
it.
have to
and
do that.
all
But they're
the
just- a lot of that
wins,
stuff,
so
they're just
hopefully they're able
used
keep
to,
the
though. They
consistency
just
going
calm.
even
We
inside
need to
future
push this,
games, and
or
if they're able to do
fucking
so,
start smart
hey,
type shit. Like,
Noah,
everyone
you have a
knows. Like,
possible
no
threat.
one's. None of that
12
teams really, like,
elims,
tunnel
over
vision.
2K damage in that game.
Other than
And
the
they had a
IGL
pretty challenging
making
push
sure
in
his
that late game
team
too. They had to push
plays
uphill,
his team.
and they did a great
kind of the only
job
thing
at
that
doing
roster
so.
can
So
do.
Stalwart Esports already showing
that
up here
situation.
hot in game number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a bunch more action to go.
Now, in terms
Let's
of
head
them,
over
like,
to the analysts.
rotating off of Nova and into whoever it was on that, I think it was Negama
Well,
Galaxy.
Stalwart Esports start off
Like,
day
that-
3,
that's
they
a-
started off day 1
that's a hard
with
play to
victory
make.
in their pockets. They get themselves
In a high-level
juicy,
game like that,
juicy
but
points. 12
a lot of that,
eliminations
too, is I'm not sure if
in
it's just
first place for the chicken dinner. Much
Navi's
needed
play
points for
style
them.
or something,
Obviously,
but,
a
like,
very difficult
thirsting
time for
them
to contest first
reminds
place.
me a lot of fucking, like,
However,
Knights. Like,
the
Knights
amount of
does
money they get
did, like, a
extra,
bunch of,
every
like,
single
weird
point
shit.
they get, every single
And they'd
place
always,
they
like,
improve on,
lose a
is lot
knock
of extra money in
first.
their pocket.
Yeah,
But,
and
like,
I'm
you never
speaking
see
of that,
someone,
right,
like,
because they were
confirming
on
it,
playing
or
the
you'd
more
be
southern side. They had to
wondering why
fight
people don't
every
do
single
certain
fight
things, like the
uphill,
guy
and
that
the
was
play
in
that they
nade
went for,
range.
actually, because if you look at their stats that game, they had
Just a bit of a
1,200
toss-up and
healing.
shit.
They had a lot of the teams looking their way and just taking their
Yeah.
shots, and they were just
Yeah,
okay.
bro.
We're going to wait it out, wait for all the teams to be pushed over that ridge,
Bro,
and then
not
they're going
even
to
one
have
of
to fight
them
each
got
another.
thirsted
And when
for-
there are less players, less teams available,
Anyway.
then we're going to go for the push when there's only Fenerbahce remaining. They played the long game, and it worked out for them.
It definitely did, and I mean, can we talk again about Nova? We mentioned how they're pretty much their biggest rivals rivals. Well, guess what? They
Yeah, we
showed
just
up,
made
and
a
now we're starting to see more
bigger
of the likes of
point
Trovo.
gap.
At some point there, we were scared that he was going to be able to do the 1v4 against 4 rivals. It could have happened, but right here, look at the stats. Fenerbahce finally showed up for me. This is a team that I've been talking about how consistent it was. It's a team that wasn't really well known for their elims, so I'm not surprised that they didn't get that many elims. But for them to be able to at least get up there, this is a team, Max, that's looking to not be dead last.
There's going to be one, right? There is going to be, we don't know. But, hey, still going to have that prize pool, right? If you can try and get some extra good games at the end of the day, Fenerbahce could be looking pretty comfortable. And, Paraboy getting himself 1,000 damage, 1,010 damage on this game. And, man, he scared a lot of teams away. Na'Vi in particular, they were not willing to take that fight.
The fact is here for Nova and for Na'Vi in particular, as you saw next Rio go out really early, is the fact that Nova still scored 5 more points than Na'Vi did in that match.
Yeah.
Meaning that lead is lengthening even more. It was already a ridiculous amount of points. I think it was around 45 before. It should be around 50 now, if I'm not mistaken, if I can do math correctly. Well, okay, I know it wasn't 45 when I said in the beginning. But the fact is, that lead is still growing. That means that no matter how well Na'Vi did, even getting themselves 8 eliminations, Nova still got 9. And then Nova still placed higher. This goalpost is continuing to move, and Nova are getting step by step closer to closing down that $1.5 million and being called the best team in the world.
What did you say, Seven, at the start of the day?
They are the best team in the world.
Between first and second? I was like, that's too much. Now I'm looking at this, I'm like, hey, there's a chance like a 100-point lead to be created for Na'Vi, and that would be insane. Oh, sorry for Nova. That would be insane if they could create it here in just a few next 5 games.
When you have a player telling you that their biggest rivals is themselves, in a way that's kind of just brushing up the competition. Nobody has showed them anything that they could be scared of, and I think it's impressive for the team to be able to, if they can put up a 100-point lead, I think it'll be huge, especially for the legacy. This is a Nova team.
100-point lead is huge.
Yeah, this is a Nova team that has a huge legacy. This is just gonna add to it. One thing that we do have to mention there, it was Navi's performance. They were able to jump up from 4th place to 2nd place. And what's the difference in prize pool there, Max, for that?
That's 180,000 over to 630,000. So I'm not going to do the exact math.
How much is that?
I'm not going to do that. I should have checked the numbers actually, but it's a big increase, and it's pretty. The really fun fact. Okay, I'm going to lose all ounce of credit here, but the fact also that they took out Nigma themselves and almost got rid of. Thank you. And the fact that they were almost able to take out Nova was really
Take
big
it
play
easy,
from Na'Vi.
gamer.
The thing is still you have that differentiation. If Na'Vi had a bad game while Nova was able to get a really good result there, that could have been already GG on the very first game of the day, and that's a very scary prospect.
Yeah, and the thing is, we don't want to call it right and say, okay, it's over, Nova have won. But the fact is, we have 4 teams below them that are on the 120-point mark. If they can't pick up a strong match here in match 2 of the day, then that almost basically is it. Nova can pretty much just AFK and still come out on top.
And the craziest part is now that, I mean, we just saw it in that first game. We're starting to see some of the teams that, in a way, aren't really in contention for that top 3 situation starting to get points. We saw ST, I think they started off the day in 10th place.
Yeah.
They're getting points now, and I mean, we've been hyping them up for the longest time. If this continues to happen, it's ultimately just gonna end up helping Nova even more, especially if Nova continues to do the game plan that they've been showing over and over again.
Exactly, because Stalwart not a threat to your first position. They're just way too far away. Same with Fenerbahce. As long as the points in top 4 not getting those points, like Nova just gonna be practicing. Like it's in the bag. So
the world will never know.
Like that. I felt I could be pampered if I was at the hotel, but I'm not there.
Manny Petty?
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, get Manny Petty and get a nice little drink in his hand, bathing in the sun, which Nova might be doing with a nice vacation of $1.5 million. But you're very right. And the thing is, right, we're talking about how these teams need to catch up some. I think you mentioned like hot dropping before. But realistically, if your team in 2nd through 5th place, you can't hot drop them. Because if you fall out early, that's it. That's your hopes gone. You have to hope other teams are able to punish them. And as we saw, I think it was King who went out early. Order didn't care. He still picked up 5 eliminations. When it was just down to 2 players out of Nova, they continued to be aggressive up against, I think it was like Na'Vi fighting uphill and still winning fights. Like, even when they're down people, they can still bring the eliminations.
You know what's the crazier part that just kind of came to my head? I wonder if Paraboy saw the performance yesterday from Order, and he's like, I want to be able to top that. I want people to know I'm still the bad man. Yep, that's exactly it. And I think it might be looking that way. I mean, we just saw what Paraboy was able to do.
You guys didn't see that on camera. They caught me just like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm too old for these memes. Maybe a chunk
What
one day.
team
But
am I
yeah,
joining?
I mean, Paraboy, we've always talked to him as being the best player in the world. One of the most handsome players in the world. He wears the most stylish clothes, hangs out with the chillest dudes, goes to the best restaurants.
My team's
The fact is, he is the star of the team. And Order has always been in the shadow of him until this event. But what's even more impressive for me is that he's doing it against the best teams in the world. This is the best PUBG Mobile has been, period, in its entire existence. And Nova have created a legacy for themselves, or are still in the process of creating a legacy for themselves that no team can touch. Now, I know all of you from Indonesia are like, well, what about Bigatron, Jason? Bigatron never had to compete against the best Chinese teams in the world in those 2 years.
Yeah. In a way, I don't want to play it down what happened in Malaysia, right? Because remember when we were there in Malaysia, how dominant Bigatron was, and everybody was like, okay, Bigatron is currently the best team in the world. But as you just mentioned, Nova wasn't there, and that was always a big question mark, especially from the community.
Why wasn't
the
Nova
esports
there?
community.
I forgot.
It was like, well, they did good, but Nova wasn't there. So are they really our main champions? And I think right now we're getting a lot of answers for Nova.
Well, speaking of champions, let's talk a little bit more about Stalwart Esports here, as they were the champion of our first match of the day, and take a look at a quick little recap of the rotations and the likes. And Max, one thing that we talked about, I think when we were off camera, is that where has the Stalwart and Infinity been that we saw on league stage? This Stalwart team, I mean, we saw Pika pull off like almost a 1v4 with the Car 98, if I'm not mistaken, in one of our Aaron Go matches we had. Infinity, Newsy, and Godtunny have kind of fallen off. The Stalwart we're seeing here in this match is the Stalwart, if you guys didn't watch East League, that we're used to. But for some reason, they can't hit that level of consistency here.
I mean, we even mentioned on the pre-show, right? This is not the Infinity and Stalwart that we expected coming into the
it was on the show.
It was on the show.
Okay, I
so we
wasn't
did it both. But really, there's a big issue. But this game, at least in particular, and we're going to see the further we go into this recap, and we're going to see how elaborate their plan actually was, that they were just setting themselves up for success a lot more. Whereas I have the impression, if you look back, other than that chicken dinner they got on that first game of day one, after that, they're just going super aggressive, which is what we know from them. But their good macro that we saw in the East League has just not been that dominant, and we haven't seen them go for these really smart rotation, getting really strong positions, potentially waiting it out like they did this game to get in those positions in the first place. They've just been trying to full send it every single time, and it's just not the play style that I liked. But this game here, them waiting it out at the south when all the teams were fighting north, that was what I expected to see from them 7, and it worked out at the very end.
I actually have a question for you, Matt. After seeing that performance, do you think this is in a way as Stalwart Esports kind of sparking up again? Do you think they're going to be challenging for that top 3 situation?
You know what? I would love to see that happen here, and in particular because I think that if you look back on the last few days, they would have just full sent it here. Here, they just took their time, and I think it's a big change of mentality looking back on these last 2 days. So I think so. I would hope so.
So that...
Go ahead. All right. Rock, paper, scissors, no. I just want to give you some context to that, right? If I'm not mistaken, Stalwart were around the 70 points before this match, and second place is around 120, like second through fifth, right?
Yeah.
There's a 50-point gap between those, and Stalwart was on this, like deep down the second page. There's a 50-point gap between first and second. Like the distance that Stalwart has to close is the same distance that the second through fifth place teams need to close up against Nova.
I mean, that just goes to show how dominating Nova has been. But going back to Stalwart, we mentioned hot drops earlier, and this is another fun question that I mean, we've been asking for the longest time. We are gonna have one more set, the final Sandhawk, not coming up, but after this match in Miramar. Do you think we'll finally end up seeing that magical hot drop that we'll be talking about, STE and Alpha 7, considering where those teams are at, right?
No.
I don't think. I would love to see the DBS feist we saw during the scrims, but I
mean, let me ask you. Let me counter your question with a question 7.
Oh, wow.
Would you wager, let's just say, $50,000 on winning a hot drop?
With Alpha 7, with the way they've been performing?
No. Would you do it?
Oh, would I do it?
Would you drop in and hot drop a team where your potential to lose $50,000?
He's thinking now.
I
am a guessing man. So yes.
Okay, I mean that's the thing, right? Is that if you hot drop and you lose, you could be losing $50,000 plus dollars, right? You could be losing a lot of money here, and that's now ideal. But we'll see. We obviously have some time here before we get into our second match of the day, so we're gonna head to a short break while we get things ready for you guys at home, and we'll see you in just a few.
Sheesh.
saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
All right, we are back now, and we had Stalwart Esports start off the day strong, replicating their performance from day one of the event, but they still have 20+ points to catch up on if they want to get into the second place position. But then again, you have the likes of Na'Vi here trying to defend that title with their $600,000, bumping themselves up 450,000 from the match before.
I'll say you got that wrong. Yeah.
But we, oh, okay, all right, Max. But to be, as we're saying, right, we're talking about can teams realistically catch Nova? If we look at the point difference, we would say it is possible, but the difference is it's Nova, and they've been playing really well.
Yeah.
But realistically, we could see Stalwart at the end of the day getting into top 3. There is a very good chance if they can put on another chicken dinner like that, they're going to be in top 5.
I can see it happening. That's the main reason why I was asking that earlier, because I was trying to get your opinion on it, because I can totally see that happening, considering that this is a team that showed us some amazing performance on the first day, literally on the first game. I would love to see that kind of style that they were able to show us on that first match. And if I'm not mistaken, you were wondering what has gone wrong with the team. You said the team's pretty much playing the exact same. It's just some micro things that haven't worked their way.
Especially their macro, I would say in particular, that needs to be worked upon. But you know what? The start of the day was a chicken dinner. That's great. I'm going to spoil my team to watch. It is going to be Stalwart, because when we look back on the East League, they were a team that would have that momentum factor, just like Alpha 7 in the West League, and they would get chicken dinner, then get himself a few podium top 5 finishes. This is what I need to see from them now if they want to hopefully race for that third place and get themselves hopefully $330,000 in that position. So we'll see, but at the end, still going to be looking back on that game. Paraboy, even though he was solo versus 4 rivals versus Na'Vi, he just stopped everyone. I really liked actually what Dave mentioned in that game. We had 2 situations where Nova basically just pushed Na'Vi to rotate around from them, even though they did not have the man advantage. That's how scary this team actually are. They do not have the advantage of terrain. They are playing low ground. They do not have the man advantage, and yet you are not ready to take a fight against them because they're Nova.
And something that Nova was able to showcase us there in that last game is that they're willing to be aggressive when teams expect them to be defensive. I think it was Mustache Dave that was able to mention it. They were taking fights even though they didn't have the high ground, even though they were at a disadvantage. And I think we see that over and over again. I mean, going back to the first day when I saw, I think it was Mafioso trying to shoot at some of the Nova players, the man just stopped with no cover, turned around and started shooting at him. So that's how confident these players are on their skills. And I think that's another thing that has caught a lot of the other teams by surprise, just expecting them to be defensive and then just getting surprised and having to fall back.
Well, you guys were talking about what Mustache Dave mentioned. I'm going to talk about what Necro mentioned. And if I remember correctly, word for word, he did say Jason Kappa is one of the most handsome human beings in existence, and you should make sure to go follow him over on Instagram. Yeah, I believe he said that. No, but it's actually, maybe talk about our teams to watch here. And I'll start things off. I know, Max, you already said Stalwart Esports, so we'll lock that in for you. For me, technically it's like 4 teams, but I'll give it to 1. It's Na'Vi. Because if they want to be able to chase that title, they have to perform even better than they did in the last match. They have to somehow close the gap up against Nova. So my eyes are technically on those teams in 2nd through 4th place. But Na'Vi in particular, like, you got to continue to perform. They got 8 eliminations. Not for any team that's like, oh, wow, that's really good. You guys put on a great match. The problem is Nova did an even better match. They survived even longer. They have to improve even further than they just did.
I mean, at some point, I feel like Na'Vi is going to take notes of that.
Jesus Christ.
We're not at that point yet, but it will happen at some point. If Nova continues to showcase the performances that they're currently showcasing, my team to watch is going to actually be Enigma Galaxy. This is a team that ended up getting 0 elims in the last one. Na'Vi was able to outperform them, and I feel like if they want to have a chance to even get between those 2nd and 3rd places, they need to start performing. They need to start getting those elims.
Well, I gotta spoil things for you. Not just Vincere, which is obviously the full name of Na'Vi, is like born to win, not born to 2nd place. Vanessa, go ahead. Who's your prediction?
Okay.
Who's your team to watch?
Enigma Galaxy.
Okay. Well, there we go. Oh, sorry, I was too busy in my head. Like, what is Natas Fincher?
Let me go back to my class.
I thought I said their name wrong for a second. I was like, hold on.
But I'm glad you did say Enigma Galaxy as well. Like this
Yeah.
team, you remember on day one they had only 20 eliminations. Like they were almost the lowest fragging team out there, and we saw them struggle with that in the past. To be fair, in East League, but they have improved here in the finals. But again, they have to improve even more, and that's got to be so frustrating for some teams who are already playing at such a high level to have to play even better with only 5 matches remaining. It's going to be tough, but you know what? They're going to have to make it happen if they want to be the best in the world. And speaking of best, we got our best commentators in the world here. Necro and Mustache Dave.
A shout out to the boys on the desk. 5 more games to go.
Big fan.
$1.5 million first place prize. 600K second place, 300K third place. There's a ton on the line here, Necro. Popping into Miramar. I gotta ask you, man. We are heading into Miramar. We're heading towards the end of the tournament. Do we expect any change-ups here on this game in particular?
Okay, before answering your question, I gotta say, Jason is one of the most handsome dude over here. Okay, he's looking pretty good. He's looking clean, man. Already saw that, you know, on the desk. He's looking pretty clean. But yeah, now getting back to your question.
Barely got any sleep.
Dude, any switch-ups? I don't exactly know. I just want the teams in the bottoms to actually try and hunt down teams in the front, okay? The teams try and hunt down teams all the way on top. Try and hunt down Nova. Try and hunt down Na'Vi. Try and hunt down Nextruya, you know? That would be one of the most, like, interesting things that I personally want to watch.
I don't know, hunt them down. We heard from the analysts right there that even when Nova are down to just a solo or a duo, teams are still respecting them. They are staying away from them. Like, that's just the dominance that Nova have been showcasing here so far in this tournament. But getting into this match, we can see those average points in Miramar. Alpha 7, day one, Alpha 7 was my squad to cheer for. I mean, I gotta cheer for that team representing Brazil. Let's see though, can this be the match that they really clean up here and get a couple elim points to set them on the right track here today?
Oh, dude, set them on the right track. Couple more elim points, yeah, that's what all these teams
I like how Nova
want.
don't
especially
take
teams that are in
spots
the
where
top
they get the
5, without a
best
doubt. They
loot.
want to just go. They want to just
take
get
spots
those
where
elim points. They want to
it's
get
not gonna
those
get
placement points
contested.
as well. But unfortunately, in that previous game, Enigma Galaxy got taken out quite early. Actually, they were the
And
first
it's
team to
pretty
get
good
taken out. So that
for
means
rotations.
this
so.
Miramar game is going to be meaning quite a lot for Enigma Galaxy, particularly.
And talk about getting taken out. We saw last game a couple of these players taking out each other with the PMGC 2021 Prestige Scar L game skin. I saw those laser effects go like pew 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 all over the screen. It was beautiful. So if the pros are using it, you should use it to go in game and unlock the PMGC premium crate.
Oh, dude, I like that. It looks kind of cool as well, right? Especially when you're like spectating the players. Looks kind of cool. Personally want that skin as well. I'm trying my best to get it, man. But yeah, now we have Fenerbahce over here. As I mentioned, I really want Fenerbahce to go and try and play this ball sport. 6-8 is the team in the front. Pretty close. Nox Bomb got taken out. Fenerbahce, again, not a good news for them. On 14th place, Godlike right underneath them. And then you have Furious Gaming. Now, we also got to talk about Godlike, man. First game, not that great of an outing. In this game of Miramar, they need to fight for the pride.
Well, talk about fighting for it. We do see one of their squad mates on that hill right there, possibly taking some shots. Looking to get at least an elim point here, but they need to be cautious. You know, they are sliding down the overall leaderboards. And when we're talking about Godlike in particular, like if you, real quick.
No.
Talk about the bait right there. And Nox
What the fuck?
One of
Where's the M4 on so bad?
In my opinion, from Fenerbahce, always on the ball. It's between Noxbomb and the Duke and Machine. They're always working together as a unit. You can tell that their synergy is on point. So if you are Fenerbahce and you're looking to climb up, losing Noxbomb early, that's going to set you back a couple pegs. But to get back to your point, I wanted to ask you this actually. Like, you're Godlike. What do you think the plan is here today? Like, best outcome. What do you think is the plan from that squad?
Honestly, Godlike needs to realize there's nothing to lose. At this point, they're just playing to get top 10. If I'm Godlike, I want to be in top 10 no matter what in the end of the day. Just to, you know, at least be up there, you know, in the top 10. And that's going to be quite huge for India as a region as a whole. Even if they're top 10, that's quite huge in my opinion. being in the top 10, it still means being in the top 10 amongst one of the best teams in the world. 16 teams in the world. I mean, that's quite huge, right? And I feel like, considering the fact that they have so many odds, they had so many odds coming inside the grand finals, they just got thrown into it. So, I mean, hey, being in the top 10 against all the odds, that's going to be meaning quite a lot. So if I'm godlike, I'm just going to try to go for, like, a little bit of safer plays and either, like, try and get involved in a lot of third parties.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, of course you want top 10, but it's like, how do you do it, right? How do you, if you're godlike, how do you do it? And for me, I have to compare to what they have been doing. And I noticed that they tend to look for those off-center positions, right? And they scout them out towards the mid to late game, and they always lose one or two on that scouting rotation. So when I have to come up with a quick answer off the top of my head, I'm the coach. I think how they do it is just play the edge, you know, play the edge nice and slow. And kind of to your point, I think just try to go for placement points. And if there is a team kind of getting in your way of the edge strat, then obviously take the fight. But the key detail right there is hopefully if you do it that way, you have your team alive compared to losing one from scouting, right? Because they need everybody alive. If they want to pull this off, they need the whole team alive in every single team fight. And there's been multiple times where they would get in a team fight, and that's not the case. That's my take. I mean, that's my take. That's my take. I don't, you know, feel free to add to it, take away.
I feel like that's a good take without a doubt. But as I mentioned, you know, they should also go for those third parties, because third parties, I feel like are one of the most like safest bet to actually try and win out a fight, because third parties means already the two teams that are fighting, they're already quite hurt. So all you need to do is just, like, you know, try and find a little bit better position on those two teams and just try and take them out. So Godlike can try and do that, but still we don't exactly know what's going on inside their heads. So we'll need to find out in the future, because currently they're in water treatment. They still haven't really left it. They're still inside the circle. And I feel like if I'm Godlike, I'm not moving out about water treatment.
Yeah, I get that, but they're in water treatment with a 2-2 split, right? And if a team of 4 pushes one of your duos, can you defend? Like, have you shown us that you can defend? That's my question. So, like, do we continue with these splits? Do we continue with these mid to late game, just sending out a scout looking for an off-center position? Or do we just play nice and slow? But let's check out this interview.
Oh my god, the echo.
Также есть в каждом регионе команды, которые вообще не понимают, что делают на этом турнире или как прошли на него. Поэтому я думаю, что в каждом регионе по 3 команды сильнейших и команды, которые прошли в финал, покажут, кто сильнее Запад или Восток.
Okay. Interesting stuff there. Interesting stuff right there. So we'll see. We saw last game, couple elim points. You know, they're climbing up. I mean, what's your take on that?
Dude, Na'Vi, they're on second place, dude. That's quite huge. 128 points, but the problem is Noah is just miles away. 183 points. If you want to get the top place, you still have a huge climbing to do. You have a mountain to climb, and for that, you wanna hope. You need to pray. You need to pray that maybe Noah will have at least 1 or 2 games slipping out of their hands. And again, Noah, the way they're moving, the consistency they're having, for those slip-ups, the chances are quite low.
I like it. I like where you're going with this. If you're not first, you're last. And I think that's the mentality right here. And although the point gap between first and second is pretty steep, they're not showing any signs of slowing down. It is 100% every single game. And they're doing it, man. They are showing up. So I love that championship mentality. And we'll see how it unfolds here today as all these players wait to see where the next circle goes. Does center up a little more, so not too harsh for a lot of these teams who already acquired some center locations.
Clutch caught.
Oh my god.
Who's inside the house? In the nick of time, shuts the door. Right on his eyes. But yeah, next Ruya. Quite lucky, gotta say, Clutch God. Oh my god. He's lucky that the headshot did not connect. If it did, Clutch God would have been knocked out and the kill should have been confirmed easily. for Nextria. But over here we have now 6-8. Infinity right in the front. If you talk about one of those teams that were looking really strong in the league days, and now Infinity in the grand final somewhere down line, kind of fading away in the end days.
Yeah, talk about fading away. The Duca machine
Then
go
they're
for a
pissed.
really
Just
risky scout compound rotate. Was able to walk away with their life, but look at this Stalwart looking to make a push over here next Ria.
Oh, two of the top teams on the leaderboards, and this is going to mean quite a lot. This fight's going to mean quite a lot. Nate quite close.
What?
Was not able to deal enough damage
Bro,
on
if that guy
action,
was
though.
just, had his
Able to
gun
move
out
back
and he's
into
just standing there with
safety.
a nade out,
Nextria,
would have got him
if I'm not
bodied.
wrong, the cavalry has arrived for them. Stalwart Esports, only 2 players in the front. I do see top on the left as well. Try and provide a little bit of backup fire. Also play for that informational play.
Yeah, Stalwart definitely on the hot cusp of their last game, right? So they're feeling good. Top with that off angle, trying to make sure to catch any type of sight lines on those 2 players from Nextria in those back lines. Just a smidge of sight lines to work with there between the 2 buildings. Really buying time for their squad mates in the front line too. The trio trying to take this building for themselves.
Oh, 3 players in the front. Scry, Pika, and Action. Action, of course, is going to lead the pack if the push comes in through, but still, Stalwart Esports taking their time. 2 teams inside this little compound. I'm pretty sure as time passes by, they're going to keep on getting impatient. And this is
And look at this. Top is taking shots too. Oh, Frozen popping up the door, trying to take some shots on Action, but Action with the M249 in the front lines. Looks like Frozen is going to toss his smoke, throw a little confusion out there. But I was pointing out, Top is taking a lot of shots from their off angle, applying that pressure and keeping Nextria from really grouping up in this compound.
Oh!
UMP! Oh,
Not
no.
Good. Oh, not good. Nextria opening the fray. Beautiful peek. Beautiful timing from Kudor right there. And
They need to leave,
or we'll need to try and bounce back from this.
because Top
2
isn't
players
going
in
to
the
do
front,
anything.
Top
Like,
all the way in the back.
what is he going to Overwatch?
Clearly, Stalwart Esports lacking huge man number inside this. If these 2 players get pushed on by all these 4 players, it's going to be quite tough to defend. But still, the M249 on the Action might just make a lot of plays happen. But I do like what Action's doing here. He's not just tunnel visioning on one single spot. The smoke started to provide a little bit of visual cover as well. But Stalwart Esports taking things a little safe. Scry in the front.
Yeah, Action looking to throw some smokes, looking to buy some time. I really want to see Top group up and try to make this push into the compound to support their teammates. But on the outskirts, like you were talking about them, they're trying to third party this.
Yeah, this is what I told you. Third parties are probably the best bet for Godlike. Just try and collect these kills. But guess what? This time it seems like Godlike as well are getting third party by S2G. And S2G are like, all right, well, not Godlike. You try to third party them, we'll third party you, and now next push comes in through. Do realize Stalwart Esports are looking quite weak, and Action on the off angle, trying his best to deal a lot of damage, but the man on the top, Kudor, is just getting a lot of insane timings on Stalwart Esports. Kills being confirmed, and now Stalwart Esports, they're hurt.
Yeah, I really liked how Scray in Action, they tried to pull back towards Top, and Top was providing a really nice amount of cover fire for them to make some moves happen. But the thing is, they just got caught in the tail end, and now Top retreating out here. Next zone did go on up, so Top can retreat back to the edge and play for those placement points. But that right there goes to show me that team communication is flowing on the side of Stalwart. And although the play didn't work out in their favor, still a good play at the end of the day.
Godlike, it seems like they're able to make it back to safety. So 4 players still alive. Looking pretty good for now. Neo, though, a huge separation between the squads, and I personally don't like it. Navi in the front, Godlike, trying to just scare him away from that compound. Top, all by himself in this compound, and Navi are looking to crash onto it.
So many buildings in this area, and it just happens that Navi gonna be rolling right past Top.
No.
But Top, applying that pressure. Wasn't looking for 1. Can't Top clutch this out. M4 down to 24 bullets.
Shaking my head.
The push from all angles. Taking a lot of shots on a Miku.
Oh, man.
Let's go Top. Can we get the 3rd?
Oh, that's a huge mistake from Navi. Kitsune especially jumps out of a moving vehicle, gets knocked down. Meku as well drives to the straight line. And Top is not going to miss shots like those, but Meku is still knocked out. The rest should be back up onto Meku. Beautiful smoke to provide that cover. But Nova as well, they found themselves a good spot inside the zone.
See, how does Nova play these spots?
As long as the circle doesn't take you.
How do you rotate out of that?
And from what I'm expecting, it shouldn't really.
I'm tipping my hat off the top still right there.
Like they go to that compound and they know it's gonna end there.
Still was able to get a couple elim points, right?
Because
That'll
that compound is
stay
absolute
afloat. Yes, only
trash.
one, but every point is going to matter at the end of the day here.
Bolt
Are we gonna
action
take
in
it,
the
though?
end.
Well,
Wait, what?
Lamborghini's tossing mollies up there, so they might think there might be an enemy up here actually. So trying to clear it out.
Oh, that was his chance. That was his chance. While he was waltzing, that was his chance. If he would have connected that headshot, would have been so nice to witness. Just watching some skulls being cracked open. But yeah.
But at the same time, they don't want to give away that intel that they're playing the edge, right? Because
Yeah,
obviously, Xavier, they're not aware that A7 are up there on that hilltop. So I definitely get
Pretty
why
sure I
they did
learned that
hold
to
the
play for
shot,
the first day.
because information is everything here, especially as we get to that mid to late game.
Yeah, A7 clearly do have a huge high ground on top of Xavier as well.
Bro,
but
what?
If they give their position away, teams in the front, like
are we
Dominant
sending
Gaming,
it?
they're definitely
We're
going to be
sending
taking
it.
little shots. And yes, A7, they're finally on a move.
No way.
They do
I didn't
realize the
over
circle
that.
shifts away, so they will need to try and make their mark inside the next circle.
See, in that last play to hold the shot, it pays off even more right here because they're able to rotate around without Xavier knowing for a fact that they're going to be pulling from that area. And yes, at the end, Xavier, they did spot out those enemies in those vehicles, but that slight amount of time played in the advantage of Alpha 7.
Oh, next three, straight up crashing on the compound of S2G. S2G knock, you have a little threat, but this time the threat being neutralized and S2G easily able to take care of them. Fenerbahce quite close to Xavier. Fenerbahce's compound as well is getting charged on. The defense is trying to get breached through, but still the Xavier are crumbling down. Duke and Machine in the front. One man in the back for Xavier. He's a little too separated away, but he still doesn't really have a lot of HP to work with. Lamborghini in the front, trying his best to confirm those kills. Nate goes through and instantly will confirm. But Duke and Machine, as always, he's the only man who's left alive for really late.
Yeah, as long as Duke and Machine doesn't catch a grenade to the face here, they might be able to defend. Lamborghini pressing up here. Lamborghini also needs to make sure, though, that their back sight lines aren't going to be exposed, because I see Enigma Galaxy right behind them, but it does look like Duke was
run up.
The end right there.
Four rivals as well, taking a dig on a Noah. Noah, one man getting knocked out. Still looking just so good on the overall rankings, man. 183 points, plus they got 2 points more. So they're looking really good. They're big time chilling. Godlike out in the open. Don't like the position that Godlike has. Down to only 3 players live. Z-God, Clutch God, and Jonathan.
They're in the
Team Secret
open.
in the front. Yeah.
Yeah, but fortunate for them, nobody's going to be behind them, right? And they also have clear sight lines to the north to make sure they can't give backstab. So they really have some time to work with right now and come up with some type of game plan on how to push down onto Team Secret. So they do have that working for them.
They do have that working, but still, I mean, we've been watching Godlike, and these kind of moments, they have been choking quite a lot. But hopefully, they're able to figure out a game plan for themselves. But Downwood Gaming now getting pushed on by A7. A7 not happy that Downwood Gaming has this compound, and Downwood Gaming as well trying their best to hold on this.
Oh, what a... Oh my god.
Oh, he could have got taken out there.
You should have gotten punished for that.
A7 win this. They have to. A7 are so good up close and personal. Oh, no. Especially when Fabian's going to be burned alive. And here comes Mafioso with that additional support to help Carrillo flush out this Damwon player on the second story.
Oh, that's going to be compressing Damwon down even a little bit more added pressure with Mafioso joining the fray. A7, all 4 players found themselves at least a safe spot for now. I wouldn't really call it safe because they do have another team right next to them. So Dominant Gaming, Junie, I do like what he's trying to do, is playing things a little safe, not moving around, not really giving his exact position away. So that means A7 will still have a little
Jesus, all 4 of them have nades out.
knowing that Junie's right on top of them. But here we go. Damwon finding the opening on the A7. The confirmation there instantly. Sung is the man. Was trying his best to do so.
Oh my god, Alpha 7's trolling.
They're sweaty right now. 2 players being taken out just like that. Downwood Gaming not looking that great. Junie from the back strikes in. Finally, the silence breaks. And now A7. Carrillo, the only man left alive. He's trying his best to fight back. But Downwood's Gaming defense
Alpha
is a
7
little
threw
too
that.
good.
Wow.
They didn't push anything.
taking
There
a
was a solo on
little
them,
too many fights
and
at the
they didn't
same
even
time
push
right
him.
there.
And they were
They had
just
a
so hard
duo on
focused
that
on him.
first story, Alpha 7 trying to flush out the Dom 1 solo on the second story, and that amount of time was able to really pay off in Dom 1's favor in the opposite building as they just popped around the corner, hip fired the UMP, and well, we saw right there the tides have turned. And on that note, Dom 1, they finished that fight just in time as well because the next zone did shift and it is completely
Navi has a really good spot for next
opposite
zone.
from where they currently are.
I know where
So
they're
they have
going
some
next.
time to regroup, met up, and use those vehicles that Alpha 7 used to push them to reposition.
Team Secret. Do like how they're moving over here. Playing right on the edge of the zone. They can try and gatekeep so many teams, including Enigma Galaxy right at the back, D Xavier as well. So this is their chance to try and rack up a lot of kills. But Furious Gaming, team in the front, 4 rivals, hasn't really been doing that great. But here comes a third party, getting shot in the back. Backs being exposed. Poppy Potro not going to be happy of that. And here we go. Freak as well getting charged on. But Team Secret is looking a little too strong.
Wow, yeah. A Groza and a Shack right there. Oh, Noah with another 2-2 split. This is pretty much their bread and butter,
What
especially here
happened?
on Miramar. So definitely keep tabs on them as everybody honestly just trying to reposition in this new circle and trying to survive. Furious on the high ground though. Scream with the scar.
Bro, what?
Huge angle, huge sight lines from Scream. But Scream
Nova just ran that?
Oh no.
From Navi.
Oh, dude,
yeah, bro.
It's just
what?
like all the angles at this point are being watched out by so many other teams. Third parties after third parties. Were obviously happened. This was expected, but Nova, quite a lot of damage being dealt onto themselves.
Oh no, they had one truck.
Taking a little bit of back,
still
taking
ran
a
all the
little
way
chill
to there.
pill behind that ridge. Here we go. 4 rival strikes in. They find a knockout. Furious Gaming going to be a little unhappy after that. Big Milo still has the high ground to work with to try and hold off the players of 4 rivals. Triggers in, trying his best to escape the sidelines of 4 rivals, but it's not going to work out.
Yeah, if I'm Furious right there, they spent so much time, so many resources to really lay the fire down onto 4 rivals. I think you just commit to making that push and trying to take them out in that close range battle compared to trying to rotate around them. And we saw right there, Furious, they just got blown to pieces. They weren't even able to use their weapon. And now here comes Nova trying to push right into that same spot 4 rivals were holding down and defending from Furious.
But the circle shifts on to 628. 628 are in luck. They also have one of the best compounds inside the circle. If they play this to perfection, that means 628 might just win this game. But Infinity is well alive in the game with 3 players. That's quite huge. Lamborghini making it hurt onto H2G. Man falls down in H2G now. Down to a 3-man squad. Team Secret getting shot in the back by Noah. These are 2 big teams, and here we go. Lamborghini being spotted. Yep, as you said, Nade Parade comes in through, try and flush out Lamborghini. Lamborghini makes this push happen. Has the M249 as well. A lot of bullets to work in his favor.
He knocked himself!
But he's also getting shot out in the back. There we go. There we go. As you mentioned, he just naded himself. Unfortunate.
Oh,
STE wins
unfortunate
this.
for them, fortunate for Lamborghini with the M249 out there. And you were just talking about the Infinity down here in the south. They
my
did have
God.
4 up. That's no longer the case. But over here, Team Secret, they have been defending their
Team
shack
Secret can't
for
even
some
defend
time.
this, bro.
Can
They're
they
in
do
a
it?
shack.
Up
They're just
against
gonna get naded
Paraboy,
out.
tossing a molly right into the smokes. 3 elim points on Paraboy. M4, it is locked. It is loaded. It is ready to go. Paraboy up close and personal. You gotta watch out for him. He's
wow,
gonna
you
go
got a
desperate
headshot.
now. He's gonna get
Oh,
one
he
straight on
won.
from Jumper, but Order right behind him with the support with the UMP. Can we clutch it out, Order?
Oh, he's trying his best to clutch it out, but Order as well is taking things a little cautiously. He does know that's the only man left alive for Team Secret.
Order!
Still able to wipe
Order!
Noah
He's
out of
washed.
existence, and somehow Jumper
Not
is able to
washed.
keep the defense alive.
7 elim points
Damn.
right now on Team Secret. We can see them in 13th position.
Unfortunate.
They are trying to climb up this leaderboard. Jumper, the last one alive. Little solo battle out there against D Xavier Lamborghini. Meanwhile, all that chaos in the north, guess who's up? 6-2-8. The only team with 4 up here late game.
Oh, look at the spread as well. Yu Yang all the way on the left, and the rest 3 players on the right.
Holy shit, everyone
Just
is a
moving on
solo.
the edge lines. I don't know if I like this spread though. If Yu Yang's position gets compromised, that means that 6-8 are going to be in huge trouble. But still, this might just work out if Yu Yang plays this out really safe and keeps his position anonymous. Lamborghini gets spotted. He should be taken care of in no time. And yes, Yu Yang takes care of him. But that means his position now has been revealed to the player of H2G. And if I'm not wrong, it's 7. But here we go. 628 moving quite close to infinity. They have no clue that Newsy is right in the front. But jumping gets taken care of by Yu Yang. And there we go. That's quite an instrumental play by them.
Yu Yang's position. Yes, if they do get called out there, you have to assume they're not going to be able to get picked up. But Yu Yang is just putting in the work from that angle. And, well, it's a 3v1.
3v1, 7. Has the ghillie suit.
Bunch the res, they
compromised.
said.
Sights being locked onto him. 7 still trying his best to deal a lot of damage. Yu Yang taken down quite low. But the rest 2 players are looking pretty healthy. Yu Yang staying in the back. Decides not to heal this time. But 628, 33T moves in forward. And he's going to seal the deal. And just like that, 628 are going to be your winners of the second game.
Wow, what a Miramar match right there. The mid to late game, nothing but action. 628, let's go. Represent the China, getting that winner chicken dinner here this game. Now, I got to go back though. I know we are talking about them a lot, but Nova esports, they had a duo, and they are still, in my opinion, able to really put that wrench in the plan of Team Secret, who, quite honestly, they were looking really good this match. And, hey, they still did a good job, but you cannot discount if Nova have 1 player alive, if they have 2 players alive, it's a full squad. Order alone is a team to themselves here, so it is something else. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear what the panel has to say about that game.
All right, Dave, getting fancy with the analysis test with a panel. I'm curious to see what you come up with next here. But 628, maybe they're tired of seeing their Chinese brethren team getting victories for themselves or doing well. They want to get some limelight on themselves. Pull up a victory here, very strong indeed. Helps move them up the rankings. And that's a good start for a team who's looking to just edge forward, get a couple of extra hundreds of thousands of dollars in their pocket. But not a bad showing here.
Yeah, I think even Dalshi, we checked the stats, right? He was, what was it, 3rd top fragger in lobby at the start of the day. So it's actually really impressive. They've been pretty silent, but we got the same issue we have, for example, with next React, where it was only Dalshi really doing a lot of the heavy lifting for the team. Here, actually going for a strong position that typically Nova hold on to with that very famous 2-2 split towards Hacienda del Patron. Execution really well, waited for the late game, and just started pushing out when there was just less numbers. Really good execution.
And something that we saw, it's 2nd place, 3rd place, and 4th place teams that were all out before top 10, which is kind of allowing these teams that weren't really in contention before, they could try to make a push. I mean, we saw how much ST was able to push up with that last chicken dinner. They could make a push for those top 3 situations.
You can see Nova here, 6th place. Yes, that's not great, but they still get 6 and 7 more points ahead of the teams who are trying to catch them. This point gap continues to grow. This goalpost is continuing to be moved. And obviously part of that is due to the man on your screen here, Paraboy, the MVP yet again. Is this the 2nd MVP in a row out of him? He's like, you know what, Order? Get out of here. MVP's mine, son. I'm the star player on this team.
I mean, you know that blue, those blue lines, that's Order, okay? He's still pretty far when it comes to elimination. So, though in terms of overall damage, he's still really high coming out from him. The blue one. The blue one
Blue
there.
line?
Yeah, the blue line. That's Order. And you know that that's going to still require a really huge day from Paraboy if he wants to overtake it. It's $10,000, you know, it's a pretty good vacation. Make to a hotel. Get pampered, you know, you'll be fine.
Holy shit, man.
You see here the points they do have, though. They have a 62-point lead.
60 point to lead.
72 point is I was expecting.
That's guaranteed win.
I might go back and revisit this because I don't think I'm gonna be right anymore.
I'm actually cool with my 65. Actually, I'm not going to be too far.
I
But
bet
the
you
really
they don't even have to show up.
Keep in mind is that all the teams
They're
that
near
we're
the
looking at
next
here, which are
matches,
going to be
and it'll
Na'Vi,
still
Nimble
be
Galaxy, and next
first
Ruya,
place.
are currently in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th respectively. They all went out before top 10, and while Nova was still able to get a decent amount of points, so that gap is once again increasing. We're starting to get to the point where there's no comeback from
Can we give a
2nd
shout
to
out to Dean
6th
Xavier here
are
in
basically
5th place.
fighting
0
for
chicken
2nd
dinners. Every
place.
team around them has one, and yet they're still in 5th. That's pretty damn good here, especially with the team coming in from Vietnam. And if we compare them to Damwon, they're able to really maintain performance they had in the finals of the league stage in East.
That is impressive. I mean, if you look at their placement points, they have more placement points than anybody near them. That means they're being consistent in regards to those placement points. I do want to give another shout out to 628. They were able to jump up to that 6th place, and this is what I was talking about. We've been talking about which team can catch Nova, right? We might be getting to that point now where some of these teams are definitely not going to be able to catch them, and it becomes an issue of some of the other teams that were in 10th place, like 628 was before this match. They're now put themselves within 13 points of 2nd place. And if I'm not mistaken, that is a a big gap difference in prize pool in something that a lot of teams are going to be keeping an eye on.
I was gonna say, Max, you can calculate the prize difference, but I don't
want to put him on the spot.
The thing is, right, if you're talking about Nova here and the point that they have, pretty much as long as they just don't go out with 0 points, they're gonna win. That's what they're currently sitting.
Yeah. I would even go to say, like, we're already halfway done with the day. I would say this next game...
We're not halfway done yet. That was match two.
We're not, yeah, I know, but we're almost there.
Okay. That's true.
If this next Sanal game, we do not see any of the teams that are in top 4 below Nova get a good result, and Nova having a mid-lane or even bad game, I think it'll be over. I don't think you can close that gap already. It seems almost infeasible here.
I think they'll just get closer to my point gap difference. 100 points. That's what I thought it was probably going to be. They're looking to do it. And once again, the craziest part is that Nova still has a fight between themselves. You have Paraboy, and then you have Order. And both of them are trying to clash against each other and see who's going to take that MVP.
Yeah, and the thing is a lot of pride to have as well. If you can beat Paraboy in this, I think for Order, like, that would be phenomenal. And we saw a couple of teams contesting it. We saw Order having the big lead going into the day. But again, Paraboy is continuing to show up here. And if Paraboy, not only is he playing to win, but he's playing to be the MVP. I feel scared for every other team out there.
I have the impression we're going to start seeing Order and Paraboy drop different locations. Like, they're hot dropping each other right now, just contesting early frags. They're just going to like, okay, we're going to take one team each. We'll try and get all the eliminations, but they're fighting for that MVP spot.
They're not even playing, they don't even need to play afraid. I mean, Paraboy almost took Secret on by himself. Like, that's how much confidence they have individually to win fights. They're taking fights uphill, which is already tough to do. Against the teams, the caliber of teams we have, they just have no fear.
It was Team Secret. I think we have to give a shout out to Jumper from Team Secret because
What's up, you?
even though we haven't really spoken to Team Secret or seen anything from them, Jumper being able to beat the 2 players, right, that are currently in that contention for MVP, that's going to be a confidence boost for this player. And I mean, these teams are still fighting it out for some prize pool, so hopefully we'll see a little bit different. I'm not going to say Team Secret's going to go all the way to top 3. That's not what I'm saying. But it could be maybe a confidence boost to push them to top 10.
Yeah, I think it could definitely be happening. Though, if I do have to bring potentially a negative aspect to the table on that play, I think that Nova could have played that a little bit better on that push onto Jumper. They could have gone for a 2-man push at the same time. They just went one by one.
Are we nitpicking right now?
Yeah, I am nitpicking. I'm trying to find the small little details. Like, I can go negatively on that aspect. Otherwise, it's 99% good gameplay.
Paraboy should have definitely waited for Order, but they're currently fighting for that MVP, so he wanted to get those elims first.
I'll get it first.
Yeah, we're not happy with them being 60 points ahead. They need to be 160 points ahead, everyone. Okay. But the fact is, I mean, they still technically can improve, but obviously we have to be hesitant to, I'd say, to critique them because we don't know the columns going on within the team. We don't know, like, maybe they're feeling really relaxed, right? Maybe they did get pampered at the fair amount. Maybe they don't have to worry too much and they're not playing in that kind of situation where, all right, we need to catch up to this team to win. No, they're just like, as long as we just don't die, we're going to win this whole thing. I can already go to my bank, cash that check right now. I'm already thinking about what do I want to buy? Some new shoes, maybe a nice car, maybe want to help Max out and get him some skins finally in the game. Who knows?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you were going to go somewhere completely different with that. But
we're not sending Max to Turkey, no.
Okay.
I completely agree with you in regards to Nova, just playing a little bit more relaxed. I'm not going to lie, Max. I would love to see Order and Paraboy drop in different locations. And I think what you were trying to go for is mostly Nova trying to do a 4 corners. Are they that confident? Are they that comfortable right now that they can just try to have a player, each player just land in a different spot just for fun?
Maybe the last match.
Maybe the last 2 games, just for the means.
And then Paraboy's going to land like near Order and like just try to nade him down. You know? So that's my MVP now. Get out of here.
I would just like them to try and nade each other. Like, no, get out.
That's what we're getting at too now. They're trying to down each other before they get any aliens.
Yeah, Order, take that car and run off. Ba, 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 ba.
Okay.
Well, we're seeing 6-8 here in the rotations they made. Obviously, they close out the victory here on Miramar. And I mean, what do you want to say about 6-8's victory? Did it look easy? Look hard? Did they have to fight for it? I mean, still getting the eliminations they got. I think it was like 27 points, I think. Or no, it was 25, right? Because they got 10 eliminations. It was a very strong game, but unfortunately, this team has just been a little bit quiet, but they are moving up the leaderboards. They are securing themselves better positions. And more importantly, they're showing the world that there's not only one Chinese team that's better than you in the likes of Nova. There's 2.
Yeah, and this is the Chinese team that doesn't have this type of experience in PMGC, right? So maybe need a little bit more time to get into the swing of things. And here, actually, it was a very slow-paced game very early on in this match. I think early to mid-game, not much was really happening for them. The moment they had control 7 of that road section that was down south of the Lake Circle, they were gatekeeping almost everyone. I think in particular, Infinity was a team that just could not make it across that road because the hold that was coming through from 6-8 was just so strong, it's impossible to make that rotation actually happen. And the moment you know you cleared all the south, start going uphill, start taking control, going for the wide splits, and make sure that no one has a living opportunity or chance to take that fight against you. So 6-8, this is the type of finishes that I'd love to see from them. I wish I could see it just a little bit more.
I mean, we might be able to, right? This is a team that already has 2 chicken dinners. They still have, what is it, 4 more games to play. There could be a chance that they're going to see that prize pool getting bigger and bigger. Thanks, my math was great. They're going to see that prize pool getting bigger and bigger as they move up, and they might start changing, they might start adjusting, especially with some of the other teams. I got to call one out. I got to call out Alpha 7. I mean, Alpha 7 right now, they're having to, they might not even make it to top 10. Yeah, do Brazil not making it to top 10. And when we talk about that, like, remember what we were saying with Godlike, how we were hyping up Godlike, okay, maybe they're going to be able to make it to top 10. Alpha 7 might be putting themselves in a situation where they might not make it to top 10.
I feel like for maybe Alpha 7, and I mean, this can sound kind of negative, but it's not really entailed that way. I think being in Brazil, sometimes with the performance they've had over the course of the year in PMPL Brazil, it becomes like an echo chamber for them. They kind of think they're the best team in the world, and they kind of have a wake-up call. But speaking of wake-up calls, we're going to head over to Singapore here, and we have an interview with Tixie with Charmaine. Take it away, and let's see what Tixie has to say.
Hello from Singapore for the PUBG Mobile Global Championship Grand Finals. I'm Charmaine E, and oh my gosh, I wish you could feel the excitement, the exhilaration. And with me now, we have Navi. We have, of course, Tixie from Navi. Hi, good to see you. A big hello to all your fans internationally. A few questions for you. The Grand Finals is only 4 matches away from ending, and looking at the standings, you are within striking distance of the championship. With that in mind, what preparations did you make coming into today?
Всем привет. У нас осталось последние 4 игры до окончания всего матча. Как вы думаете подготовиться ментально к последним 4 играм? Думаете ли вы поменять стратегию?
Нет, мы не планируем менять стратегию. Будем играть также от края, и мы планируем занять топ-1. Не будем смотреть таблицу до последнего матча. На последнем матче посмотрим, и если нужно будет, на кого-то упадем, и, возможно, у нас получится выиграть. Мы рассчитываем на 1-2 строчку.
We are planning to be on the 1st or the 2nd place. We are not going to look at any tables and the results. We are just focused totally on our games, and we are not going to change any of our strategies. We are on our way.
That was actually going to be my next question, which is, after the last match, will you be making changes? So no changes?
Yeah. Вы не думаете менять никакие стратегии еще?
Нет, мы будем играть так же, как и играли все 12 матчей.
We will be playing the same as our previous 12 games.
All right, sounds good. Final question, because I know you want to get back to it. Which team do you think will pose the greatest threat to your chances today?
Какая команда самая большая проблема для вашей команды? Как вы думаете?
Думаю, что Nova, они на протяжении турнира очень стабильно отыгрывают и отыгрывают до последнего матча. Они также играли очень стабильно на лиге, но у них там чуть-чуть не пошло, они заняли 4-ю или 5-ю позицию.
As it's seen, the Nova, they are playing very stabilized and on their way. They were also the first in their previous game, but unfortunately they take the 4th place on the previous leagues. But here they are going more better and stabilized.
All right, well, all the best of luck from all of us here in Singapore. Otherwise, sending all the love back to the analyst desk. Thank you so much for joining us here in Singapore. We have Tixie from Navi.
Oh, it's just me. Okay. Hey, that's right. They're waving alone, Jason. Contractually obligated time here to be on air. It's actually great to hear about Tixie, and obviously get to hear that Nova is their biggest threat. But to be fair, I think we kind of assumed it. You okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I was just thinking about Singapore.
I know what you're thinking about. You're thinking about OnePlus, actually. Funny enough, 7, it's actually our sponsor here at PMGC. You guys can unlock victory with the OnePlus 9 Pro with its ultra smooth gaming and its 90 FPS. And you guys never have to settle when using a OnePlus. And obviously, that's what Nova are using here because they're decimating everyone out there. And Paraboy in particular, he's like, I'm not settling for 2nd place MVP. He's going to unlock victory, and he's going to take it himself. Yes. I do miss
that's some
having
good
you and
analysis.
Kalaris there staring at the phone next to me, and then Kalaris doing like weird faces as well. But also big shout out to Singtel here, our carrier over in Singapore, providing ultra high speed network with 2 times lower latency. They're helping the event out as well. It's a big sponsor. What was that?
I don't know, speed. I don't know.
Are you the Flash?
Yeah, I was trying.
All right, well, we'll zip on out of here. We'll quickly head on over to a break while we see what other characters and superheroes Max can pretend to be. And we'll see you guys in just a few moments here. Your hands are in the way, Max, for match 3.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Eddie, are you okay?
Yeah, pick. Yay! Oh, can you see how many flowers are there on mine? Go! Yay!
Yay! Bungalow Ponggel! Bungalow Ponggel! Bungalow Ponggel! Semua Hey, hi bro. Welcome to Ponggel. Thank you.
Oh yeah, I just remembered. Fucking today is when they give the announcement for this year's stuff.
PMGC.
2021.
2021 Grand Finals.
Grand Finals.
Grand Finals. Grand Finals.
To glory.
To glory.
To glory. To glory.
We are back and about to hit the halfway point here at PMGC 2021, and it is our final day here at the Grand Finals. And at the end of the day, we're going to have our champion, our best team in the world, and they're going to be $1.5 million richer. And at the moment, Nova are currently sitting in that position to do exactly that. I got Maxman, Several Worlds Gaming as well here on the desk to join me, Jason Kaplan, as we break all this down. And so far, Nova have looked just as good as the last 2 days, making it even more difficult for all the other teams out there to catch up to them. But we are seeing some teams start to stand up here. Stalwart Esports in match number 1. We saw 6-8 here in match number 2. So we had 2 STE teams taking victories. Will it be a third? Well, only time will tell here. But we talked about marriage, right? Not in the terms of proposing and getting engaged to the love of your life. We're talking about the marriage between elimination points and placement points. And right now, Nova are in a very sweet spot.
They definitely are. I mean, Max, this is something that we've been asking. And another thing I want to mention, this team it's scary in a way that they just keep on improving every year. If I remember right, last year.
Say what now? I think that has been a little bit
right, because if that's in the on Sandhawk, sorry, I didn't notice that. This is on Sandhawk only. That is actually insane. Noticing because we've only had 2 Sandhawks being played, and I didn't realize Nova was doing that well in ranking points.
That's actually really scary, right? Because
That's
I mentioned it. This is the game where I'm going to say that they are. The chances for some of the teams in our top 4 is going to be gone after this game, and the fact that Na'Vi are not able to perform that well, we saw like 1 average placement point on this map. If they go out early here and Nova have another good performance with an average placement point for Nova of, what was it, 10.5 there?
Yep.
It might be GG for Na'Vi to get to that first place. Still, of course, there's that fight and that battle for second place, but first place is just going to be lost in this game. So we need to see them try and get a good result here, which they haven't been able to do just yet.
Not even just from Na'Vi. I want to see a better result from just all of those 2nd to 4th place teams, because now they're giving that, we were mentioning it earlier, they're giving a chance for other teams to just close that gap. And pretty soon, I'm going to put it out there, I think we're going to start seeing some of the teams that we really haven't seen in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place. I think they're going to start getting replaced. We haven't really seen Next Ruya in such a long time. We haven't talked about them since yesterday. What happened in Frozen? We saw the performance from Frozen yesterday slowed down so much that it affected Next Ruya. So that question still, I mean, it was answered that no, Next Ruya is not able to perform if Frozen is not performing. We need to see Frozen. We need to see Next Ruya again if they want to maintain themselves within that top 3 situation.
Is that your team to watch, Next Ruya?
It's not.
Oh,
it's mine.
Well, that's my. Hey, oh, we can make 7 jealous. Woo. No, I'm not doing that with you. I'm just kidding. Just thinking at the end of the day
I'll
yesterday.
just go back to Turkey. I get
for
it.
me and you, Next Ruya. Now, Max, I'll say why I'm saying Next Ruya is basically what someone pointed out. The fact today they have not performed. They have not looked good, and they could be slipping from 2nd to 3rd, from 2nd to potentially like 5th, 6th, 7th place here at this rate. And that's the difference between hundreds of thousands of dollars.
I normally I would come up with my own point, but it's actually the same thing as 7. We got the same reason behind it, because they've just not been really performing today, and we need to see them get back into things, because otherwise, I mean, they're currently standing in, what is it, 3rd place, just above Nigma Galaxy. They need to get a good result, because now it's starting to get to a point where lead is going to be extremely hard to close in the next 3 games that will remain after this Sandhawk, so they need to get a performance here. If it's just a top 3, I'll be happy. A win would be even better.
I agree with that, but it's not Next Ruya. It's going to be my pick. It's going to be Alpha 7. And kind of along the lines of what you guys were saying, it's just a team that just hasn't been performing. Usually in Sandhawk, so far this tournament, they have averaged about a 9th place finish and only 4 elims. That is not the stats that I'm used to seeing from Alpha 7. Hopefully they'll be able to step it up here. Yesterday they had an amazing rotation, but for some reason they decided to play bumper cars in a location where you shouldn't be playing bumper cars. So maybe you'll be able to learn from that and readjust.
All right, real quick, I'm going to switch it up on you two. Predictions of who's going to win this match.
Next Ruya.
Next Ruya.
Nova.
Nova. Okay, I mean, you have the realistic answer. I can pretty much agree with you there. That I want to hope for infinity, but you know one thing I don't have to hope for? Who's going to be coming up next on your screen? It's going to be Mustache Dave and Necro once again to cover Pop the Blue and the story on Sandhawk.
Third game of the final day, Dave. And, well, one question that's really bugging my mind is what happened to Alpha 7 and Dawn 1 Gaming in that previous game?
Let it go. Man, all right, chat. Respect to you. I get it. I underestimated Dawn 1 Gaming. They did win the East Finals for a reason. But I'm from the West Side, man. West Side, best side. So I gotta go. And 7, hey, we heard right there. 7 had the same prediction for this game. We gotta represent, man. Alpha 7. You gotta show up. And honestly, after that play, I hope they just ignore what happened. Don't even think about it. Just come into the Sandhawk map with the bigger picture on their mind, and that's getting that winner chicken dinner. Right now, it is critical for teams who are not performing well to not get tilted. So let's see what will happen. We're officially halfway done with today after this game, and well, Clutch got up close and personal, looking for a fight with the double barrel shotgun. Oh.
Clutch got not able to live up to his name. This time not able to clutch the situation out. 2-on-1 falls down. Clutch God gets traded out easily. Duke and Machine confirming the kill, but yeah.
Bro,
what I really noticed
literally in every drop
was really cool was the circle. Now, it's divided equally on those 3 islands, and I do want to see where the circle is going to be shifting. Now, if the circle shifts on top left, that means 628 and Navi are going to be having a huge advantage inside the game, and they can try and hold off all the teams that will try and cross over the other side. But if the circle shifts on the right side, that means Stalwart Esports are going to be causing a hell of a ruckus. So I do want to see where the circle is going to be shifting. But now we have Z-God closing in some distance on Fenerbahce.
Yeah, it looks like looking for some revenge play out here, looking to possibly take out Fenerbahce. I see Jonathan in the backlines too, so they're looking to get the 3-way pinch going right here. Fenerbahce, they are prepared. You know, they're aware of what's about to happen. We see them prone. They got the Vector. They got the Uzi. So they got some weapons that are really good up close and personal. So really, if they bolt through his windows, they're going to need to be careful.
Yeah, keep this in mind, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 3rd game of the final day. That means after this game, half of the day is already going to be concluded. That means after 3 games, champion will be announced. And for now, it's looking pretty clear who's probably going to be it. But yeah, Godel trying to push against Bache, and Fenerbahce holding their nerves with the guns. They're not really giving their position away just like that. Godel, on the other hand, though, they're getting impatient, and they do want to take him out. They do smell the blood, but I do like the way Neo challenged this fight. Went a little bit in the back. Z-God, though, does realize both the players are just trapped inside the house, but Z-God finds an opening. Grabillion gets taken out. Z-God push comes in through, but runs out of bullet, needs a fresh magazine, and Evil gets some, but Duke and Machine as well gets taken care of. Z-God. Oh, easily able to take care of these 2 players.
Punch him out.
Is he going to punch him out? Is he going to punch him out?
He's going to try to punch him out. And the thing is, with Fenerbahce, they can't really respond to this because that duo, they're pretty much by themselves because Fenerbahce, their other 2 squad mates that were still alive are completely opposite of each other. Look at this. We got Nox Bomb at Dock, so they're just so far away that it's just impossible to provide that support. And it looks like one of them actually tried to swim across the channel to get there in time, and they were also spotted, tagged, and bagged. So Nox Bomb, well, it is Sandhawk, so I said it the other day, Sandhawk is that map that can really turn the tides when it comes to placement points because of the fact, and you know where I'm going with this, you can heal. You could get all the meds. So if I'm Nox Bomb right here, I'm going to every building, every compound. I'm looking underneath every single bush, every single car, and I'm picking up the meds, and I am planning to just heal my butt off to at least a 5th to 4th place, get those 6 placement points, those 8 placement points, and just try to help the team out in general when we look at the overall leaderboard.
Now, Furious Gaming has to be one of those teams that has been making quite a lot of changes in their roster, right? They just keep on making those switches happen. Big Milo for Triggers in, but the problem is inside this game, we didn't even get to see him in action. Got taken out quite early, so don't really know if that was a good decision or not, but Furious Gaming left with only 2 players alive, Fenerbahce with only 1, and then you have Godlike with 3 players. Now, me personally, I'm from India, coming inside the tournament, coming inside the grand finals. I was so excited to see Godlike But still, as I mentioned, in the end of the day, even if they're top 10, that's going to be quite huge.
Yeah, yeah, and right there, couple of elim points, 3 to start off this Sandhawk Carrillo. Oh, cooking a grenade, tossing a grenade. Oh, a little shy of the mark here. 4 rivals turtling up right here, anticipating a potential push from Alpha 7, looking for that redemption from last game's push.
There we go, though. Revo's nade is going to be opening the things up over here. And this is going to be opening quite a lot of opportunities for A7 to make the push happen. But again, this shouldn't be the Dom1 Gaming thing just repeating itself. A7 should be a little too cautious. They're using their utilities perfectly to try and flush out 4 rivals from this comfortable spot they've gotten themselves in. 4 rivals taking things quite safe, and A7 seems like they're going to back off.
Yeah, Senatexa really far from this fight, also not able to provide that support similar to what we saw from Fenerbahce in that last push. So I think after last game's Dom1 failed attempt to claim that compound for themselves, they realized, okay, we do not want to risk it. Currently 10th place overall. If they were to lose 1 or even 2 members this early on Sandhawk, that will set them back big time. So I like the call.
These are how those 2 players got taken out for Furious Gaming. Unfortunate start for them. But again, one of those teams that is all the way in the bottom of leaderboards. Dave, I really do feel like the next 3 games that are about to come, they're going to be really interesting. Because I feel like the next 3 games, this is where the final teams might just start playing spoilers.
Oh, it's going to be intense. It is going to be intense. And Xavier, okay. Looking to push into paradise. Looked like S2G were all prone. Just look at the doorways. Silas, though, UMP. Yep. Look at this. S2G are setting up a trap, and well, the trap is strong. We're able to knock out one of the squad mates from D Xavier.
S2G, as he mentioned, D Xavier straight up walking into the trap. Lamborghini, though, trying his best to reply back. At this point, the fallen man will be confirmed. And yeah, Lamborghini, as the speed of Lamborghini, just falling back.
Oh, dude!
Oh,
Silas.
punch out! Punch out! Punch out! Uh-oh. Salt on the injury.
The 1-2. The 1-2. So, real quick, I want to touch on that 3-man push from Alpha 7. I feel like if they would have, and I'm going to keep talking about it a little bit. I feel like if they would have wiped out, oh, look at this. Yeah. I feel like if they would have wiped this fight right here, they would have had to push 4 rivals. Because they did not win that fight, I feel like that here, and that's why we see them pulling back and not playing that aggressive play style that we're used to seeing from Alpha 7, at least from the West League.
Sung just played that situation so perfectly in
Junie
Miramar
too.
against Alpha 7.
Junie juked them from the second story, popped out the window and vaulted through instead of going down the stairwell.
Junie was more kind of like the distraction, and Sung was just set up for like MVP play, and he did so in that fight. So Junie overall as well, doing a perfect job. And Sung from the back just striking and taking each and every single player down single-handedly. But yeah, now Na'Vi, another one of those teams. As I mentioned, every single team on the map currently is just waiting for the next circle shift, where the next circle shift is going to be heading towards. If it goes on the top left island, as I mentioned, 6 to 8 are going to be in a huge advantage.
Huge, man, huge. And Na'Vi getting a lot of spotlight here today because they are in second place. They are Nova. They're just being so consistent. You know, even if they get 1 or 2 of their squad mates taken out here early to mid game, they still are just a force to be reckoned with when it comes to those elim points. So they are doing a great job at just maintaining here today.
Yeah, no, without a doubt, man. It's like all the time they're able to get the stellar positioning inside the game. At this point, I just want to know what exactly goes on. Well, like, what kind of comms do they do? Team comms and everything. Just want to know what exactly goes on inside the brain. All right, sure.
Team
comms,
go ahead. Order's alive. You know what his teammates are saying? You're just better. You're better. You're better. And they're telling Order that in his ear, and Order's just pushing up with the grenade. Order got a double grenade onto Team Secret last game that we saw. Now, of course, Jumper was able to defend that shack phenomenally, really clutching it out. But those are the team comms. The team comms right there. You're better. You're better. Ooh. You got this. You got this. So I love to see it. And, well, getting into this game, next Ria, I believe the desk were kind of talking about how they have been slipping down the leaderboards here today. Any thoughts on that from your perspective?
Yeah, honestly, next Ria, the consistency factor seems kind of like slowly and steadily it is fading away, but still, they have tied up against Na'Vi. 131 points for both these teams, and this game is going to mean quite a lot. Because as I mentioned, after this game, that means half of the day is already going to be concluded. And that means the rest 3 games are going to be complete chaos and insanity. So this game is where next Ria, they can either go for those heal battles, as you like to mention it, and then either Na'Vi as well can try and do that and go for those easy and safe points, while the other 3 players are just trying to gain those elimination points.
Yeah, Jimmy on the scooter. That's one player you need to watch out for here on Sandhawk. Jimmy on a scooter. That takes Jimmy
that's
to
deadly.
that next level. Yeah, that is deadly.
Yeah.
I would not want to be anywhere near a Jimmy on a scooter. Talking about the heal strats, well, maybe Enigma Galaxy, maybe Godlike. Maybe those 2 teams, I'm pointing them out because they are all the way down there in the south still, looking for some additional bets, in my opinion. And these are teams that we might see them actually get this heal going, but let's see. This is going to be an indicator. Will Jonathan take these shots? If Jonathan does not take these shots, to me, Jonathan wants to heal this game. But, okay. Freak. Okay. Well, position cup. Knock out Freak, but there's Moody up there on the high ground. And yes, Jonathan was, well, turned on and taken out. So I don't know if that was worth it, man.
Yeah, Hamoudi just turns around and slaps him right on the face. Got taken out of the game. Now, Freak, but still, got to say, Jonathan was able to at least get 1 man out. But the separation from Godlike, not a big fan of that. Neo, again, separated out from Clutch from Z-God. Kind of unhappy about that. But yeah, Z-God was able to wipe Fenerbahce out of existence, so that's pretty good. They still have 4 points on the table. And they can try and go for a little bit of survival game as well if they do want to have more points on their hand. As I mentioned, the goal is top 10.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's concerning to me right there. I definitely feel like Jonathan could have let that one slide and just focus on getting these placement points here instead of getting a little too thirsty and trying to get a elim point. I don't know. I mean, Sandhawk's the game. Sandhawk is the game. Is the map. They can definitely heal to win. I'm a true believer of that.
Yeah, Sandhawk is definitely one of those games where they can try and go for those kind of shenanigans. But still, Enigma Galaxy haven't rotated inside the zone yet. They're one of those teams that are going to take a leave pretty late. Have all 4 of their players alive in the game. I'm pretty sure Enigma Galaxy has to be one of those teams that are going to be going for those heal battles.
And look at that. They got the pickup on Freak.
Oh,
so those shots were for nothing. Those shots were for nothing. Next zone goes up, though. So talk about being for something for nothing. Look at that. I mean, a hard shift pretty much all the way up there to the north. The Infinity, strong position right now in this game.
6-8. 1 man gets caught out in the open. Looking pretty tricky. Moves out from cover, and Scream is going to capitalize onto it, and now is looking to confirm the kill. But still, he's not going to be able to do so. Just a little knockout. He has to be satisfied with that. Scream instantly backs off, not being a little greedy, not being too greedy in that situation. But yeah, Furious Gaming, they only have 2 players to work with, so at this point, it's either a do or die situation, or you can just try and play a little safe.
Play a little safe here. Silas Pugh, one of the most aggressive players from S2G right here. Catching some angles, the TPP. Spotting out some enemies out there. And Don Juan cruising over this bridge. They are going to be towards the south here. Not in the play zone, so they're looking to reposition. Miku, though, yep.
Wait, why is that guy taking the water?
Wait for them to go for that swim. Once when they're in the water, easy pickings. And looks like
what?
Miku's going to wait for at least 2 of the members to be in the water here. Oh, he's also providing support for his teammates who are currently swimming across the channel as well. So
they're about to get
they are playing a
demolished.
crucial role to the success of the trio trying to make it onto the land here.
Yeah, Meku is like just staying in the back. If there's a little threat, he's given a lot of visual info for the team. So now the team knows there's another team right on the right side, so they can always try and play a little safe from that. But Down One Gaming, a proactive nature helps them quite a lot in this situation. Forrest right on top. But we do have Meku from the back as well, trying his best to make it hurt. Matic in the close. Forrest gets spotted from the back, and he's taking a lot of shots at his 4 rivals knocking on doors of Down One Gaming.
Oof, Maddox still
Oh, no,
in
sorry.
the water, man. He doesn't want to pop up. He doesn't want to pop up. He can't pop up because once when he goes onto the shorelines, he might get spotted. And all those gunshots ringing on out now. 4 rivals going to be looking right on top of him.
4 rivals, yeah, as you mentioned, they joined a third party. Actually, 4 rivals has huge high ground over here in this fight. Na'Vi, though, still a little safe, so they're going to be going for the res on the fallen man. Tixi. Down One Gaming still has another one man alive on the right side, and Na'Vi, I feel like, is not going to be a huge threat for Na'Vi. So Na'Vi, of course, as I mentioned, they're tied up in next Ria. They already have 2 points on their pockets, so that means Na'Vi are now in second place officially, but still, they will need to try and maintain it, gaining a lot of points inside this game.
Well, it's about to be sweaty, man. 15 minutes into this match, we still got 15 teams alive here. Fenerbahce, unfortunate for them, one of the first teams to get taken out here. Dawan down to just 1 after that engagement with Na'Vi. So, gotta say, Na'Vi definitely coming out on top of that one. Next zone does go up, though, just touching a smidge of Paradise. And Infinity all the way up there to the north. A huge position for them.
Yeah, Infinity definitely having a huge position. That's going to mean quite a lot. There's a little separation. It's a 3-1 split. Mello was in the back, but I do see him retreating back towards his teammate. Logan as well, just having the high ground, making sure no one's crossing over the bridge. But 628 is making their way slowly and steadily on the other island. And Infinity will need to try and stop 628 if they're not going to do so. 628 winning that previous game, they're already having their morals boosted up quite high.
That's true, but I'm still looking at the Infinity. Like, this is a team mid-pack right now when we're looking at the overall leaderboards. With this zone shift, they have a lot of potential to really try to capitalize on getting some solid sight lines and getting a lot of elim points, especially like you mentioned, 628 now looking to reposition out there on that west side. But over here, one of the main focal points, all the teams using boot camp to try to safely rotate into zone. I'm counting at least 4 to 5 different teams in this area alone, Necro.
Oh no, but I also do see Down One Gaming striking from the back and taking out a player of Na'Vi, and Meku is the man this time. Gets taken out from the back. Unfortunate stuff for them. And it was Fabian from Down One Gaming. That one little man alive, that one snake alive from the back is going to strike in, and Na'Vi now being handicapped big time.
Bro,
Dixie,
what? How is he really just doing that?
Has a huge burden on his shoulder.
Yeah, with that said, I'm kind of surprised. 4 rivals kind of running out here in the open. Their backs exposed here. Oh, look at Tixie, though. Tixie is prepared to take out Fabian. Let's see Tixie with the UMP popping up. Fabian taken out for that revenge here. And Na'Vi's still going to be alive with some elim points to continue trucking forward.
Look at Godlike. 2 players alive in the game. Still Z-God has a lot of threat in the front. But Nova, I'm going to hold on to our words. Finally finding an opening on the next Ria. Next Ria had all 4 of their players alive, but finally now one being found frozen as well, being knocked out. These are 2 huge players being taken care of this early in the game. Next Ria, they're going to sweat in the late game.
Yeah, and that's bad for next Ria because they're down to just a duo. You know, that's bad for Na'Vi as well, down to just a solo. Every single game that Nova show up to the mid to late game with their numbers advantage is bad for everybody else trying to climb up and overtake them for that $1.5 million. So we'll get back to that because Stalwart Esports, they are pushing up. They are awfully grouped together down there in the south.
Frankie, again, just making it hurt for next Ria. Next Ria are not having a sigh of relief. They're being shot at from all the different angles, and now Xavier as well knocking on their doors. But guess what? This time, Noah.
Nova got the med strat.
Jimmy and King fall down, and Hita is the man putting in a lot of work against Noah.
And this is against next Ria, too. That team in 3rd place. Yes, they did get taken out right there. But still, being able to play spoiler to your enemy here in 1st place for that $1.5 million, that's huge. Oh, Na'Vi taken out, too, though.
Yeah. Na'Vi are going to be on the second
Nova just
place,
guaranteeing the dub, bro.
Oh, man, I can already imagine. The next 3 upcoming games are going to be absolute insanity. But yeah, for now, 628 having the high ground inside the zone over here, but they will need to leave it soon. That means leaving it high ground, they will have to move out in the open, and that's where problems are going to start knocking their doors.
33 first aids!
Wipe their ground up in the front just to try and move.
What the fuck?
So I think Nigma Galaxy have 23 first aids. They are in 4th place right now. If they can try to heal up and overtake next Ria, that's a lot
so
of money
stupid,
going
really.
their way if they can continue to
How is that
maintain those
competitive?
points moving forward in those next 3 games like you mentioned. So let's go. The heal strat on Sandhawk. That's what I want to see. Nigma Galaxy pulling that one out here.
Honestly, personally, I don't really like to see a heal battle. But yeah, I mean, for
It's going down.
consistency for teams, it's definitely one of the best choices out there for consistency. And Parabol as well is left out in the wall
Meta
of death.
battling is
So
just such a like
he's
a
also taking
Joker
quite a lot of
card.
damage.
Like
Silas Pew behind this little rock is just getting bombarded down.
So
He's barely
stupid.
surviving on a sliver of health. He needs to start
Get a
patching
free
himself
card.
up. S2G, Silas Pew is the only hope left alive. And he is patching
Lamborghini.
himself up. He is bandaging himself up, but this time he gets shot in the back, and it's Infinity taking out that man.
Yeah, Lamborghini was trying to cook that grenade to perfection before tossing it, just wasn't able to do so. And man, Infinity have been just clutching out these zones. Let's see if they can defend because they are getting pushed right now from all angles. Next circle does favor them once again too. So Infinity, they just have to defend. Not only that, they have a duo that's in hard cover. They have a compound to work with.
Oh, finally. So many nades being utilized just to take down that one single man. Z-God outside the zone, healing himself up, trying his best to make it inside the zone.
Bro, Enigma Galaxy is gonna get second place
chances are
guaranteed.
looking pretty slim.
33
I don't
for
think
C.
Z-God's going to be surviving the amount of damage the zone's dealing onto him, unless if he has a lot of first aids to work with. But I don't think he has a lot of them. Definitely. But Team Secret over here, just moving out on the edges of the zone, hugging the wall of death. And Fredo, I do like what they're trying to do here, but Infinity are going to be having their arms open for Team Secret.
Uzi looking to try to pop in that Ronnie and group up with their teammates.
Oh,
like
no,
you said, though,
Z-God.
Team Secret trying to wrap around that west side and use that hard shift angle to their advantage of the zone. Trying to assume that it's going to be safe and clear, but Tootie, uh-oh, with the spray down. Look at this little lean peak right here.
Oh, Tony able to get those points. And now, Stalwart Esports as well, including Team Secret. Fredo left with not a lot of HP to work with, and well, the Wall of Death will take care of him. And Infinity,
Necro.
they're looking
Bro,
so
he got
good.
second place.
Necro, look what's happening.
Rove,
Nigma Galaxy.
19
Listen,
first aids.
Yes, when I pointed this out, there were 10 teams.
Bro, that is
alive.
so
If they
boring.
were to get taken out in 10th place, that's
You
one
shouldn't-
placement point. But
they
because
shouldn't
they
even count the
utilized
points for
healing
this, bro.
strategy, they went from
Just for
getting only one placement point
that,
to a guaranteed
so stupid.
12 placement points. And you're gonna sit there and tell me you don't like the med strat on Sandhawk? You're crazy, man. You're crazy. This is it, man. At its prime.
4 teams
to go
is good.
from 10th to 2nd? Come on, man.
Yeah, 4 teams is definitely really good, right? To keep that
They should.
consistency factor going.
They should not have gotten
And
second. bro.
Rauf, with having
They
a lot of first aids to
deserve
work with, we're
14.
going to be here for a while.
Their teammates
Infinity,
died
though,
in 14.
finally, I'm really happy to see Infinity win this game because we had to talk about how Infinity isn't really able to show themselves up. And finally now able to show themselves up on the board. This means maybe there's a little chance for Infinity to maintain that top 5 place after this game.
I'm happy for Enigma Galaxy because I think coming into this game, they were 4th place with Nexria and Navi getting taken out towards that mid-game. This might be the game that they overtake him or at least close that gap to make it even more possible in the next 3 games to really try to get as much money as possible. So Meds, man, Meds, this could be the play that gets 600K. That might be able to get them $300,000. Like this play alone might have just netted them 200K at the end of the day. I don't know. We'll find out. Of course, we still got 3 more games to go, but this is huge for them.
Yeah, this is definitely huge, man. As we mentioned, going for the consistency play, Enigma Galaxy are going to be getting those 12 placement points in their pockets. But yeah, Infinity overall, though, gotta say, they really needed this. They did realize it's the 3rd game of the final day. This is where we throw the ball. If we're not able to do so, it's a do-or-die situation for us. But what I really want to find out is that after this game, are Infinity going to be shooting themselves up to top 5 or not?
Maybe. Look at this dude. He's just full-blown concentrated on hitting that meds at the right time. Med down. He's looking out there. He's like, well, boys, this might have been the
GG's.
play that got us 200 extra K at the end of the day. So GG's the Infinity. Like you said, they played this one nice too. Yes, they did get a couple zone shifts in their favor towards that mid to late game, but they also held down a compound as a duo and flexed out their other duo to make sure nobody can wrap behind them and surprise them from that west side. So they were definitely proactive this game, and you got to give it to them.
Gotta say, man, the patience as well that Infinity showed in the previous game of Sandhawk were quite huge. Infinity overall, they totally deserve this, and they desperately needed this as well, Dave.
What a game. 9 elims. GG. GG. And that's Sandhawk right there. We had 3 Sandhawks here of the tournament. Now we got 3 more games to go. That's going to be the deciding factor. Of course, we'll be joined with John and Blake. Any final remarks, though, from you, Necro?
Nothing much, man. I just want to see the final 3 games.
That was
honestly.
boring.
Final 3 games.
That was a
Let's
shitty
go.
ass
Get
Sandhawk.
pumped up. Get that popcorn. Let's head over to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Hugh Hefner and Mustache Dave, as we have closed out our 3rd match of the day. That means it's our halfway point of our final day of play here at Infinity. I mean, I talked about it before we started the entire event. They're super consistent when it comes to Sandhawk, but shoutouts to Enigma Galaxy here. They won Sandhawk day 1. They get a 2nd place here. Like, they get a lot of points. As you heard Dave saying, that might be the difference between $200,000.
Yeah, we saw the rise of the heal-off strat all of this year, actually, and well, if you don't like it or if you like it, doesn't really matter, because you might just win for Enigma Galaxy an extra 450,000 between that 4th and 2nd place, just able to overtake potentially.
If you like it or you don't like it.
That's a little bit too far. Sorry, Navi and also Nextria.
Spoilers. Did you read the script already?
You shouldn't
not
like
yet,
it.
Not yet, but
getting a fucking
it
gel
is
out of
possible.
free
So the
card.
heal-off strat, I mean, it works out. You get consistent point every single time. Enigma Galaxy, they found the secret source, and it works out every single time almost.
It definitely does. The only thing that kind of concerns me, right, is just the amount of LMs. This is like a consistency thing with them. When they won, they ended up with 8 LMs. This one, they ended up with 2. And yesterday, they ended up with 3 LMs in Sandhawk. So they might be getting the placement points, but I still feel like they need to work out with their LMs.
Just to show you, Nova 9th place, Navi 13th, and an Extra at 14th. So Nova still keeping a lead over 2 out of the 3 teams we're trying to chase against them, meaning it's even more difficult now with 3 matches left to go to see Nova be surpassed. But Frankie,
how is he
Nova 7, not
MVP?
the first time we've seen him as an MVP here, 7?
It's definitely not. I mean, he was actually in contention, if I'm not mistaken, Mass. He was in contention
He's in
to
our
be
top
that
5.
MVP.
He got
right?
one
Top 5,
elim.
if I'm not mistaken.
I think it was top 4, top 5 at one point, and that was down to that Miramar game. We had a
You're
huge,
telling me another
huge
player
impact.
didn't get at
I
least
think it
2
was around
elims?
I finished versus Mafioso. He did some incredible plays on that in that exact game.
What?
Yeah, it's good to see DZevi know they typically play around that position. They like to enter a little bit late inside of Paradise Resort, but this time actually was Team Secret, and we saw some good plays. Team Secret get involved versus Nextria, versus also Nova, I believe at one point in time it was. So Team Secret, they showed the few sparks this game. It's just a little bit too late to show up, but I'm still really impressed with their game.
And I mean, it's going to help them, right? They're currently in 11th place. We talk about some of these teams wanting to be in that top 10. You
3 more
wanna be
games.
outside the top 10. I feel like it's a confidence thing.
I
It's a
already
little
won,
badge of
right?
honor that you can also put on your Twitter handle for some of the players. And then as we're looking at here, I mean,
Enigma Galaxy is
Enigma
second
Galaxy,
just because of that med
Now,
strat.
we're mentioning next Ruya. I
They
feel
don't
like
even
Next Ruya
deserve
has
that.
just let us absolutely down in a way. Not sure if
This
it's because Frozen's not
that is
performing or whatever it might be. They
sad.
ended up in 14th place with just 1 element. This is the kind of stuff that's just not going to allow you to stay within those top 3.
I have the impression with Nextria, I understand what's going on wrong on their side. There's just so many things happening around them, and there are some teams like talking about Navi with their blinders on, where they're just not paying attention to what's happening too much. Here, I think they're paying so much attention to what's happening around them that they're just losing focus on the game, on their position, and it hurts them because they got pushed by, I think it was Team Secret, there was Nova at one point in that fight. I think that if they can take things step by step, would help them a lot to try and remain consistent in these fights.
Yeah, and one thing that might help them maintain being consistent is picking themselves up a 1+9 Pro with its super perfect FPS. 90 FPS, you're going to be getting yourself in-game here. You can pick one up for yourself, and you can also never settle and potentially unlock some victories for yourself on top of things. And obviously, Roof not able to get a victory quite just there, be able to help himself heal off and get that 2nd place finish. Now, there's a couple of numbers in there that I wanted to touch on really quickly, was the fact that Enigma Galaxy, they're 4 points, only 4 points behind in placements against Nova, but they're 60 points behind in total. That means they're 56 points behind in eliminations. They have 40 eliminations. Nova have 96. Maybe they're spending too much time getting pampered at the Fairmont Hotel in Singapore. Have you guys seen some of the players, the pictures they're putting out there make us so jealous. It is cold here in Berlin. They must be enjoying it, and hopefully for them, they book themselves a little bit of an extra vacation thereafter to reward themselves for their placements here, which obviously the money they're getting, they sure as hell are going to be able to get that pampering in, the 5-star hotel. maybe us. Maybe we should go take a trip. Let's get all the talent. Let's get Mustache Dave. Let's get Necro.
That'd be nice.
John Allen, Blank. We'll get some extra sunscreen for those two, and we'll head on over.
Jan, are you listening?
Yeah, that would be great. But obviously, as we move on to talk about this, the fact that Enigma Galaxy did shoot up the rankings, but still 60 points difference.
What the fuck?
3 matches left. You have to average over 20 points a match, and every time, that's easy, right? But every time Nova score a point, it becomes that much harder.
At least it's remained in the same ballpark, right? It's not like they created a extra 30, 40 point lead in the first 3 games, right? There's still a chance of that happening. We said it right, 20 point every single game if you are currently in that top 4 position. And seeing how inconsistent sometimes those teams can be. Nextray have been inconsistent, Navi's been inconsistent. We're lacking kills from Enigma Galaxy. If they don't improve on those aspects of the game in these last 3 games, I just don't see it happening. It can't happen here.
I mean, and that's 20 points per game, and that's just guessing, right? Not even that. That's just guessing that Nova's going to end up losing every single those matches with 0 points, which I just don't see that happening. Yeah.
So you're basically calling our victor right now, the entire tournament?
Yeah, 100%.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Nova, I don't see any team. They even mentioned it themselves. They're the only thing that's stopping them from getting that championship.
Is themselves.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I think maybe the battle we're looking at now in Nova is a battle for the MVP, and Paraboy's been putting this foot forward, but I still don't know who's actually in the lead at the moment because Order did have such a massive lead in terms of eliminations.
But I mean, we have seen Paraboy stepped it up in a big way, and we haven't even seen Order in any of the MVPs and any of the top players. I feel like Paraboy might. I feel like that race right there might be closer than what we might be thinking.
I think in like match 1, Order had maybe 1 more elimination, but Paraboy was still the MVP because of survival time, because he was the last one remaining.
I think the thing that might make it the Order is actually the MVP at the end of the day is because he had that 2,000 extra damage at the end of day 2. Like 2,000 damage for a race to MVP is huge, and to make up for that for Paraboy, I don't think we've seen enough for him to make up for that 2,000. So last 3 games, if he can get some big, maybe 5 elimination games every single time, then that might be able to allow him to close that gap. But it's too big of a gap that was created yesterday for Order. It's hard to close that one.
I mean, even with that one, we still had the gap between the average survival time, right? I think at the beginning of the day, it was a 30-minute discrepancy between those two. And Order pretty much has to just spawn in and die right away. we would have to see, we would have to see what we were talking about. We have to see Paraboy land to him and be like, hey, hold this for me, please. Thank you.
Oh, no. Yeah, but I mean, the fact is, even besides that, we obviously can't call it a victor just yet the entire tournament. We can't call it champion just yet. Crazier things have happened, though it is looking likely for Nova. The battle then comes into like that 2nd, 3rd, 4th, potentially 5th place position. We saw Infinity. They shot their rankings off that victor into 5th place. There is still a very tight battle in these placings for runner-up.
And the craziest thing that we've seen right between 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place is that those teams continue to keep getting eliminated before we even get to a top 10 situation. I think in the last match, if I'm not mistaken, it was Nextria and Navi that got eliminated before we even got to a top 12 situation. Yes, they were able to get points in regards to elements, but it's just not enough.
Even happened in the Miramar game, I believe. All the 3 runner-ups also went out before top 10 position. That just can't happen anymore. It happens once more, you're out of that race of top 1.
And we are seeing here a little bit of a race for the Infinity to make sure to close out this match. And we can see how wide of a separation they have here as well. I mean, they have 3 players grouped up together towards the west side of the mainland, and that 1 player off very far to the east.
Yeah, not too big of a surprise. It's a pretty nice position. If there are locations that typically teams don't like to drop too much 7 right, it's going to be the northeastern side and also just the eastern coastline, which are not very populated. So if you want to go for some wide splits to get all that loot, spread your wings early on, that is a position to make that happen. But other than that, you just play the northern side. And the cool thing about these positions next to Tatmok is that you've got those little hilltop positions that are not contested, as I said, because not many teams drop there. And you get that vantage point for information. So it makes those rotations from mid to late game even easier.
I feel like a big thing that kind of helped this team get the win as well was how many teams were outside of the zone towards the south. We saw Nova having to do a big rotation where we've been talking about it too, Max. We've been saying, when is Nova actually losing? And it comes down to when there's no other option where they just have to full send it and they're more than likely going to lose that engagement. So I felt like that was a big part of this game, but the Infinity played out perfect for themselves.
Yeah, and also talking about Infinity here, looking at that 2 to split, they were able to play. It just gives them so much information once again that I mentioned in these positions, extremely important, but they were making sure that, for example, Furious were trying to breach onto the side, which is, I would say, one of the smartest entry points if you do not have the position that Infinity have in the first place and they're just trying to wrap around. But this 2 to split enables you to defend that position so well, so Furious Gaming had no chance to make that play work out. And then it's Sanhok. You got the heal off. You just got to be like at the end of Sanhok. I have the impression what you have to do if you know this heal off. You just got to do an emote dance battle, and that's the play.
That's usually what we end up seeing, right?
I mean,
all those players dancing.
We did see one result though on Sanhok. I can't remember which season it was. I think it was season 1 this last year of PMPL, where we had like 3 players left alive for, I think it was like Big, if I'm not mistaken, and they're sitting there dancing and emoting. There was one player hiding on top of the UAS who took 2 of them down and almost won the game. So, I mean, I agree. I mean, especially if you know it's probably going to be a root healing off of the blue, you could do it. But the fact is, this is a strategy that obviously Enigma Galaxy were planned for. I think Dave pointed it out. He had like 24 or 26 first aids. They knew they were gonna go for something like that, and it's not the first time we've seen them do this.
Yeah, they still had, what was it? He still had 20 first aids when he was sure he was going to be in second place. I was scared at one point that potentially Infinity was going to be in the last circle, and they were going to be not able to out-heal Rauf because they didn't have the first aids for it. So it's a strat that works. You can't argue with it, and just keep on going, Enigma, because you found the recipe to success.
Yep, it's not the prettiest, but as long as it gets the points, right now they're in second place. They're not complaining.
But more eliminations.
Yeah.
Need more.
Yes.
I mean, it might not be pretty, but if it wins me $400,000 extra, I'm not gonna complain about how it looks.
You're gonna take us on a vacation?
I am definitely not gonna take you on vacation, but I will take my parents on a vacation.
Oh,
and maybe steal their 2 dogs because they're adorable little puppies. But we need to talk about the puppies. We need to talk about what's gonna be coming up next. We still have 3 matches left to go until we decide who our champion is here at PMGC 2021. So make sure you guys tune back in after a short break.
Please stay at least 1 meter apart.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration first steps. I am the 1+9.
It is time to find out how the rest of our day is going to go. It's the second half of the day, which means we have a change in casters, and of course we have only 3 matches left to go for teams to catch up to Nova, potentially. As hard as that word is to say, is how hard it's going to be to overpass Nova. You can see lower tier though, able to travel pretty far, and Aruf, I'm actually surprised to see him travel that much, considering all he was doing was probably standing in one location healing for about 20-something minutes. But to be fair, right now, Nima Galaxy gets him up quite a few placings. The problem is that strat will not work for them in the next 3 matches of the day.
Yeah. I think that's the distance traveled for all the first aids to get to him, actually. I thought it was going to work out, but yeah, it's going to be hard for that strat to work out, so we need to see potentially more eliminations, but we're going to be seeing that overall stats here over here for Erangel, and again, close to 8.7 here for Nova. It's going to be hard to beat, but we need to see Nigma Galaxy. We need to see ourselves also potentially side of Na'Vi, especially get a win on next Rhea, and everyone's getting close to me around. Okay, we need to go back to us. Okay, oh, they lead. I looked at. Okay, it's fine.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Cool. I don't know what that was, Max. But the fact that Nova have what was it, 8.7 average eliminations on this map is ridiculous on Erangel. I mean, the fact is, you're playing against the best teams in the world, but to be consistent at that kind of level is very tough to do. And again, I feel like it really proves the point of like Nova have created a legacy for themselves, being one of the best, if not the best teams in China, but the best team in the world.
I agree with you. Quick question, actually, Max. For you, let's start off with you. Who do you honestly think is going to end up taking the MVP in between Paraboy and Order?
I think Order created too much of a gap on that second day, so I would have to go to Order. I don't know if you agree?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay,
I'm with you.
I think
Just
Order.
Mostly with what you were saying, the damage. I don't think Paraboy, he might be able to get more elims right now.
Survival time.
Yeah, the survival time, being able to survive 30 minutes longer than the other person. If we were maybe halfway through day 2, I would question it. But right now, with only 3 games left, I think Order is more than likely going to be taking that MVP, unless we see some Paraboy just go absolutely nuts.
So you both say Order.
Huh?
Yeah. So you both say Order. Well, I'm saying Paraboy then.
I'm looking for your boy Jim. Oh, okay.
No,
let him down.
Jim's next year's Jim's year.
Oh,
okay.
Okay.
Last year it was Paraboy's year. This year it's Paraboy's year yet again. I just realized like this doesn't make sense. No, I think Paraboy's gonna come back. I mean, there's still 3 matches to play, right? There still is a chance for him to do so, and we know he's on a tear so far today. But yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting the fact that would be potentially able to do it 2 years back to back.
What's crazier is that when you actually ask Paraboy who the best player in their team is, at least going back to the last time I was able to talk to him, he always says Jimmy. He says he is the one that allows us to perform the way we are able to perform. He's the one that puts us in the right locations. He's the reason why this team is so good. So it is interesting. I would love to see some different stats, maybe in regards to support players, and to see how Jimmy is able to pair up in regards to the other players from Nova.
Okay, well, let's maybe get into our teams to watch here, into our 4th match of the day. And Max, I don't think we start off with you often. So 7, let's hear what Max has to say of this team to watch.
You know what? I actually feel the team I went for.
with mine, it's gonna be next Rhea. This is a team that's fighting for this top 3. If I'm not mistaken, the last 3 performances, 10th, 14th, and 14th. That's just not gonna cut it. They need to start.
Na'Vi, I remembered midway.
Na'Vi, you remembered midway. I went with Nova actually for the reason of if they have a good game here, I think they pretty much close out the victory and get themselves the title of our champion. But it's time to head over to our commentators here to kick off the second half of the day. John and Blank, take it away.
Thank you very much, Jason. We're excited to get into the final stretch with 3 games left to go to decide the champions. Although Blank, as the desk were alluding to, it feels like it's foregone at this stage.
It feels like we are now playing for 2nd place, unless Na'Vi can have some more consistency, but I do not see that happening. Just yesterday, 5 out of the 6 matches, Nova were in the top 5, and the match they weren't 8th place. They really do not drop out of those top spots at all, honestly. And even on Sanho, yeah, they don't get the most amount of points there, but it really does feel like the fate has been sealed here.
And they were talking a little bit about that MVP race as well over on the desk. And I feel like if my numbers are correct, there is just no contest. It's Order just head and shoulders above the rest of Nova right now. Sat on a clean 45 kills in this tournament, which is absolutely nuts over 15 games.
all the way order, honestly. And looking even more deeply into his stats there, if you look at his knocks versus his eliminations, the average is actually quite similar. So for Paraboy, a little bit more different in the sense that he has more limbs, a lot more limbs than knock averages, which to me says the order is just translating all of his knocks into his own eliminations and doing a lot of this work solo. And I think that's very, very impressive coming from a singular player. We do get this playing path coming from Zaki all the way into Milta at the moment, so teams will have to vie for the context down towards Sosnovka military base. Stalwart have been able to make it out pretty easy, though their drop will be made late because of this, but regardless, should be able to start getting looted up fairly soon.
Playing path gonna push people down to the southwest, as you say. People will break out wide. Substitution coming in. Mantoy out, Kid in. For Team Secret, they drop all the way up in Severny. And Nova, they've got two buggies. They're going to split apart. They are just south of Everest right now. Actually fairly close to 628 by the looks of things. On that western edge, just south near that hospital area. Stalwart, they made their way to Novo Infinity, back to basics in Sosnovka military base.
You might think that, you know, buggy surfing looks easy when Nova do it, but the amount of times and the amount of tournaments I've watched where people have tried to buggy surf and get flung off around about 10 meters into the ride is unreal. But it feels like this is becoming more and more of a common trend where the buggy can fit technically 3 players when it shouldn't necessarily be able to. That does really give you a lot of options in the early game, especially when 3 players all drop around one location, only have a buggy in hand. And that's really assisting the early game rotates for Nova to get into position, especially when they have an awkward playing path that starts in Zaki. They want to get down into Gatka as soon as possible. Here they're able to make it happen. You won't actually see 628 give them too many problems early on, purely because they're also on the long haul down towards Quarry at the moment. But John, it's really getting towards the end days now for PMGC Grand Finals. Not in the sense it's never going to continue. We hope it always continues. PMGC Grand Finals always a lot of fun. But looking on our right side of the screen, 137, 134 to that massive, gargantuan 197. It really does feel unlikely now.
To me, it is all about that 2nd through 5th place, how much that can change, because blank 2nd place is worth $600,000. 5th place, $90,000. That is an incredible drop-off for a gap of just 8 points between Infinity and, at the moment, Enigma Galaxy. I feel like that is just incredible that we're seeing it this late into the tournament, such a non-distinct top bracket within this table standing. I mean, you've got DX Xavier on the outside as well. That could be a wild card in towards those top standings. But the money that you earn for those small increments of points is absolutely incredible. It's
Bro, he flying.
It is. I'm going to do Imperial
flying.
a solid here and shout out, helicopter, helicopter. He's making it happen once again as Carrillo. Got to shout your boy. It has to be. I'm so sorry. But you are right, though. You are right, though. The actual prize pool is a little bit of a big, it's a big part of the tournament, though, especially when we have such a huge prize pool overall, 6 million coming to this PMGC. It was unbelievable when it was announced. It's still unbelievable now. And you say that there's that $600,000 drop into $90,000, man. I'm saying $90,000 is still a lot of money on the line. So if you get into these top spots right now, you're still going to be going home with quite a big prize pool for yourself, but it does go up massively in increments. And I think Na'Vi would not want to drop that away and let Enigma Galaxy grab that $600,000 when they have been pushing so hard this tournament. And I personally am hugely impressed by this Western team who has gone through a series of changes throughout the year where they didn't look so great. Sometimes it was that massive glimmer of like, whoa, this is a really good team. Come into the West League, do far, far better there. And now here in the PMGC Grand Finals, we are seeing a Western team that not slightly slipped their way up here with generous circle shifts, but a team that has truly fought for it, and that makes me incredibly happy.
But they are still with a little bit left to go. I mean, the most expensive point in the tournament right now is the gap between Na'Vi and Next Ruya. 1 point worth 150 grand, right? From 3rd to 4th place is that drop off. So they are definitely not out of the woods.
There are no other words yet. No, absolutely. And I think that for Na'Vi, keeping this up is not necessarily, like you said, just a case of beating out Enigma Galaxy here. It's beating back Nextria and the Infinity and the DX Xavier. I don't think we've actually really touched on DX Xavier a lot, honestly. And I think that when we were looking at the East League, I'm going to be maybe a little bit bad manners here, but for DX Xavier, there were a fair few times where it did really feel like the circle shifts favored them massively, which allowed them to do so well in the East League finals and East League generally. I will take back those words right now because I think DX Xavier has proved to us that they are a phenomenal team that have what it takes to make it happen, and we just haven't been paying a lot of attention to them because honestly, when you look at the middle packs, you're kind of thinking 7th to 9th. When you look towards the top, you're thinking 1st to 5th. DX Xavier's been kind of sat around that 6th position for a heck of a long time. I think this is a team that could push in these final 3 games, John.
I mean, there's such a smooth curve on this lobby distribution, right, that it's very possible for basically any team still at this point to make massive gains in terms of their earnings overall. I mean, even Fenerbahce, it's reasonable to think that they could jump up to 13th, earn themselves an extra, what is it, like 6 grand towards the bottom of the table. So there is still potential for movement all over this lobby.
Hugely, hugely. And that's what we like to see when we come to a global stage, is that just nice curve that goes down. Unfortunately, and I mean, I think Jason tried to say it, and I think that I will agree with him, is that, you know, Nova is one of the best teams in the world, but I will go one step further and just say that they are the best team in the world. They have been since last year, and it really does feel like when they come into these East League finals, etc., you know, they're just qualifying for the PMGC Grand Finals, and then they get here and they're like, all right, boys, let's win. Like, what matters to them right now is that trophy of the Grand Finals, and it's a huge accolade to have.
No, absolutely. It's incredible to be able to put up back-to-back performances like this. I mean, especially coming in, you know, from 4th place in the East League as well, right? They still managed to get, I think, like something around $60,000 or something in that sort of region from that. But that's going to pale in comparison to what you get just from being so strong. And from Order's performance, I mean, if nothing else, he deserves that top spot.
Absolutely. And let's talk about East League finals as well, because that was kind of a wild card, in which case Damwon Gaming just had a surge of power that came through the electrical circuit, which sent them straight to the top. And I don't think Nova's had to fight for those top spots for a very long time. They're usually in this position right here, where they are a clear chunk of points ahead of anyone else, and it's playing catch up mainly for these other teams. Max has talked about a fair few times as well, is that, and I think 7-2, honestly, is a case of you have to hope that Nova goes out 16th, 12th place for the next 3 games. Either have a hope in hell, but is that going to happen? The boy said it best on the desk. No, to be quite honest with you.
Oh, yeah, no, that makes sense, actually, when you say no.
Yeah.
No, fair enough. I think it's, as I said towards the start, it feels fairly foregone, and the battle for 2nd place is raging a little bit further down the tables. I'm thinking, what is the difference? You know, why are they coming into these things so strong when they haven't always been in the top in their respective regional plays? You know, they have been challenged, if nothing else. What is it? Is it this change of introducing the Western teams that gives them that little bit of strength? You know, whilst the West is strong, it changes the dynamic pretty significantly. And could that change affect their performance in a positive way? Does it give them things to use, tools in their arsenal that they maybe didn't have against those East-style lobbies? And maybe it's that stylistic difference that is giving them such strength.
I will give one last point here before I get right back to the game and start analyzing these positions, etc. Because for me personally, I think for Nova, obviously coming from PEL and then coming to here when you're playing on, you know, PUBG Mobile Standard, right? This is a case of, for me, a change in performance over time, which is because of practice and playing with these teams, understanding their play style. And I think that if there's any team that improves the quickest, I know we always give out these improvement awards towards the end of the tournaments. Good fight here from Godlike for once. This is really, really strong, coming out on top. Damwon obviously taking some good shots between them earlier on in this tournament. Junie, clutch factor.
He's got Sung as well. Junie and Sung, a devastating duo. Down one with some of the strongest crossfires in buildings in the game, but they're out on the open terrain, and it seems like Godlike have the upper hand here. They should be able to get these reses off, pick up an elimination point, and start on their climb a little bit further up those tables, trying to scrabble together as many points as they can.
To quickly round up my last point, I think it's for Nova, it's practice, and over time they improve so quickly in different environments. It's unbelievable. And I think for any other team that might be very difficult, and Nova just has this fantastic mindset and grind set, to be honest with you, especially when they come out in an interview and they're like, you know, our biggest enemy is ourselves. And that's fair play to them. That's fair play to them. Looking at that fight though, this is Damwon Gaming's biggest strength, is to understand when to leave a fight, when to not go any further in it. And I think, you know, being in 9th place at the moment, where there is a potential for a massive jump up in points, taking the L there and leaving, probably the best thing to do.
Yeah, it's pretty decent. You just want to be getting 8 points in this game, right? And just keep it consistent, because you know you're down to 2. It's going to be a little bit less likely to really get those big point scoring games. So you just want to play for consistency. Next circle just about to pop. Fairly centered on Pachinki right now. Could head out to probably the kindest for most teams in this circle is to head out east towards that sort of glut. And in fact, it does do exactly that, over towards actually Fenerbahce, right in the middle.
Yeah, good position for them. I'm gonna be I'm gonna say that I feel really sorry for Na'Vi, to be honest with you. I think all day we've had hard shifts away from them and their positioning. You know, this is the risk you play on edge, right? Is that you aren't necessarily going to have all these circles be kind to you, and you have to be prepared for these hard shifts. But they do move further away into highly populated areas, which makes rotational paths for Na'Vi so difficult. 4 rivals taking a few shots from Nextruya. Typical position for Nextruya on our angle. Looks like they've got themselves into a bit of a ditch here, which includes a few players from down one. It's never going to go well.
Out the next Ruya frying pan into the Damwon Gaming fire. It's just not going well here. Only one player standing, and he's taking tick damage as well. The shots across the way, has to hit the deck, has to heal up before you can even look for this res. And in the meantime, next Ruya are even taking fights with Nigma Galaxy all the way in Pachinki. Right now, guarding out on the south peak. We're going to pop those smokes and keep 4 rivals at 2.
Nigma Galaxy should be able to get themselves back up in action. And I will say right now, if there's any team to give credit for, it would be Nigma Galaxy. The huge improvement they've made since their inception, honestly, has been ridiculous. And getting here in the grand finals to 2nd place, massively well done. A team that's perfected Sandhawk. Frozen, though, looking to perfect these nade tosses over towards Damwon Gaming. Can't quite connect one as of yet. This is a very similar position that next year you're able to clutch it out versus A7, but this is not A7, but does it matter?
All Frozen pretty close to that nade, but it's not quite going to light them up properly. Sung now last standing for Damwon Gaming. After a couple of unfortunate turns for them, another long nade over towards Judy's going to see him bleed out. Another suppressing nade, a little bit too long there as next Ruya want to find more. Frozen put down, and Sung now half HP, has to move around the side. And against next Ruya's forefront will start to stand tall, but look at this, it's 4 rivals. They're back in the fight, and maybe having spoilers played at him. Kuda moves in, but not before Frozen gets flushed.
He had there on his knees. Sung looking to find one more, but these ditches do prove a little bit tricky right now. Sung also has to be aware that there could be a team, FPU in particular, that's going to cause him problems. Nice nade tries to do a little bit more damage, but it's not on target. Unsuspecting position there right in the center. That's where you thought you would nade. So Sung goes for something a little bit atypical there. Won't quite find anything with it though.
From atypical to A7, Alpha 7 moving up to Nova's position. This is on the western edge of the circle. Both teams currently out, or right on the edge of this next circle, so the shift likely to not encompass them in this next phase, but Alpha 7 don't want to push through.
Just keep it calm, keep it easy. Nova really not the nicest of teams to go up against. Quite the scary beast. Godlike moves on next Ruya's position during that chaos. Really well done from these guys. Clutch God is on his knees, but the rest of the team is up and in position. Next Ruya was just split for far too long, and Godlike saw the opportunity and grasped it.
Oh, MVP candidate right now, order down. Mafioso wins out the trade, and Alpha 7 get a flank. Paraboy, second in the running for that MVP spot for Nova, does go down as well. So now it's just Jimmy and King. Revo moves up, and Cenatex is there around the side of the tree. Plenty of backup.
Oh,
and
rip
Alpha 7
Nova, dude.
picking apart Nova right now.
Jimmy.
We asked
You better put them ears on
does
4-wheel
Nova go
drive.
down 16th? That's what's required to get Na'Vi into a better position. You know, it's starting off good for them at least with A7. Playing a little bit more strong.
my
Jimmy, the
God.
last remaining survivor
aim, my
before rivals,
G.
just cannot hit the shots.
dip on the
Try
right.
as hard as they might.
Guess he
Jimmy
doesn't want that.
managed to make it into the next circle as well as it shifts southeast away from Alpha 7 and their new position that they hold. And Jimmy keeps on going. He's pretty close to Fenerbahce, but they don't have the angles. That hilltop will prove sanctuary for Jimmy right now.
I think this is something that Nova do very, very well, is just clear understandings of safe zones around the map, great compounds to play from, great compounds to win from. And that position right there just says it all to me, because this is a difficult position to broach for a lot of teams. Not many people are going to be rotating through there. It's not the best position in the world, but it does keep sightlines off you. A7's taking a fair few bits of hits in the distance from Na'Vi.
Oh, Meku goes down, and Cenatex around the side has to be on the swivel. Kitsune on the roll up, but low HP means that you have to play smart here for Alpha 7. The rest
Bro,
of
just
the
blew up the
teammates
car,
not so
bro. I
lucky
would've committed
either.
suicide
Up the
with
hill,
them.
Na'Vi, they've lost one, and Tixi is down, and Pemboru still proving to be tricky, but will not be able to land the shots over to Kitsune just yet. Alpha 7, are they taken down? They're going to be eliminated out on the western front. Na'Vi able to roll on through the sweepers in action.
Matic out in the blue, though. Not likely he's going to get picked back up again. Goes down there. Now Na'Vi just down to 2. And a great opportunity that was gifted to them here to start to move up the rankings is taken away. In the meantime, Nigma Galaxy happy with this one. In second place, can start to rack up some more numbers. Na'Vi now down to just Kitsune. Awful position to be in for them.
But Nigma Galaxy, they're rubbing their greedy little mitts together right now. One player on Na'Vi, one player on Nova. Potential to extend that gap over Na'Vi and close it up towards Nova. Give themselves a shot, and they are slap bang in the center of this next circle, Blank. They have a good position.
They have a great position. I want to see them play from this again. Like I said, like having an Arabic team here in the finals itself and performing this well is just incredible. But Na'Vi will be taken down in 14th place. Goodness me, this was a time to shine. And looks like we're going to get nothing but dull boots here.
The good news for Na'Vi is that next Ruya are out before them and with less elimination points. That bumps that gap up from 1 point, Blank, to 2. I know, it's impressive, but it is still something.
It is, exactly. I mean, that's better than nothing, right? Better than nothing. Looks like Nova will have to see themselves pretty for a little bit longer. How they're going to make this one work.
The roll-up.
I know, the roll-up's good.
From Godlike Sung, just about going to be able to make it in, I think. Unless he does go down to the blue, and I just didn't quite catch it. But Pemboru still playing spoiler. S2G, look at the floor. What are you doing? Finally, Pemboru gets spotted. And Kelsey, lucky with that drop shot, was absolutely on 10 as to whether that would go through.
Yeah, there was no way Pemboru was escaping that one just like a fly in my kitchen after I opened the door. Looks like Godlike back on the cards, though, looking for a little bit more damage onto Furious Gaming, but they are floundering.
Oh dear, Neo forwards, Jonathan bleeding out, Zegod goes down on the forefront.
Oh my God.
Back up, and Neo standing behind the tree will get ticked down by this blue zone, so it's just Klotchgod versus the last player from Furious Gaming. Will find the knock, but you can't get that res. It's too far away. Grab some meds and see what you can do. Neo will fall. One player for Godlike Gaming left.
Yeah, we'll pick up the vehicle as well. Lamborghini spots out the guys from Team Secret. That's a Molotov through the window. Kid goes down to it. The other should burn as well, but adds a nade in there just to seal the deal. Ice Shots is next. Fredo looking next on the list. That's a full recipe found at the supermarket.
Beautiful. Boiled to perfection. Stewed perfectly. DX Xavier. They are going to take a knocking response from Store as they try to move through. Top peppering on this approach, but DX Xavier looking to regroup here. They are on the outskirts as Lamborghini and Rabbers take that forward position across the road. Action and Pika know they're in this shack as the crash is good, but it's being surrounded.
Beautiful nades coming through from action there. We'll take down another player. You can see the other two boys off in the distance. Some good shots.
Oh.
There's one.
Looking for a little bit more. Frankie pushes through this smoke and action. Will just shut it down. Stalwart able to curtail DXavia's run. The Infinity still with 4 on the southwestern side, locked in combat now as the crash comes from 628, and they get one on the roll-up. Excellent point for 628 to be able to get into this building, but there's sprays coming through from our central reservation in Enigma Galaxy.
This position is very, very handy if you can hold on to it. The Infinity has most of their players still up, but with these knocks going through and Logan going down, it's starting to look a little bit hairy now. Dao Shi, Sunan, the remaining players from 628 want to clear this one out because it is a clear winning position unless you get a circle shift like this.
Mala up the stairs, last standing for the Infinity. 2 players swarming around, but they won't really need to do too much. So the circle just about to close and will send up northeast. Enigma Galaxy still holding that central area. 4 players alive. And by the way, Jimmy's still going all the way up into 7th, but no eliminations means that if he goes down soon, it won't be too many points, but it's still a massive gap to surmount if Enigma Galaxy don't pick up the chicken
Oh
dinner.
my god, that nade.
Oh dear.
Nice little bobbler. It's Jimmy. Mello, though, will finish off that one player from 628 on his lonesome now. This guy's the off-angle specialist for the Infinity. But you're right, though. Again, Nova refusing to go down any earlier than 8th place. It is kind of crazy,
Why
honestly.
does everyone do
Nice
that? Like,
nade from you, Yang.
no point in
Backs
doing
it
that.
off the wall. Okay, simple geometry. I see how it is.
Absolutely. He's been studying his Suvat equations. He knows those arcs like the back of his hand. S2G on the western edge, going to be guarding out 628's position, but Enigma Galaxy similarly guarding out these teams on that west. Stalwart on the east and Fenerbahce up in the north as well. Maybe looking to scrabble those points back into their pockets.
Honestly, we had a game just like this in the East League Finals, and Stalwart won from this exact position on it. 4 rivals were in the same position as Enigma Galaxy right now, and unless you move from it, it becomes very dangerous very quickly. The amount of nades you can send into position just will tear you apart, and S2G, they're getting set up to send these nades over.
They need to find some knocks over to Enigma Galaxy, their main opponents right now.
My
The
god,
nades are
they're
good,
just gonna
landing
get
onto
nade
Lord, and
spam.
They're looking for more, dunking down on top of them. Ralph goes down. Lord low.
Oh my god.
That shack, and Ralph is just going to fall fully. Freak gets knocked, and there is answer. There is a reply coming through from the guns of Stalwart actually across the way as Hamadi gets knocked, and it's just Lord now. Rip 7 rolls on up to the shack, but he's low HP.
Homie just pulled up
and
and stayed in the driver's seat, bruh.
And they are looking to push on in, but Rip 7 not giving the game away just yet. Does get sprayed down finally and flushed out by Lord.
Ward's able to make it happen, but Stalwart still have hungry eyes towards this fight. Again, like I said, this is a Stalwart winning position. Fenerbahce still alive here. Great shots from Silas Pugh through the shack.
Clean.
Just a little bit of a gap there, but he makes it happen. Now Stalwart still have to make their way in. Top's taking quite a bit of damage from the blue there, able to get out of the way. Fenerbahce are just hoping
I don't really like that check.
this circle heads over towards them, but some great shots from Noxbomb will start
There's like
things off.
nothing you can
Mustache
play.
Day's favorite player
So
from
easy
this
to get
team.
nade spammed.
Looks like he's able to hit the shots too.
Nades over from Fenerbahce towards Stalwart as well. See them right there at the bottom of the tables. Every point matters, but they've already got a pretty decent jump on them already. The more they can get, the merrier,
That
as
was a
action
clean
falls to a
ass
lovely
nade.
long nade from Noxbomb.
Hey, brother, might win and not be
Providing
last.
so much cover for Fenerbahce, allowing them just to
Gonna
throw
move
the
to
nades out
14.
there, which they know are pretty good. One heads over towards the vehicle,
Maybe.
not the same position. Good stuff from Stalwart to eliminate those angles for themselves, but S2G just taking out the vehicles, making
I'm kind of
Stalwart's
hoping
push a little
SGE
harder, but
wins just to
S2G,
make the
they're far out of
competition
the
more
zone.
spicy.
Smoke's going to be
with,
critical.
who's getting second?
Need to move forwards. Under cover of smoke, claims some cover, but action breaks out into the open ground, allowing his team to have his back and moving in.
Oh, they're
trying to get
pushing.
some information. Top sends straight on forwards in the ghillie suit, but he's anything but
Where's his
stealthy right
teammates?
now. Forwards position and a lovely wide swing finds the shot that they were looking for. Scry falls as well as Pika and action.
Bro.
How did they not
in
know
the
he's here?
lurch. Rebellion falls to a nade, but only one player now for Stalwart as Rebellion's fallen. Nox moves out forwards and action now up to bat. Looks for another nade over the top, but it's across the way. It's S2G.
I like
find
the
Nox
play,
and
but
look for more against Fenerbahce. This is the opportunity for S2G to come back swinging. 9 eliminations already on this game, and they are looking to put more on the board, Blank.
Unreal plays from S2G, and it feels like they've truly pulled the pin here,
Damn, Alpha
especially
7's
the amount of
about to go.
nades that are going off. Honestly, a hard push for S2G, but they made it work regardless.
Alpha 7's
Stalwart's
a
not going to be
dub.
happy about this. This was their chance to move up the rankings towards the top, and they've been taken out early, not even a second place for them.
Wait.
They do get 8 elims in a third place,
SUG's
though,
kinda
so
trolling,
a
bro.
really decent point scoring
Hey, they
game
didn't push?
for them. That adds up
Why
to
not? Read the kill
18
feed, brother.
points, Blank, with the 10 placements that they were able to get. So hopefully a little bit closer to those money spots.
136 total there after this game. It's pretty good, but is it enough? S2G biding their time. Fenerbahce don't want to move too early, but they've got a lineup right now. 3 players across, looking every which way.
That guy on the left
have
has to
that
go in
lineup
huge.
as well. If they spot one of these players out in the open, they're unresable. Fenerbahce have that reservation, that lip to play around that gives them a little bit of cover. Silas, oh, he's been spotted. He has to stand up, looks for the fight. Rebellion, looking to win it out.
Oh,
Knocks as well for the
throwing.
backup. 2 players now standing for S2G as Fenerbahce have 3 against the open ground crawling snakes.
Kelsey, who has had an unbelievable game so far with the nades, with the shots, now really has to bring it all to bear in these final moments versus Fenerbahce. These smokes are far forward too, so eliminating a lot of this crossfire that could have been able from Timber and Kelsey themselves.
Kelsey has the rock, and the circle shift out northeast towards Fenerbahce's ridgeline.
Oh, what is that guy doing? Why is he
Timber.
going up by
I think even the
himself?
numbers with a quick flush, but Timber takes a tickle. It's burnt up a little bit, but still has more in the cooker. Kelsey with a lane up on high towards Noxbomb, looking for anything that they can find, but no one really giving ground at the moment. S2G, though, impetus on them to move in.
Just keeping it safe, keeping it calm for the time being. They desperately need this extra knock. Timber has kept them in it for a little bit longer. That beautiful little elimination
why
on
are
the
you
top side. Timber
so
finds Nova
shooting?
onto
Just
Anso
quick peek.
as the smokes begin to fade.
Just chipping away at Fenerbahce's stronghold. Timber's position known, and he is going to start to move on through. Nox trying to stand up again for Fenerbahce. A great game for them at the bottom of the tables, but can they get a little bit more? Moves out
It's a
wide.
lineup.
Does Timber know? It is a lineup, you're right, but Timber, is he going to be spotted here? He knows
What
Kelsey's
the?
there. Looks for Timber, but he moves
He
out
didn't
the
even
way.
get the
An
guy.
excellent stand-up, and it's S2G out in the field to take care of Fenerbahce and send themselves up towards the middle of those tables. Excellent result.
Timber really was the king of those final moments. Being as solid as Mahogany there for the rest of the team, because Christ alive, that stand-up and the sidestep left Nox baffled. A great game, really interesting. Nigma Galaxy able to get a fair few points on the card, despite their inability to get out of that precarious situation in the middle of the map. But it will be S2G coming back with the chicken dinner here on our angle.
Absolutely fantastic play there for S2G. Timber instrumental, as you say, solid as Mahogany in those final moments. I have to admire their setup. Games for Nova, Na'Vi, Nigma Galaxy, not as strong as they would have liked, and with only 2 games to play, it feels more and more foregone that Nova might take that top spot.
Yeah, it might happen indeed. It's looking very good to happen, as we do see yet again. Even with Nova going down to 1 player, they still survived better than 2 of the other teams out there on the chase. But gentlemen, we have S2G. You know what, Seven? I'm going to give you the floor here, because you've been talking about this entire event, but they've been letting you down, but they finally come up here and show up in match number 4.
You know what it is? We've been talking about top 10 so much that SG was like, okay, maybe this is the time to turn it up. I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is their second chicken dinner. For them to be able to put up 12 elims, it is going to put them, I think it actually makes them pass Alpha 7, which is insane, because Alpha 7, it's currently not top 10. It's something we were talking about earlier. But with S2G, could they be doing something that STU was doing earlier, right? Yeah. Trying to put themselves within those top 5, putting themselves in a position where they can actually strike on those last 2 matches. And to be fair, those second place teams, I love what John was able to say, Nigma Galaxy, they weren't able to take advantage of anything. They might have gotten the extra placement points, but they didn't get the extra elim points.
I think the issue we saw with them is that they were not willing to go out and leave that position. They just tried to stick to it as much as possible, and then they allow all the teams to basically cross the road, overtake their position, and gatekeep them away. You're not going to be able to go for that first place, unfortunately, for Enigma Galaxy. And also, they had such a pivotal position, right, Seven? And yet they came out with, what was it, 1 elimination? Bro, we need to see those eliminations, especially when you have a central position, a strong building, and teams crossing the road. We need just more than that. But still, as you said, right, S2G able to get himself a good result. That could be a huge prize pool increase for them after that game.
It definitely will be. And I mean, another team that we've been talking about, hopefully being a top 10. If they do get to top 10, it will be a huge win for the region itself. Godlike, they ended up with 9 elims. We saw what happened between that fight. They were fighting towards the blue, which we've been kind of against it. But if they are being aggressive, right? If they are being able to make it up with those elims, I think that's huge.
Yeah, could be coming into play also. Looking into that game, also, we had some really good impact from Stalwart, which they were taking their time, trying to rotate from the more southern side. I think there were 2 teams. It was 628 and Stalwart trying to make their way in. And instead of just trying to cross the road, they just went for the wide rotate onto the more eastern side and trying to actually get himself a good entry point. They just avoided the fight because they knew that Enigma Galaxy had a strong position. Try and get into the better spot, try and take the fight. It was a little bit complicated to aim for that win because there was that third party from S2G, but still, really strong attempt from STE. They just tried to slowly but surely move up the rankings. They are currently looking to go for that 4th place and finally overtaking the side of Nextroya and Infinity.
A player that we also have to give credit to from Nova, I was mentioning him, it's going to be Jimmy. He was able to survive that fight between Alpha 7. He was actually able to get him some extra placement points, and I think it goes to show, even though he might not be able to frag out, right, to the orders, to the lack of order or to the lack of Paraboy, he's still contributing to the team wherever we might not be able to see it, but right there we were definitely able to see it with the placement points.
Just look at the difference here in eliminations, just between quite a few of these teams. Nova at 96, next closest is 78, and then from there on it goes down to 65. But you look at Enigma Galaxy at 41, they have the 3rd least amount of eliminations in the entire lobby, and yet are ranked 2nd at the moment. What?
Yeah, we talked this many times during PMPL, if it's the PMPL finals, if it's the League East, League West, we keep mentioning, right, you want to have that about 50-50 split every single time. How are you 2nd place? That just goes to show that they're super consistent when it comes to those placement points, but if they can improve throughout the next year on those elimination points alone, world champion maybe next year, like, there's a clear chance because that is a small thing to improve upon, and they could go right to the moon next time.
100%.
To the moon, indeed. I mean, maybe one thing that is helping them get these high placement points. What's that look for? You just gave me like a little kissy face there. You guys couldn't see it, but I don't know what's going on. I'm glad Max is between us right now. Is obviously OnePlus, our sponsor here at PMGC, the OnePlus 9 Pro, offering ultra smooth gameplay at 90 FPS. Maybe that's what's helping them survive for so long. They'll need to lock down the elimination game. I definitely agree here. Again, maybe they're being pampered too much over at the Fairmont Hotel in Singapore. But also, I mean, the fact is, they're able to almost win over $500,000 at this rate with just playing for this alone.
And that's what Max is saying. Like, the way they're playing right now, if they are able to work within this year on working on those elims, working on how to be a little bit more aggressive, if you do have the position to be a little bit more aggressive, this could be a team that could contend a little bit more in Nova, if we ever see Nova again. I'm pretty sure we'll see Nova again in the future, but if they can work on that, and I mean, with Navi, let's talk about Navi for a second. Last year, the main question was that, are they going to be able to find an IGL? Can they actually use that fragging power that they have? Well, guess what? We have seen the improvement from Navi. It hasn't been to the likes that they might become a champion, but now they're maintaining themselves there within those top 3.
I find it super interesting because when you look back, now that we're at PMGC Grand Finals, right, you can look back on the entirety of this year, and I mentioned this many times, I do believe the Arabic region is the region that's potentially improved the most, right? And coming into it, they could have an entire new year, and they could come in even stronger into next PMGC, right, given another year of time. So not only do we have Enigma Galaxy performing well, that have improved significantly, but if you have other teams from the Arabic region that can make it to this stage, I think they could be a world champion next year. There's a clear chance.
We got like our footballs from the region to put Turkey on the map. We got our Zeus to put Mongolia on the map. Maybe this is the team to put the Arabic region on the map as well. And also really quickly, while we do have a quick sec, I want to give a shout out to Singtel here, our provider over in Singapore, our network provider, as they give 2 times lower latency for gaming. Everyone out there going to be wanting to pick one of those up. And maybe, Max, just maybe, it could help even me get into PMCO one day, even though PMCOs are no longer happening this next year.
We could always try.
Good try.
Yeah,
team up.
We're definitely not gonna make it, but we can say
I mean, we
tried.
tried making a dream team. Like, who would be a dream team out of all of our talent? And I think when we did get our best players, we still wouldn't have qualified for anything. There's a reason we're talent and we're not professional players. Yeah, very true. Very true. But what about some other teams here? I mean, it's going to be my team to watch at some point when we do get back, and I'm going to like pre-call it now, though we'll obviously get to it in a second. Xavier. I mean, we talk about teams going under the radar like Nova did day one. They have been super under the radar, and I never expected a team from Vietnam who placed second in the East League Finals to actually kind of do this well, and to be more important, like the consistency between the finals.
Yeah, I would almost compare them to, but it's not this year, but the year before that, compared to this season before that in 2020, where they would come into separate events, and sometimes they would have really good results. I'm thinking mainly World Invitational, right, where they had a really good result, looking to go in that top 3 position, then into the league stage, just the league stage in general for the East, drop off, then come back into the league finals. They're up and down from event to event. If they can find some type of consistency from like when they jump in different events throughout the year, they could be a team that could be extremely consistent. But right now, because I do not see that consistency, I always have that big question mark before entering an event where are they going to be playing at their top level, or are they going to be playing, unfortunately, where they just can't find that consistency, can't find those big games. So they've proven it once again. They can perform really well on this stage, but next event, it might be, I don't know, a PMPL, and they might just be dead last. I don't know. That's the thing. I can't really expect beforehand what's going to be happening for the Xavier because there's no big consistencies.
When you said dead last, I automatically thought of just Fenerbahce. I mean, this was a team. I had to. With Fenerbahce, this was a team that was super consistent in the finals for West. You've heard me say it over and over again. But here, I mean, they're currently battling just to not be last. That's not where you want to be as a team. Hopefully, they'll be able to go back, watch some tape, readjust. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do anything at this point of the tournament, right? Try to keep themselves, hopefully, out of the 16th place. But maybe they'll work on some stuff they're currently lacking.
Let's be fair to them, though. I mean, the fact that they made it here means they're one of the best 16 teams in the world. I mean, we could talk about them being last place or not last place at the moment. We could talk about that battle, but you cannot deny the fact that they are one of the best teams in the world. And, I mean, this just kind of shows that even at the very top level, the 0.01%, it is still tough to take any of these teams on, and it could be a different take next year. But we have a quick little recap of S2G here in this last match, and against 7, you have to be proud. The thing is, we know Silas, he played here last year with Class Ditch Athletics. We know the team split up a little bit, kind of went their own ways in different directions, and he's brought a lot of experience to this team that they desperately needed. But unfortunately, turning it on now here in the final day isn't going to be enough. However, it might get them a couple extra thousand, 50,000, 100,000 extra bucks in their pocket.
Yeah, and that's something that we've been talking about. For a lot of these teams, I mean, the championship right now, I agree with what Blank was saying. I agree with what John was saying. The championship is looking like it's going to be going to Nova. So might as well just work your way up, get a bigger prize pool, and then be able to improve throughout the year as well. S2G had an amazing performance when we talk about the West. They dominated a Super Weekend. They dominated so much that they were able to literally just play a Super Weekend and not really try hard. They were able to just try different stuff. Hopefully that's a learning experience for them, right? Maybe they would have been able, maybe they should have just continued on to that domination, continue to what was working and not try something new. But once we get here, this is kind of what you were talking about earlier too, Max. When you go to a region, if you're dominated on a region, I'm thinking of Alpha 7, I'm thinking of Godlike, and once you show up to the globals, you have to be able to adjust, and you have to be able to adjust right away.
Especially if it's your first time playing on this level, right? You must come into it like the first day. I don't expect you to do great, but you're going to use that as a great learning experience, adapt to what's not been going right. And hopefully it'll be going well for you at some point in time. But in this game, I really enjoyed what we were doing. We saw the clip just a few seconds ago, where they were playing onto more western hillside. And what that allows you to do is to make sure you're going to clear every single team coming in from Pachinki Hill. I believe we had Nova at one point. We had also Alpha 7. You had also Na'Vi. And you're just making sure you're keeping control of those teams, knowing exactly how they're going to rotate in. And then if you get rid of all those teams, you're never going to have to take care of what team's trying to enter from the west, and you can just 100% put your focus on 180 degrees of view right in front of you as you're trying to enter the circle. That is why they had such a good advantage, because in this fight in particular, they could put 100% of their focus on the Galaxy, and they knew as a fact no one was ever going to push that position because the fight was happening on the other side of the circle, and that's why they were able to get so much control at the end, was that huge split, because they just made sure the west was completely free.
Yeah, and going back to Silas on that play right there, I love the usage of that Molly, right? Making sure that you are able to actually finish off those elims. Every elim is going to count a point, and right now there are that team that currently needs those points. We see Timber right here being able to take the initiative to be the aggressive player, and we have seen how well that has worked for Nova. So hopefully, this is what I'm hoping for, Max. I'm hoping a lot of teams Look at what Nova was able to do. Look how they were able to surprise a lot of teams. We talked about it earlier. When they had to be defensive, they were not defensive. They were able to just throw off some of the other teams by being the aggressive team. And I'm hoping a lot of teams will be able to learn from this, as we're able to see there from Timber.
Yeah, I mean, Nova is just a team that literally throw anything their way, they'll be able to make something work and come from it every time. And that's why the adaptability is so strong in this tournament, because even if they're playing edge, even if they're playing center, and we typically thought, right, they were going to be playing full center. Here they're playing edge when the circle is not to their advantage, and they play it well when it's not even their main playstyle, which is so impressive. So if you can adapt every single time on these type of circles, you're going to be world champion eventually.
Yeah, world champion eventually. Obviously, you have more years to come. I'm curious, though, to see, and I'm getting ahead of myself here, can Nova do it 3 times? I mean, they haven't done it twice just yet, but there is a world where they could
Not going to be enough stars on their, like, space on their jersey to put multiple stars.
That's true. That's true. I don't think we have any money left to give them, because maybe they can provide they can provide all the money for next year's prize pool with how much they've won throughout the last 2 years. But we still have a lot of teams, you know, contesting for these positions. We still have 2 matches left to come, but they are going to be happening on the other side of a break. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere. 2 matches left to go until we can crown our champion.
That's what you absolutely need to do here, and if you give up those positions, someone's going to take it. Down 1 coming up on Godlike's position. There is a fair few players behind them, but Scott already goes down, though.
Oh, they're trading 1-for-1. Judy spraying around on the swivel, and Godlike fall of the hurdle. Down 1 Gaming only have 1 knock as well. Excellent hold there, excellent position.
Very, I would imagine, typically what happens for Rivals, but maybe it'll change. Yet Kick goes down, Frozen finds the high ground, and once again, this man clutches it when no one else can. We can feel a little bit more comfortable to start moving down this hillside soon.
Uh-oh, Godlike, they're still fighting. They find 1 Scry off the back of Action's buggy in action on the broad side of this hill. Not really sure what you were trying to get done there. It's such a difficult rotate, sure, but
Nova, though, is no easy task ahead of him.
3 players alive for Nova, and that's a great way to start, but that's given back twice as much as they got. An excellent nade from Kadur to see 2 down and leave Order all alone.
Oh my God!
It's nades everywhere! 1 more as well, and Order steps up big for Nova. Just Kadur, the nade man himself, gets a taste of his own medicine, and it's Nova to snatch it back. Next through, you take a tumble, and Nova put themselves on top, the defending champion, Stantor.
King 1000% the thief here on this game. We see Order in the front line do a little hop in, trying to get that intel, cooking that grenade. Rebo just chilling in the back seat. Order said goodbye with that grenade. Order, once again, back-to-back games, dominating.
Here we go. Last 2 games until we do have our champion. And right now, Nova, I pretty much want to say they're like 1 decent result game away from closing things out and knocking down that $1.5 million out of $6 million in our prize pool. Jason Kaplan, Max Men, 7 Worlds Gaming. So we're going to be covering the last 2 games. Well, hopefully none of us get replaced here in the last few, because that'd be a little bit awkward.
Why you were looking at me when you said that?
I was looking at both of you, to be fair, because I'm going to fight for you so you don't get replaced. But we do actually, speaking of replacing, if I'm not mistaken, Max, you did mention that Godlike are going to be subbing a player into this game.
Yeah, I think it's Somrush they're going to be bringing in onto this game. So you know what? Why not get some experience right now? You know, it's going to be hard to move away from those bottom positions right now for your team. So there's no other way to replicate what's happening here. You could do scrims, you could do PMPLs, you could do whatever event or whatever's going to happen in a structure for India. You're not going to be able to replicate and have such experience versus international teams. So bring it in. You know, have a little bit of fun.
I want to see that Maxman curse. He comes out, he drops 10 eliminations, first match in PMGC, and then we're like, well, why did they use him the whole time? But we do have Miramar coming up next.
We do, and I'm going to be looking at 628. This is a team that has been very consistent when it comes to Miramar. They've been able to get a chicken dinner with 16 ilms. They've been able to get a chicken dinner already today with 10 ilms. And I feel like if they're going to try to make a push for that second place, they might be able to do it here in this match, because the difference right now between themselves and second place is about 15 points. And I feel like that's something that we need to start taking a closer look at. Between second place and 8th place, the difference is 17 points. That is just one chicken dinner, a couple kills. I'm looking at Enigma Galaxy. They really haven't been able to get the ilms right. They really haven't been able to capitalize when they're supposed to capitalize. And these teams at the bottom that are within that edge, within those 17 points, might be able to capitalize when they're not able to.
It's so cool because actually 628 could very easily make it in our top 3. You know, they're just one decent game, not even just a decent game, just an average game. If the top teams are not able to perform, and we've been talking about it, right? 2nd, 3rd, 4th place, they're kind of throwing 7, I have the impression. Yeah. So there's a clear opportunity for teams that were on the bottom of that first page to jump up, get an extra 100,000 or such in terms of prize pool in these last few games. So these are super important, not for first place, but that top 3 could be completely different between now and after our next 2 games. Yep.
I mean, that pressure initially started for those teams at the beginning of the day was, can they catch Nova? Now it's become, can they just hold their position, right? Can they just hold off the other teams? And obviously, as we get into our teams to watch, we can maybe talk about that a little bit. For me, I mentioned before the break, Xavier. That's going to be my team to watch because, again, they've been super silent, but they've been deadly. And they've been slowly climbing up those leaderboards and eliminations, some decent placement points. And I was kind of critical, about them coming in from Vietnam just because we didn't really see them much in league stage. And then in the finals, they're able to get 2nd place overall. This team definitely surprises, and it seems to be these smaller format tournaments, which is 3 days of play, is where they excel.
Yeah, exactly. Xavier, especially, I remember back in the World League, World Invitational, where they surprised us. I know we did not expect them to perform that well. And they did at the very end, but it's just I want to see a little bit more continuity from tournament to tournament. I think they can do so, especially performing this well in the tournament. For my pick, personally, I'm going to go with Nova. We've been alluding to them, getting that really good game and just being impossible to take over. So I think it's going to happen.
Why
eventually.
Are they the team to watch for you?
Because these, I team to watch / potentially going to get a win. It's just because
I like how he says. Yes, I like how he says potentially a team that's going to win when we move away from who he predicts going to win, because he's been right a couple of times now in this event.
It's actually weird. I have the impression my curse is going lower. Probably because Zute's doing a viewer party, so he's probably just helping me out. I just don't look that bad.
Whoa! I mean, don't hit Zute like that, man. 7. What about you? I think you mentioned STE before.
Yes, that's the one I'm gonna go with. I gotta go with 628, just because of the reason why I talked about consistency with Miramar. They're with that team right now that can strike, and if they are able to take advantage of this last Miramar, they could move themselves to that 2nd place. At the moment, I don't see Enigma Galaxy showing me anything different than they have already shown me. Yes, they are able to get those placement points. Right now, they're just barely getting away with it. But if any of the other teams currently between that 2nd and 8th place, if any of those teams are able to have a pop-off match, it's going to be looking very bad for Enigma Galaxy. So that's why I'm going with 628.
I think for 628, they're trying to prove to everyone that they kind of deserve to be here, right? With them qualifying in the very last match of PEL, you had 4 Angry Men not make it in. They were here last year. They dominated league stage. They get to the grand finals. Unfortunately, they couldn't keep up when it came to likes of Nova. So really trying to cement themselves in China as one of the best teams, and they've already done so, but they want to make sure everyone out there knows it. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll let you know what's happening right now. We're going to be heading into our penultimate game of the entire year of play here at PMGC. Let's throw it on over to our commentators once again, John Allen Flynn.
We are once more, for the last time of the 2021 season for PUBG Mobile Esports, into Miramar. The desert inhospitable as ever as we take our plane on the south side.
Looking at what 7 said on the desk, yes, 628 have happened an absolute rocker here on Miramar. 15 average points here, which is pretty
unbelievable, to be quite honest with you. In Sandhawk, it's more typical to see those ridiculous numbers because you're only having them 2 times before you see the final one in the PMGC Grand Finals. But here on Miramar, we're playing a lot more often, having 15 points average. Goodness me, that is good. Plays for Na'Vi, start picking up some points. You know, I do think right now, first place is out of the picture. Nova's taken that one home, and Na'Vi, this is all about taking that second place spot. Don't go home disappointed. They've held it for so long this tournament. Now's the time.
Trying to push up, get into that second place spot, but on the flip side, Enigma Galaxy, they've been holding on here on their second place spot. They are currently on 146 points, 9 points ahead of Na'Vi on 137. So Miramar hoping to pick up more points, but Na'Vi, the strongest of that top bunch on Miramar, 11.8 average.
Oh no, this is so depressing though. As you see the circle come on our screen, Na'Vi have just not had a good time of it so far in the PMGC when it comes to circles, knowing that these guys tend to drop up to La Cobreria. Having this plane far, dropping down towards the south side of the map, they're going to be kicking themselves here, John, because there was a potential to drop out early, do something similar to what A7's doing right now and heading up towards El Pozo and round the side. It could not be more rough for this team, but they're good on Miramar. Hopefully, they're able to recontrol this situation, re-establish themselves on the map.
And looking at Enigma Galaxy's position as well, in Playa de Mar, there's no one really to their north side that is going to be super strong holding them right now. Alpha 7 might stop off in El Pozo, but you can imagine they're going to send up all the way to the north. So that's where the main challenge for Enigma Galaxy is going to come. Na'Vi's behind everybody else in the queue, and Nova is on the north side of this peloton, this central reservation of players in Minas Generalis as well. So they can send up north towards even Cruz de Valle or towards Water Treatment Hills to try and get a foothold there. But the path ahead for Na'Vi will prove to be a test for them. But Blank, if they make
Why
it,
are they still committed
I
to
feel
the
like
fight, bro?
it's got to be one of the strongest performances we've seen from this team and from any team in this one.
Absolutely, I think that, you know, obviously not accounting for Nova, who have all but secured their 1.5 mil. Honestly, yeah, Na'Vi's had a really good run of it, and I think that they've shored up a lot of problems that they've had before. Now, Stalwart were looking meek yesterday. Today, looking a little bit more like they've got a couple of fangs on them, which is good to see, considering that Stalwart, you know, really a pick from us that we thought, you know what, this could be a good team. Like, we've got a little bit of confidence coming into them from East League finals, and then they come over to the grand finals. It's just a little bit of a drop off on day 2. And now I said this a lot. In fact, in the East League, which is like, I'm not a fan of Stalwart right now. And then the next day I'll be like, I'm a fan of Stalwart right now. And I think that is the kind of the perpetual happenings coming through from Stalwart, is that one day, goodness me, it's like a different teams on the controllers. Next day, again, another different team. And it's very, very weird to watch it because, you know, knowing that a team can do so well and then performing a whole day on a different caliber to come into the next day and performing at a much better caliber, so strange to me, so strange. But it has placed them in 4th place, John.
And you've got sort of sinusoidal feelings towards this team. They keep going up and down and never really converging to a point. There is no limit when it comes to their approach towards infinity. We're close by as well, 1 point underneath them, 135 right now, and only 2 points separate them between that and Na'Vi, not to mention next Ruya on 135. Oh my God, it's just so the top of this table, honestly. It's kind of wild. I'll tell you what I do want though, is a compilation of times you've said, I'm not fans of Stalwart, or I am fans of Stalwart, just lined up next to each other, and see how many times that's happened. If anyone out there, an aspiring video editor perhaps, then I'd love to see that.
I'll just throw it up. I'm a fan of Stalwart today. I'll just throw it up just for the gigs. Yeah, honestly,
I'll check next game as well.
Yeah, we'll check next game. Yeah, you're right though. The rankings are tighter than a Yoga Store right now because the points difference between these teams, unbelievable. I'm a little bit astonished that we are having this on the final day. Goodness me, yes, 2G able to hit that shot.
I mean, they've taken down one spot on the tables, and now they're trying to take their lives as well on the northern side of this circle, trying to stop Down One Gaming from getting anywhere in these tables. And again, it's another knock over towards Forest. Kelsey with the M249, 28 bullets left in the magazine and looking to pop the heel as well. Fabian in the buildings. We know Damwon have strong crossfires, but when there's only one player, that ain't no crossfire. In through the window, and it's dealt with handily. Kelsey sees to it that Damwon go down in 16th.
16th place, penultimate game, sat in 10th place. This team has been drifting ever so sadly down towards the bottom of the tables. Started out fairly strong, were looking good, able to keep some of that momentum from the East League finals, but they have hit mud. And it has just been the wheels are spinning, but not going anywhere here. Still, this Northern shift, still just as nasty as when I first saw it, honestly. A lot of these teams trying to make their way up on the eastern side. You got Furious Gaming, Fenerbahce, as well as DXavier, typically in El Azahar. Stalwart really haven't had to move too much, though. They were in a really nice position at the beginning of this game. Let's check in with Na'Vi, all the way down the south. They haven't moved an inch.
Not yet, but this might prove to be to their advantage, right? You'd let players, especially in Miramar, if you're getting that scouting information, you're getting those rotations out on the side, I feel like sweeping on Miramar is fairly effective, and you know that's reflected in those average points on Miramar for this map. Nova not even able to outperform Na'Vi on this map just yet. I think Na'Vi were, what, third best on this map currently? So we'll have to see if they're able to put that money where their mouth is.
Looking at Enigma Galaxy to that western side, still trudging up on the western cliffs past La Driera. You know, we'll see where they do come into this one, because obviously coming up towards El Pozo, yes, there is a little bit of it in the circle, but past that point, it's mountains, it's ridges, it's awful terrain to move past, and you're likely to get caught. But I think a lot of teams are far too concentrated right now with actually finding a central position with high ground that's elevated, right? You know, you're looking for a position to start taking a little bit of information, finding those other teams within the lobby, and then being able to, from there, actually position yourself up in the late game. So I think there is a lot of focus on the mid here, less focus on the edge.
That might play into their ballpark. Court, side, game. I'm not sure which metaphor we'll end up landing on, but
a lot of
Na'Vi,
balls.
Oh, certainly. And they are,
from all these teams,
difficult to control right now. Certainly a tough task ahead, and a nerve-wracking one as well. Such a central cluster right now in the middle of this next circle. And you've got about, what is this, 3 teams really that are disparate from one another. Enigma Galaxy all the way out to the west of El Pozo right now. They're out in the blue on the western side. Down towards the south, you've got 628 as well, just leaving from the north side of Los Leones. And Na'Vi skirting around the east side of Los Leones as well, looking to move east of La Bendita.
628 already picked up one of the gifties from Fenerbahce. Usually getting like 1 to 4 from them. Feels like, you know, at the beginning of the game, it's like, well, how many will we get? Let's roll the dice here. It's a 4-sided dice, by the way. They're not re-rolling. But yeah, the Fenerbahce usually just offers themselves up to 6-2 at the beginning of the game, which usually turns into a bit of a thunderstorm from there. But luckily, 6-2-8, they're far away from the circle, so we'll be able to start getting anything on just yet. But the lightning does start to strike, as we will get this next circle, which is closer to 6-2-8, and they can start to play on that hilltop towards San Martin, which is actually really nice.
On that San Martin hilltop. Nova, with their compound out to the east of water treatment right now. Fairly close to S2G. They're going to have DXavier pushing in behind them. Team Secret for Fenerbahce, as well as Furious Gaming, and potentially even Na'Vi going to be behind them. Can they break that wave is the question.
Looking towards the center here, John. 4 rivals right in the middle. You know, Maxman and I both know that that's probably going to be where they'll stay for the next 10 minutes or so. But we'll check back in. Infinity, on the other hand, having a pretty decent game there on Sandhawk, and really, honestly, was played into their hands that they're a north side team, and it's been a while since we've had that such northern shift, and they're able to just kind of mosey on in, find a compound. But I do think the Infinity bringing it back just a little bit. 5th place right now, 135 points. Real opportunity, and we haven't really been able to talk too much about this team other than to say, you know, they're not really performing how we expected. Now they're coming back into it. again, those points are so close. 135 to 146 to second place. You know, very doable for the Infinity to shoot themselves to second place despite their performance so far.
They're sort of they're doing what Nova's doing, but just not quite as well, right? And it's not paid off for them in the same way, but they are still very much, as you say, in that conversation. They like that central position. They like that play style, getting in, getting those spots, and they'll find any way to do it, but just not quite as effectively as Nova.
No, exactly. Now, just quickly, though, to get on that point of Nova, right? Everyone at home who is listening right now and might be thinking, why are we not talking too much about Nova? It's because, you know, it hasn't been the hardest of journeys for them. They've made it look so easy that it's kind of just drifted by. And I think that is one of the craziest things to me. So by all means, I think everyone here, including, you know, Jason, Seven, Max, Mustache Dave, Necro, here on the English panel, right? We all believe that Nova is an unbelievably, astonishingly skilled team, right? And that is just how it is. But right now, we got to focus on these second place and third places because, by God, Nova's won.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's no real two ways about it. At the moment, sat with a 53-point difference between Enigma Galaxy and Nova. I mean, it is, as one of my favorite sayings, Blank, it's mathematically possible, but mathematically improbable that that's going to happen. It's just so unlikely that it's not even really worth paying attention to. So it is that battle for those money spots, right? Second place down, even all the way to 7th, 8th even. DXavier in with a chance of jumping on up. They're on 129 points right now, and Na'Vi are on 137. That's a gap of 8 points.
Absolutely. And it is crazy right now because it's so volatile in that midst of that second place downwards. So these last games are going to be incredibly intense. We're not really sure who's going to end up on top here. Anyone could. Everyone has the chops on them to make it happen. Furious Gaming will take down one of the players from Fenerbahce. They also look over towards Na'Vi, and Tixie's having none of it.
Such an unfortunate rotation for Na'Vi. It's well principled. I mean, they swung out to the north on a southern plane path. They know everyone's moving north, but they're greeted with about 4 teams in their vicinity. Luckily for them, they're pretty bloody good, and they're going to be able to take care of those forward outposts and try and move in a little bit further towards the south, but they got Team Secret and Xavier ahead of them.
I love this from the Infinity, right? These are very similar compounds that they usually play, and they know where 628 comes from, so they're ready to battle them away before they're even able to third-party any of the fights that do happen. DXavier coming up against Team Secret, but is Godlike off in the distance, taking some shots towards them. Down to 2 players in Clutch God, as well as Jonathan. So unfortunately, Samaraj was really not in the game for very long. Unfortunately, Max won't be getting too much of that experience. Experience of dying, I guess.
I mean, you get to watch and listen to the comms. I mean, it's
I feel like he's been doing that. He's been doing that a while. Then again, Samaraj, very well-known IGL, so could be playing that attack role, which is, you know, just sit in the back, give the information, be the puppet master that everybody needs. But we'll see how it goes down. Godlike still down to 2, not the best thing in the world. 14th place. I'd love to see them set up towards 10th, 11th. I don't know how likely that's going to be. But again, those points, not super hard to get on board, but it does require some big points. And with only 2 on Miramar, not likely to happen here.
Na'Vi slowly picking apart Furious Gaming, dismantling the Pride on the northern side. And picking up more and more points in the process. Eliminations starting to go their way. 2 players down on the outside, just triggers in as Tixie chases it down. Looks for the spray with the UMP around the side, but DXavier, I think they've got shots on the back. Either that or Team Secret is peppering away. But Tixie's just going to leave this one. Doesn't want to have anything to do with it. DXavier moves through the hills in the meantime.
You know what I'll say about DXavier, hopefully they don't go down right now, is that Rabbiz is no longer a liability to the team. I think that it's a long while where Rabbiz felt like he would do something tragic and the rest of the team would suffer for it. But I think in the PMGC Grand Finals, Rabbiz has really stepped up and is becoming one of these players that feels like, you know, DXavier can now rely on him and lean on him a lot more. And to be able to do that from East League Finals into the Grand Finals itself over such a short amount of time, you know, well done. Hats off to that guy.
Na'Vi looking to push up here. They know they need big points. And I mean, they don't really have too many options other than fighting through this northern side. The next shift just about to come through. And for once, it's a little bit kind to Na'Vi. It plays to their hillside that they're currently fighting for.
Yeah, this is phenomenal from Na'Vi. What a difficult rotation for them to make. You can see all the teams on your screen.
Alpha 7 is changing their strats. They're going
stealth,
center
you
now.
know, ninja style, and somehow they've managed to make it work and get to this north side.
That's
Circle
funny.
pays off as well, moving up towards them. But it's DXavier rocking up on A7's position.
Alpha 7 with the fall off over the course of this tournament in the penultimate game, looking to take the fight with DXavier. And they don't really have too many choices about it. Rabis goes down, so does Frankie, but Carrillo's burning now with a nicely placed Molotov. Mafioso low, half, ducked down on the outside, just Lamborghini against 3 for Alpha 7, but he has the health advantage, looking for nades, looking for presence.
Oh.
Really crazy good to try and shut him down, get that information. Nade over the top, not going to find it, but a nade in through the window. Burns down Rabbits. There's the Molotov, suppressing the top of that staircase. Will burn Lamborghini a little bit as well. The heals started to come through, and Alpha 7 want to keep this one going. They're getting the res as well, and Lamborghini forced out by the nade, and it will not be good enough. DXavier take the tumble, and Alpha 7 not out of it yet.
Very well done to Alpha 7 there to rebuff that crash onto them. Really good use of Molotovs, and I think they're able to keep the majority of their players alive. If I'm not wrong, yeah, all 4 players still up. Nova, though, really not a care in the world, but Furious Gaming will take down 1 in Paraboy. Just a knock, though, nothing else just yet. It's just Tigers in on his own, though.
Jimmy on the outpost. They know what's up. It takes a couple of shots his way, and Tigers in doesn't take any damage in response. Team Secret will be able to hear this as well, so they're going to have eyes on downhill from their high ground position as well. Nova might struggle. Doesn't have any more first aids, though, does our Tigers in. Furious Gaming might have just given up the ghost. But he finds another on King. Goodness me, Paraboy finally slows him down, but Nova, they've been slowed down themselves, and looking for those reses, he's going to put a dampener on proceedings, and Team Secret can get ahead.
You know, I think we've talked a lot about Order as well as Paraboy many, many times. And I think that, you know, looking at this, it's so unfortunate King goes down there again to the play zone. They can't get him back up again just because of 1 player. I think the Death touched on this as like, when will it be Jimmy's year? And I think this year is Jimmy's year. His approach to IGLing has been unbelievable.
Order's
the
year.
positions they've been taking this entire time. You've got to imagine that a lot of this comes down
He's
to
a
Jimmy
fucking
making the final
god
call.
IGL.
So I really do appreciate this 1 player on the team. Not to mention he made some big plays in East League finals as well to get here.
Wait,
He is
what
the
are they
bus
doing?
right now. That thing is fairly armored though, so you should be okay for the time being.
None of those UMP
No
bullets land
way.
there. Unfortunately, the rattle is not good, but Alpha 7
Okay, I was about to say,
recovering
there's-
from their fight earlier with
Oh,
DXavier
I
in the
get why they
compound are going to fend off Nova's push for now.
If there was
Still
split,
one more
he
to
would have
come
been
in.
distracted. And
Order
if it was a
makes the
split,
way
it
with
would
the
have been
UAS.
through
The
there.
spray's good, and the vehicle goes up in flames. Order taken out of the mix.
Yeah, good stuff from him. Na'Vi have eyes onto this one though, and if only
These
they
motherfuckers
knew
are
it was
humongous
Nova
brains, I
here
swear to
earlier on in
God.
the tournament, maybe they'd come and grab them. But right now, it's not really worth it for them. It's all about picking up those points, solidifying that 2nd place. And realistically, you know, Enigma Galaxy also still a major problem. They have a good position within the circle so far, but with this next shift, it pushes them out slightly. They still have compound control though.
This is very good
Oh
news for
my
Na'Vi, actually,
God,
because
that nade was
no
disgusting.
teams that are close to challenging. I mean, Enigma Galaxy, they're in a compound, but there's teams looking their way. No other teams challenging for those top spots are really in for the fight, but next Ruya, they are challenging out right now. Very, very close by to S2G. 1 player down already, and Frozen, we know how efficacious he can be. Kelsey looks to deal with it, looks for more as well. He's the butcher of next Ruya right now.
Bruh.
He finally
He took
puts him
2.
back. And it will be 2 players surviving from next Ruya on the southeast side,
They're
behind
pissed.
Alpha 7, behind
They needed
Nova
a
for the
4-man.
circle.
I will say that actual fight there was fairly clumsy, to be quite frank with you. Coming out from next Ruya, they do put a stop to it at the end, but it's going to be a lot cleaner in those final moments. 4 rivals, once again, they are going down. This is the time for them to move, you know, 20 minutes, so it's only likely that they get taken out. Unfortunately, 6-8. Still pumping along though. 3 players on that southern edge. Still keeping it going. 6-8. You know, they're happy. They're happy. Stalwart, on the other hand, who had a very central position earlier on. They're still trying to to push their way in. Final player from Godlike will go down. The Infinity picking that one up. Goodness me.
Unfortunate there.
Alpha
Nova,
7
again, find
knows-
themselves in a central position. Nigma Galaxy going to have to
Nova's,
leave their
two-man
stronghold,
there.
but I feel like if Na'Vi can control the hill in front of them, they might have a shout at isolating themselves towards that second place.
Yeah, I think with Na'Vi only having, or still having 4 players alive, it's an incredible boost.
Bro,
to
why are
them
you slowing
going
down?
forward.
You out of gas, my bro.
Stalwart cannot find a place to find home, and 8-7 have been ruthless in the way that they are just picking apart these vehicles.
6 elims already on the game, Alpha 7. They're doing all right here on Miramar. They're doing all right, but is all right enough? As the Infinity are going to go down. Only 2 elims to their name right now. Currently in 5th, but very much in danger of losing that.
Absolutely. I don't want to drop over. I mean, 5th place is kind of where that money stays green. Going lower, it starts to fade away. So 5th place is something you want to hold on to. And the Infinity going out there really gives opportunities to other teams, even just Stalwart, if they can stay alive for a little bit longer. Paraboy drops one onto Nihat. Zietka tries to find his way in. Doesn't matter. As Fenerbahce spots him out.
But Na'Vi get the circle going their way as well on the northwestern shift. It's going to be under their purview, under their control right now. If they play it right, they have a golden opportunity, or rather a green opportunity, to jump up those spots for the money. 6 elims already on the game, and the northwestern shift brings Nigma Galaxy towards them.
Yeah, big point numbers here are required from Na'Vi. Still they have a few elimination points on the cards for this game, so it's fairly good for them. Nigma Galaxy, basically their biggest opposition here. If they can get rid of them here nice and early on, round 5th place, it's not going to be the worst thing in the world. Remember, they are catching up to them right now, and it looks like they have eyes on.
Nova trying to deal with the Alpha 7 threat behind them, but Nigma Galaxy will have vision. Team Secret pushing into the back now of Na'Vi, and Meku first to face. Fredo low already, and is on the outside. Jumper with him on the backup. Alpha 7 make their crash in the meantime as they push up towards Paraboy and Jimmy. A duo that's been
Oh my god.
And Paraboy will face first.
Oh my god, did you take 2?
And get a second on the spray down. An excellent swivel as Jimmy's there for the backup.
Oh my
It's not gonna
god,
matter
they
though, because
actually
Carrillo's
almost won
handled
that.
it, and it's going to be Nova falling down to a push. The duo will not stand tall. And it is going to be Nova eliminated, but it's really not going to matter too much. I'm focused more blank on Nigma Galaxy and Na'Vi.
Kind of crazy stuff there from Paraboy. Regardless, like you said, we are now locked in with this position over here. Seeing how this one does unfold. Team Secret going to push down towards this south side of the map, drop directly on the east.
I'm surprised
Na'Vi
Nigma Galaxy didn't
continues
push
to
that
hold
when
these
they were fighting.
hilltops. Right now, they're being pressured just by 2 players, and that's worrying to me.
Currently 3 points separate Na'Vi and Nigma Galaxy, with these elimination points included. If one of these teams goes down here, that's 2 of those points in just placement jumps. And an elimination might be able to close that gap more for Na'Vi. Team Secret, they're going down to Alpha 7. All 4 of them still alive, by the way, Blank.
A7 will face Nigma Galaxy. This might be time for Na'Vi to try and move in here, pick up a little bit more damage, but Nigma Galaxy should get a huge amount of elimination points if they can clean out these final players from Alpha 7 here. The nades are good though. There's one found from Hamodi.
And Na'Vi, in the meantime, though, they're moving a little bit further south, taking control of more of the circle. You see Kitsune moving up. Sure, you get eliminations,
go
but
time.
The circle's closing, and it is go time. They even pick up one for themselves, and it's Matic to find the shots onto Freak as well, looking for the spray down on the flush. Ralph ducked back behind the land, and Lord on the forefront for Nigma Galaxy is the only real foothold they have. Look at these swung out wide positions for Kitsune, for Tixie as well on the forefront, looking to get that healing off. 3 players for Nigma Galaxy.
Kitsune, like you said, on the off angle. He's great at this. He's great at getting in position. Hamodi looks up. Molotov to prevent the push from coming through a little bit too quickly. The heat to bring the freeze on the fight.
Ralph knocked in the sidelines as well as Tixie operates from behind the shack. Meku with the high ground, and Matic as well now providing another off angle. Meku spotted, will be dispatched in the meantime, but Na'Vi again providing an excellent coverage of this next circle, and Kitsune's on his 2 legs again, going out wide. Matic Tixi on the forefront, dealing with Lord and Hamodi. But look at Kitsune, look at the sideswipe. It's Lord in the crosshairs, but Hamodi goes down first, and now it's just Lord. Na'Vi looking to stand up, take that second place. It's a battle that's worth $300,000, and blank Na'Vi just took the lead.
That is big right now, $600,000, like you said, claimed by Na'Vi until the end of the tournament when it will all be decided. Enigma Galaxy has to have a great game now on Erangel to potentially even bring it back, but Kitsune, the Fox himself, was hunting in those final moments, and Na'Vi finally get thrown a bone.
Goodness me, the shifts go their way for once, and with a great elimination total, they are taking it home as well. They are looking good now. They are in a strong spot with one game left to play. I'm pretty sure they just leapfrogged Enigma Galaxy on those performances. Sure, they got an extra flush and Kane in that second place, and it will be close, but they have made it a two-horse race.
Scary. Very, very scary indeed. There is potential for maybe a crazy jump up in this last game, so you got to stick around for that one, because honestly, that last game, despite Nova being so far ahead of anyone else, that last game, so many things could change, so many interchangeable components in those final moments.
And Nova got pretty far as well in that game, so just keeping on adding to those tallies, adding to that buffer that already exists. Yeah. An excellent run from them. But it's Na'Vi with a shout towards the end. One more innings left. Can they hold on to that second place?
Well, that is going to be the $900,000 question, or $600,000 question. It's going to be a lot of questions happening here into this final match, but one question I can answer is how well Na'Vi and Enigma Galaxy played there, getting top two in that respective for both teams. The question is, why didn't they do this earlier? Why weren't they able to maintain themselves in this kind of position before? Because they could have already solidified things. And they also maybe been able to catch up to Nova.
Yeah, if they started like that, especially, I mean, Enigma Galaxy started the tournament really well with 2 second places, and Chicken Dinner fell off at the end of that first day. But Na'Vi in particular, if they played like they've been doing in these last 2 days on day one, they would be like on a way closer call to that first position versus Nova. But it unfortunately took a little bit too long for them to try and get started. But their rotation early game, especially going for the wide rotate up north to get that entry point, because not many teams dropped there. That was an instant play early on to try and go for that Chicken Dinner, and they just played it super well at the end.
I think one of the positives, especially with Na'Vi, that they have showcased us throughout this whole tournament is that they have been able to carry momentum after they get a Chicken Dinner, especially during the second day. They were able to carry a lot of that momentum. So this is going to be a big plus, being able to get this Chicken Dinner, not just any Chicken Dinner, as well with 11 Elims. We heard Blank saying maybe Enigma Galaxy is going to be able to get some Elims. Well, guess what? We got a little bit of an improvement here that we're able to get 6. I think that might be tied up there with some of their most Elims as well. And a big surprise for me here, Max, is going to be Alpha 7. We finally saw the aggression from Alpha 7 that I've been expecting. It's definitely a little bit too late for me, but for them to be able to get 11 Elims there, 21 points total, it's great to see.
I actually want to refer to something you said, Seven, at the start of the show today. You said for the teams on the second page, this is right now a race for that 10th position. You want to be in the top 10 if it's something about honor or something like that. And that's exactly what is happening in this game for Alpha 7 and also Team Secret. That has not been having too many of these good games, these top 5 results. They were able to get one right here. If they can try and find some good close on that final game, that would be huge. But looking over to the stats here, you talked about, I believe it was Lord at the start of the show. Modi every once in a while gets some really good stats. It's very impressive. And he in particular really helped Enigma Galaxy solidify that position on the cliffside.
Yeah, I mean, with Lord, he was just the most consistent player for the first 2 days. It is good to see how many there, as we do see 207. Let's go, Nova. I'm really liking that 7 there.
207? That's 207 points.
Between first and second?
43 points.
Can I get back to you in like 2-3 business days?
I like to use a lifeline here. I like to call a friend.
Damn, who's gonna get second
Jason?
place?
Oh, sorry, we're not friends. 43 points to Nova, Enigma Galaxy. So do you see here, Na'Vi actually not taking second place at the moment. They have passed next Rio, but we see a 1 point difference between second and third. And then there is a slight drop-off of about 22 points between third and fourth place. So a lot of teams here are still in reach, technically. There's also still a lot of movement to be had here between 4th through 8th. Actually, 4th through 10th, there's a lot of movement that can happen off one match alone.
Yeah. And nobody's safe, right? We've seen it with Enigma Galaxy. Nova's definitely safe. I mean,
I think they're fine, yeah.
There's no doubt between them.
You can't lose points unless you're me and my math exams. I think they're fine.
Yeah. But going back to what I was trying to say, with Enigma Galaxy, we've seen that they just have kind of died down in certain games. So that is a big question mark, right? And the difference between second and 8th place, which I'm going to just put that out there, Alpha 7 being there in 8th place, they might be able to somehow push at least towards the top 3. And that is a huge difference. 2nd place is going to get $630,000. And when you go to 8th place, $67,000. So if you're able to, for some reason, make that big jump up, that's going to be a difference of $563,000. And boy, I would definitely want that difference.
I think Alpha 7 might be a little bit too far. Unless they get like a huge how many points would they even require right there? I think they'll need to get a chicken dinner, of course. He puts
himself on the spot.
I thought he was going to try to do the math.
They'd have to get a chicken dinner was what I would say 15 eliminations potentially minimum.
The thing is, they are capable of, and that's kind of why I was hinting at with Enigma Galaxy. They could get kicked out super early. They could end up with just 0 points, which could make it. But then you have to worry about Navi. Then you have to worry about some of the other teams, and especially going back to with Navi. They just got the chicken dinner. They might be able to carry that momentum.
I would hope so. I feel like, though, I'm a little bit worried because I feel like we've seen so many times where teams will get a chicken dinner, go into the next match, 0 points, right? And there is only like a 1 point difference between them and 2nd place, and that's tough, right? They realize we cannot really afford to go out. I mean, technically they can afford to go out, but the fact is they win so much more money just staying alive. And speaking of just staying alive, I feel like we have seen a change, actually, in the mentality of how some of these teams have been playing in 2nd through 4th place. I feel like we've been playing a lot more passive here because they realize, okay, well, it's not a battle for 1st anymore. We can't obtain that. But it is a battle for 2nd place, so we need to be very careful about how we do anything here.
I think the perfect way to describe what was happening exactly in teams getting a little bit more passive is that Navi rotation I mentioned, right? They just don't typically go for these wide rotates to find entry points. They're straight to the point when it comes to their rotation for Navi. But here, wide rotate all onto the eastern side, avoiding teams, knowing where teams tend to drop because they just don't want to go out early. They know going out early, you're losing out on potentially 10 extra placement points, right? And also eventuality of them losing some extra placement points if they can get in those strong positions. So I think that is all you're going to go super aggressive now, try and get those extra elimination points, or you're going to play super passive and play for placement. And from what we've seen in these last few games, placement points tend to be a little bit more important on these last games.
Yeah, and with Navi, I feel like it's going to come down to the playing path, especially as we go into Aaron Kill, right? We have seen the shift that they made when we go to George. They end up now landing towards South George. But I have noticed that when they actually decide to land military, that works out wonders for them. So I'm wondering if they're going to just go back to that strategy of landing in military, playing it a little bit more safe, playing for those placement points, and then trying to third-party some of the teams that might be getting into engagements.
I mean, the thing is, if they do go military, I know there's one team out there that actually will eventually be my team to watch when we get to it. The Infinity. I mean, I kind of put them on a pedestal for me when it came to league stage. I pretty much predicted them to win almost every single time, though I did change things once in a while. They've been slowly and silently moving up the leaderboards as well, and they're still technically in striking distance from catching quite a few of these teams. So realistically, any team in what, like I were saying, like 2nd through 8th place, or I guess technically like 3rd through 8th place, could jump up the leaderboard so far and put so much extra money in their pocket. I mean, as you said before, 500,000 difference. That's over 100,000 extra in your pocket.
Yeah, literally, if you're on that first page, if you're not Nova, of course, if you get one chicken dinner, I think that will be you in 2nd place. Of course, if you get a lot of eliminations. So one chicken dinner for one of these top teams is going to be super important. So when you get to the late game, things is going to get really, really stressed out for a lot of these teams.
And I mean, some of this team is currently on the first page. You mentioned it just now. They do have to worry, as we are going to be looking at the recap here, but I kind of want to focus a little bit more on what you were talking about earlier. Thank you, thank you. Hey, do you like the shirt?
You've been working out. Rowing machine, right?
Yes. Let's not talk about that. Anyways, going to the teams on the 2nd page, you mentioned some of those teams that might be just fighting to get a little bit closer to that 10th spot. And guess what? What we tend to see, especially in the last game, we tend to see teams being a little bit more riskier. We tend to see teams maybe willing to hot drop or not hot drop, but at least try to just hunt down some of the other teams and make them look bad and make themselves look good. After all, these players do have some kind of ego, do have some kind of pride, and they don't want to be in that 16th place. So some of the other teams need to watch out. I'm looking at Enigma Galaxy. I'm looking at Nextria as well. We haven't heard from Nextria in such a long time, so those teams need to watch out for the teams that are currently the 2nd page that are looking to not be last in the leaderboard.
Yeah, at least if you're on the bottom of the leaderboard, right, at least you've got an advantage compared to teams at the top. At the top, if you take a risk, that might be the reason why you lose out on, I don't know, $450,000. Whereas if you're at the bottom, you might not even lose anything because you've got some prize pools that are the same on those bottom positions. So if you want to try things out for the last game, have some fun, do it for the memes and see if things tend to work out. But here we go. Seeing the rotation.
The memes. The biggest tournament of the year with the biggest prize pool we've ever had.
They can't beat meme culture, okay? But there you go. That was the big wide rotation, get access to the high ground position. Saw Enigma Galaxy, you also saw and got the information onto Alpha 7, and Alpha 7 and Enigma Galaxy trying to take each other out, and the moment that Na'Vi, as they tend to do, I have the impression they do this every game. I sound like a broken record, but it's a strat that's been working time and time again for them. The moment they see that player count is low and they have a man advantage, or it's a 4v4, and they have the turn advantage, they are going to go hyper aggressive, taking that turn control under their wings, and just the execution is clean from start to finish every single time. Like, you can't escape these type of splits coming up from Na'Vi, and just Enigma Galaxy, what have to do is wait and die.
Yeah, and we're seeing what Na'Vi is able to do when they put themselves in a position where they can actually frag out, right? We've seen it over and over again. Now, I kind of want to go back to the point that you just mentioned with some of the teams at the bottom not really having to worry about the big discrepancy in regards to prize pool. I mean, if you're 16th place, you're going to end up getting with $51,000. And then if you make it, I believe, up to 11th place, the difference is about 9,000. It's a lot, don't get me wrong, but it's not as crazy as some of the other teams that are currently fighting for a difference of a possible $500,000. So I'm pretty sure those teams currently in the first stage are going to be just being a little bit more worried, going to be playing a little bit more patient.
I love how carefree at first you were talking about a $9,000 difference. I mean, if you can afford to, lose $9,000 in the back of your car, could you help me out? Can you give me a small loan of $9 grand?
Yeah, I'll send you some NFTs.
Well, the fact is, like, the pressure at the top for Nova, I don't think they have any pressure.
There's no pressure.
Right? There's no pressure at all. I don't think any team can catch you unless we have our biggest victory in PUBG Mobile history of like 20 plus eliminations plus the chicken dinner, and then Nova has to still get 0 points. Technically, it is possible. Realistically, it's not very possible, but we'll find out if reality...
There's a chance?
There's a chance. You're saying there's a chance. Yes, I am, but you have to stick around for the final match here, PMGC 2021, coming up right after this break.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Here we go. The culmination of an entire year of competitive play in PUBG Mobile from around the world. It all comes down to this final match here for all of these teams participating in this season. Though, don't worry, they still have another season to play with even more money happening and, of course, more ways for you guys at home if you want to try to qualify as well. I'm Jason Kaplan, still your host here, and luckily for me, I have not been kicked off the show just yet, but I can't quite say that for some people. Oh, no, wait, actually, they're still here. I thought it was someone else. Seven slowly slips into oblivion. We got MaxFan and Seven Worlds Gaming here to continue to break things down. And we're looking at Nova, pretty set in stone. Is possible they technically could be passed. Realistically, probably not. But our eyes are mostly focused on all these other teams. There's a lot of money if you guys missed out on the last little segment there before we went to break. A lot of money to be gained by teams. I think it was over 500,000 you mentioned if you go from 10th to 2nd.
Yeah, if you go from 2nd to 8th, there is about a $563,000 difference. Which, I mean, all these teams are currently looking at Nova and they're like, it must be nice.
I wish I could be you, my boy.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I want to be like you, my boy.
Like Terrorboy?
Yes. I mean, whew, boy.
I
Bank
wish.
account would love it.
Well, you can see we're going to be ending things off as we started heading over to Erangel. And, you know, honestly, even at the end of the day, when we do finish off this entire event, no team should come out of this with their head down. They should come out with their head held high because they are still one of the best teams in the world. They still got to participate against the best teams in the world and obviously make a name for themselves. And look forward to the next year. More money to be made, a lot more opportunities, and more importantly, a lot more competition coming for you, right? You can't rest of, okay, you know, we got 5th place. Boy, you got so many people in your own region trying to chase you to take that title away from you and take your position next year at PMGC.
Yeah, I think this is a big message to all those regions, especially the regions that didn't even make it here, that might have dominated in, I'm thinking of NA, I'm thinking of Knights, yes. There's no stopping. Even if you are doing amazing right now in North America, this team, you currently see in Parable, you're currently seeing Order, this players and this team is improving year over year over year. It doesn't matter if they continue to win the championships. Sometimes we see a loss of drive between certain players, between certain teams, and that's something that I actually love about Nova. We haven't seen any loss of drive. We actually see them wanting to continue to improve themselves, and I would be shocked if we don't see Nova again in the next year. And for some other teams, keep on grinding. Like, it doesn't stop now. Work twice as hard, and more than likely you might be able to be here next year.
And one thing that I think is very interesting to bring up, actually, is that now we know that PL is going to go in that third-person mode, right? It's going to be switching from first-person to third-person mode. And normally when they would go from these PL setting to a international setting such as PMGC, they would have that time to adapt from FPP to TPP or such and such, depending on which way they're going.
Yeah.
And now they're not going to have that issue anymore. And I'm thinking, like, other teams too, like potentially 6-2A, also you had yourself on Jiaobao. They're not going to have to adapt that much anymore coming into these international events. So the Chinese teams could get even better coming into next year, and that's a very scary prospect.
So scary.
Yeah, I mean, you say they don't need to adapt coming to the event. It didn't even look like they needed to adapt. I mean, it's not like Nova was bad in any
it's a fight for second place.
Men last year as well were phenomenal.
It's either Navi.
The thing is, I think we're all going to agree, harder to play first person than third person. With third person, you obviously have that little bit of a change in mindset of, okay, I can gather so much more information by playing a little bit more passive and using those camera angles to my advantage. But here, I mean, as you're saying, we're going to see the teams get even better. And that kind of worries me for every region out there. If we can't contest Nova year 2, can we even contest them year 3? Who knows? But for me, team to watch as we get into this here for the final match of the event, my team to watch is my analysis desk. No, I'm just kidding. I can't really make it to be a team, but that'd be adorable.
I was about to say, you don't want to win.
It's actually Infinity for me. I think they've been quietly moving up the leaderboards, and I think that they have the opportunity here to show that consistency in league stage, potentially take quite a few places and a lot of money away from teams.
I think for sure going back to East League, when you were all taking Infinity, I would go for Star Wars because I'm going to go for Star Wars this time. They're only 24 points away right now from that second place. That, of course, means that Nigma Galaxy, that is currently second, need to get 0 points, which they tend to get a lot of placement points every once in a while. They can't get this elimination point, so that could be a very big positive for Stalwart, but I'd like to see them make it in second because they've been a little bit up and down this tournament. I want to see redemption in this last game.
And for me, it's gonna be Navi. Give me the camera real quick because I want to send a full-on
Who's
message to
invited
Navi. This
to
has been the biggest
PMGC?
question for Navi, right? Their consistency. We have seen it up and down here
Godlike.
so far this tournament. This is gonna be able to prove it. This is gonna be a big time to prove it if they are able to follow up that win and continue to be consistent.
Should've
Because if they
invited.
got off super early, that's gonna be a lot of money that they're
So they
gonna
should've
lose.
Seven, don't
invited me.
challenge that camera. We know how quick you can zoom, how far you can zoom in. And let's zoom in here to our final match of PMGC 2021 with none other than John Allen and Blake.
We are here. We have found ourselves once more at the culmination of the year's worth of games, a year's worth of competition. And it is all but decided for this top spot, Blank. Nova sat so far
Blank is
ahead.
literally
They
down,
seem
so-
uncatchable, but the second place position so closely fought.
So closely fought for here, and honestly, looking at the average points over angle, Stalwart might have been a good choice here from Max.
Damn, Navi actually holds first
Honestly,
for
a great
another 6
team
match.
that today
I was
I'm a
looking at
fan of, and I think that realistically there is
Jesus,
actually a
Nova.
chance and a world where Stalwart ends up
Who's
in
gonna win
second
second place?
It would require
Who's
some
gonna win
crazy
Worlds,
things to happen. It
aka
would
second
require
place?
Enigma guys to go out
First
early,
place
require
doesn't
Navi
count.
to go out early, but there is a chance here. There is a chance for them to move up next career as
I
well
hope
as
Navi
them.
wins second place.
But coming
Because I
into this
hate
game, John,
NGX.
it's all about Navi. It's all about Enigma Galaxy.
I'm a
Who's going to
bro.
take that 600,000? That is the question.
It's a 300,000 difference between second place and third place. So it is no small amount. And that's got to be weighing on your mind. You got to make sure that you're focused entirely on this game. A Western plane path kind to the Georgia Pole teams, but there's going to be a lot of teams on that Western side, and the circle might prove to be tricky for them, depending on where it
dear.
lands. It's an Eastern side circle, so early rotations potentially necessary for those Georgia Pole teams.
Absolutely. Moving up towards box compound, possibly up towards that northern side over the top of Saverny and back down again. Could be potentially the play here, but for Stalwart, very happy indeed. Moving up towards Nova up Naya. You know, honestly, getting up that eastern bridge, easily done. Easily done. Nova, on the other hand, going for that split with Big Milo in for Furious Gaming. Poor Tigers in sent out after his phenomenal performance, in my opinion, on Miramar, able to keep them for a little while and fighting off against Nova. But perhaps that was too much of a terror for Tigers in. He was have to sub out whilst he was dealing from the mental carnage that comes after that. Klutchkov, as well as Samaraj, back in the vehicles. Hopefully Samaraj can actually be on for a little bit longer this game. That's the hope, honestly. 6-8 though. Down towards Quarry and Stalwart here. Need Nova up Neuer.
Next through
Dude,
your
with NGX,
contention. I mean,
kills Nova
this
off
is
the
a
rip,
team
and
that
then drops like
we
20
heard
kills
a
and wins
lot
the turn.
about in the first
Or
stage
Navi.
games, but then sort of
Nah.
since then they've been
It's
just
impossible.
chugging along Nova style, right?
Nothing's
And
impossible.
just
When you
keep it
believe
up
in the power of
and not
friendship
really having
and
those standout
women.
performances that we were
I'd
so
rather
impressed
just
by in
commit
that
to getting
first
second
day,
place.
in the earlier
first.
parts of this 18 game set. And at the moment, it's all about Navi's performances. I think. I think that
Damn.
my focus
America's
is really
teams,
on that one team,
absolute
on
trash.
the Navi squad.
Our side of the world
It's
sucks.
the only team from the West that
If DX
really stood
does
up
good
towards
this
the end of
last
this
game,
tournament.
they can literally take fourth place.
I think so, yeah. And
There's
to be
literally a
honest, if
11-point
you're right,
gap from fourth to-
looking at the West, they have been beaten down throughout these international tournaments for a very, very long time. And I don't think we've truly had that champion towards the top for West for a long, long time now. And Na'Vi really is, you know, saddling up with the armor on the horse. They are our champion in the West. And I think that supporting them is something that we should do because yes, Nova's probably going to win another tournament back to back, and it is phenomenal. But seeing someone else up there towards the top of the tables and it not being East SEA dominated is a really cool change of pace. I think the SEA team's extremely strong. I think this year there was a slight change in meta a little bit, but I think Navi's been slowly picking up pace as we've gone on. And I do think they deserve to be in that second place spot, but equally, Enigma Galaxy. It really tears my heart apart because I think seeing an Arabic team here in second place is such a wonderful change as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you've got, and this is the thing, right?
Damn,
it's
boy.
no longer
Old boy
SEA
was the
dominated
problem,
towards
Navi.
those East League teams. You've got Nova obviously coming from China, and then, as you say, Enigma Galaxy coming from well, predominantly Iraq and an Arabic team coming on through, and then Na'Vi playing primarily from Russia. And then you've got Nextruya playing from Turkey, a massive region for PUBG Mobile. And then you follow that up
nice
with
spectating
Stalwart
glitch, bro.
coming from Mongolia. And you aren't seeing SEA towards the top here, almost at all.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, it's crazy as well, because we thought, you know, Mongolia would end with Zeus not getting into this, but there's another Mongolian team here. So we're really getting a bunch of talent out of these very, very different regions coming into PMGC Grand Finals. Wonderful to see. Honestly, really makes my heart sing, not tear apart in this situation. So happy days all around for the PMGC Grand Finals. After dark days ahead, or at least a dark day here for some of these
It's
teams
6
really
join 100
pushing
views.
for those big numbers when everything is on the line right now, where everything is still available. And it's like running into the supermarket to try and pick up whatever you can from the reduced section. There's also about another 50 people there with you, scrambling, looking for something.
You know who likes deals in supermarkets?
Who?
Saitama.
That's true. That's true.
And he knocks anyone out who stands in his way. That's just how it is. Carnage Cabotox nearly made him miss the sale. Didn't happen.
Didn't happen, mate. But unfortunately,
holy
is kind
shit.
of our Saitama here. They have hit the one punch into this tournament and knocked out the water. Now we're just looking for some minor villains, or heroes in this case. Let's say heroes in Na'Vi Enigma Galaxy, duking it out for that S rank towards the top. Try and pick up that second place.
Hopefully going to pass all the tests that come their way and jump on up. But it's just tension breathed in the air right now for all of these teams laid over the fields of Erangel. Such a closely fought section of the tables. From 4th down to 10th is a gap of just 11 points blank. And those 11 points span a massive difference in prize pool of $120,000. That's more than $10,000 a point.
Checking out these elim proportions, though, very interesting, because I think Na'Vi is quite equalized across the board, right? No, everyone's putting in the work there. Then the rest of the teams, you got Lord clearing ahead, Order. I mean, you can't even see him. That's how far ahead he is, and Frozen similarly in that kind of position on the horizon. So there's some very clear individual winners from each of those, but Na'Vi much more of that team-centric type of unit, and I like that from them. But still, it's great to see some star players being formed. You know, Frozen from Turkey. God, I've not really seen too much of this guy before, but he's left a mark in my mind, and one that will be remembered into the future. And if anyone deserves the name of Frozen,
so can we shit on all these trash players?
Definitely him.
Again. In another game. For like
Won't
the
be
fourth
letting
time.
this spot towards the top of the tables go
I know.
with any
Bro, I'm
luck.
so bored. I just want to play that game right now.
In the lead right now for that charge. The Infinity. The number of times they've crossed this bridge. They should have it down pat. And it's back to basics playing. This is what we saw at the start of the East League. It's 6-2-8 guarding out the bridge. Bella doesn't make it through. He doesn't manage to sneak his way under the stanchions.
Playing this game just isn't exciting anymore.
Allows Newsy to come back, and with Mela on
boring.
the guard, potential for the Infinity to guard it out, but no, doesn't quite make it.
This is so funny to me because 6-2-8 are really squeezing everything they can out this final game. And they've done this before. In fact, Down1's done this before where, you know, they try something that no one expects in those final moments. Specifically in the East League finals, they played central. They played it well. And here 6-2-8 were guarding out the Infinity for the longest time. Don't do it at all in the PMGC Grand Finals. But the final game, you know what? We could do with some extra points here at Oracle.
I mean, absolutely right. You absolutely could. Infinity now, though. Slowed down, split. Godtani very separate from the remaining duo on Sosnovka. So they back on up and Stall actually still holding that bridge.
Six, you want to know something funny?
Crossing. They're waiting for the Infinity to
Me and you have done the
way.
best in globals.
They might just be able to pick up a couple points for it. Newsy and Logan. They don't know what waits for them.
Yeah, real sad times here for the Infinity. You know, blocked on both entrances. So heads down towards Milter.
With me getting not the best, but 7.
Going down to Milter Power, kind of that place that you go when you have nowhere left to stay. Both teams going to try and place themselves around Shelter. You know, Shelter's kind of that elevated position, but also doesn't give you much cover either. So not a place you want to end up unless you're underneath. in the shelter itself, of course. It's in the name.
Man said Netherlands, bro. No Netherlands players have ever even made it to Worlds.
It is. It is in the name. That's so right. Wow.
Well, any global event.
But Fenerbahce.
I don't think any other
What a central crunch.
player
I'm
in
going
any
to go
global
back to the
event
game on
has
this
got a
one.
top 10.
What a central
Thank
crunch
you.
for all of these teams. This is everybody trying to
Any
play in
player
over strategy
I
right
literally
now.
got
Get in
anywhere
the
near
middle
top like
and
20.
take space, right? Fenerbahce in the middle. I can't even see the names of these teams, quite frankly. They are all overlaid on one another.
This is why I gotta make a team with you
And
six.
it's just
We
really
can
gonna
literally
be so
carry it.
difficult
NA
to find
right
these
now.
We'll literally
positions,
just
and
carry
that
North America.
might
Just
play
fucking what we're
to
doing right now.
Navi's advantage.
Absolutely, everybody's down
playing
to
edge
that.
play.
Fuck,
The
down to
entire
two
time.
Everybody's
We'll do
stupid
it.
as fuck in
Switching
North
up
America.
here for the final game. They're sticking true to their
That is fine.
roots, John. I respect it. Order already finds a shot over towards next Ruya on Kadir. Let's go down. Playing down towards this cheeky compound on the actual bend of the road. Navi's heading down that way as well. We've got to be careful. Got to be real cautious here. Can't let it all slip away. That's Nigma Galaxy taking a fair few knocks over their side. This is dangerous. This is not how they want it to end.
Oh, they go right through everybody. The fire burns hot in the middle, and Lord goes down as well. Nigma Galaxy really at risk right now. They're going through heavily battle-scarred right through the clump. And they're a team as well that likes to play center, but with everybody moving in, there is just no opening. Freak down in the open, and only 2 players remain for Nigma Galaxy standing.
Team Secret also picked up 1 player in the process there. So unfortunate for Nigma Galaxy. Freak also now flushed. Now just down to 2, and realistically, Nigma Galaxy plays best on our angle when they have 4 and they have that central position. It's that crunch that you mentioned earlier, John, which has changed everything for them. And as 2 players, Max put it best on the desk, saying that they really don't have that team fighting capability at the moment. The majority of their points come from placements. 2 players is not enough here on our angle.
With 2 players, they know nothing of the crunch. It's just not going to go their way. I mean, they've got 1 point between them and Na'Vi. Their only hope now is survive as long as you can and hope Na'Vi goes down. But Na'Vi are not going to go down without a fight.
Na'Vi were born in the crunch, you know. They live in the crunch. We'll see how far they can go, but they've had some drastic games behind them, honestly. We will continue saying that they've had a rough tournament, specifically just from circles, and sometimes that's how it is, and it takes a real team to be able to overcome those rough roads, rough waters, and come out in 3rd place here at the end of the day. So I really respect it, and I think that last game was a long time coming on Miramar, where they had the circle come to them for once, but instead, I'm in a circle center right up in the middle here, John, so teams still vying for that position. Fenerbahce around Nigma Galaxy's spot. They can't really move too far down towards the south side either, because 628, the Infinity, Stalwart, they're all on their way. Somehow the Infinities made it through with 3 players. I believe that was because they took a botation from the Sosnovka. From the Sosnovka. 2 mil to power. I'm going to keep calling it the Sosnovka.
The Sozzy.
The Soz?
The Sozzy on the South Sozzy. You know? Sozzy on the South Bank. Nice stuff. But next, Ruya. And their run might be drawn short. Looking for the sprays across the way for rivals. Managed to find 1 and 2 as well. And Na'Vi's opponents dropping around them. It's all on whether they can perform from the Northwest Suite.
Absolutely. 628 still on the hunt here. We talked about it before. These guys have the hunting caps firmly placed on their heads. Nihat goes down to a beautiful nade coming through from Down 1 Gaming. Yekta, last remaining for next Ruya, and hopes and dreams may just die right here for Turkey.
In danger as well from players beneath them on the tables. They are only 1 point clear.
Shit, man.
And with that,
it's
their
over.
tournament
Next
is
Ruya.
over. Their season is over as well. Next Ruya are first eliminated in this final game.
In the meantime, sorry to cut you off there, John. Na'Vi actually picked up Woodknock over towards Nova, finding Order out in the midst, alone, away from his team. They're searching for the players right now. Jimmy's trying to provide support. It's just a little bit too far away, and Na'Vi setting
That's a free kill.
Nicely, but
They
again,
know they're shooting at him.
Nova are terrifyingly accurate over long range.
Gonna kill order
Jimmy
and
not
just leave
going
that.
to be able to live up to that though. Doesn't quite get those shots down. Tixie picks up the flush. Nova isolated to the compound. There's nowhere really for them to go right now without contestation. Xavier ahead of them. You've got Godlike as well.
They don't give
across
a
the way
fuck
to
if
the
order
north,
died.
and
They already
RV
won.
have an excellent spread out the back.
One thing that we have to remember
They
right
won, like,
now, though,
game
is
like
that
12.
one elimination gained right at the beginning of the game for 628. They're on the hunt right now, the prowl for the Infinity, and I want to see how far 628 can go here, and just how much that 1 point does mean as we finish out this game, because it could be the difference between leapfrogging someone and not.
Looks like they are going to still be pretty closely fought with the Infinity, who are, again, taking shots from Team Secret towards the prison position. The top of those hills going to be occupied. And Nuzi behind some flimsy metal. How long will that hold and provide sanctuary?
That's a real question there. Just got a message from Jason, actually, saying that Damn One Gaming are the dream killers. First it was Nigma Galaxy, then it was next Ruya. And he couldn't be more right here.
Oh man, now he's gonna go fight FG and they're gonna win this game.
From Korea. Honestly, being in 11th place, 114 points, it's not where they wanted to end up. But, you know, winning the East League Finals is an accolade of its own. Such a difficult region to play in with many, many experienced players. Stalwart taking huge amounts of damage as well. Nuzi in the vehicle, but they're directly running into S2G. Four rivals breaching down one.
Chaos everywhere. Four rivals as well. 3 players alive. Take down the Dream Eaters themselves. They wake up from the nightmare and they will survive. But Stalwart come a cropper. They rampage straight into S2G and they will rage into the night as we say goodbye to them for their season.
Now it's time for 628, Na'Vi and Nigma Galaxy. It's all out war right now for that $600,000.
Alpha 7 can still come all the way back to 4th.
Come out on top in the podium for this. And honestly, if we did see 628 getting the podium finish and 2 Chinese teams come out on top, I will be so impressed.
How many Hatsu would you eat if that happens? But here goes Hamodi up to bat against the push from Team Secret. Goes down early. Nobody to fall, and it's just Ralph. The epitome of survival left for Nigma Galaxy. He does it on Sandhawk.
Are
and
gonna die and lose
$300,000
just like that.
On Erangel. But with 13 teams remaining, how much further can he go, and how long can they keep Na'Vi at bay?
Literal Bear Grylls Ralph. Gonna have to drink his own bullets here to survive. See if he can make it happen. 628 taking huge amounts of damage there from A7 and they're out. Nigma Galaxy and Na'Vi, it's down to these 2 teams. The Infinity, 138 points, but only 1 player surviving.
The bottom of the table's really starting to step up, and look at that. You just saw on the right-hand side of your screen with another elimination coming through for Na'Vi. They've leapfrogged over
Bro, if
Nigma
Na'Vi
Galaxy
die here,
now. They are 1 point in the
they
lead,
lose
and they lose the
$300,000.
tiebreaker blank.
They will not have to go much further. Honestly, for Na'Vi to solidify this position.
They just ran away.
They do not know the current situation that Nigma Galaxy is in. So they're going to be fighting tooth and nail to make it to the end of the game and get that 2nd place. But Ralph really needs to get those big points. But Na'Vi, once they get rolling, it's a fair few limbs coming their way. And I'm not sure the survival specialist can make it out with just 12 points, but he's taking fire into the smoke.
So dangerous for Ralph right now.
Dude, imagine being NRX and going out early.
And maybe even pick up a couple more points. If Na'Vi go down now, there's a chance. If they do badly in their fight on the Southwest with Furious Gaming, who they're very close by right now. Nova still going on the northern side as well.
The Xavier down in 10th place. I think they deserve more, honestly. I think the improvement between East League Finals and now has been dramatic. No longer something that was gifted to them, but something that they deserve.
What is that guy doing?
See them go a little bit further. Furious Gaming, though, come under fire from Na'Vi, and this has been quite some time. I think you can be furious indeed, but you'll never be as furious as Na'Vi right now, looking to take back that 2nd spot.
There's the shift coming through. It goes up to the north, towards Nova, towards DXavier and Godlike as well.
We'll rip that
Actually
A7
to the
guy.
last
Oh,
player
rip
from the
A7 never.
Infinity. Alpha 7 moving through Team Secret ground right now as Carrillo does a wild sweep, gathers info. Fredo
Senna.
not able to get the shot onto him.
Oh, Mafioso.
Texan not so lucky. Mafioso
Oh my god, yeah, I just...
And Jumper on the off angle looking for the spray down. Gets a little bit of damage, but has to duck back behind the
They need to
tree.
win this
The
fight.
Limbs providing cover for now.
Fredo moving
Zone's
up.
closing. Doesn't matter if they win or not. They still lose 2
Clutch
players.
player from Team Secret. Revo has to hit the deck for a little bit longer. Carrillo trying to provide support for Senna Texa.
Jumper still behind the tree, has to be worried as
Is
the
it
rest
that
can come
fast?
through over towards Senna
Oh
Texa.
shit, kinda is.
And they'll have
Yeah,
to
they're on like
to their
the
north. They've
semi-far
got
side.
rivals to worry about. And it's such a difficult rotation, but Jumper into the UAS,
ENG,
Fredo
Alpha
into
7.
the buggy as well. And Alpha 7 mounts up. They're looking for the res. Over onto Mafioso and Carrillo gets ahead of the game. Fredo trying to suppress the back.
Oh!
Try to stop that crunch back up. And Carrillo goes down. A Molotov to burn him out as Jumper falls and Fredo similarly. Eye shots now in the smoke for Team
Enigma
Secret.
Galaxy still putting in a
Towards the
fight.
bottom of the tables. Every point can ladder them up. But Down One Gaming stretched out a little bit further ahead of them. Eye shots has more to do.
Honestly, they're both so low here. Just a couple of stray bullets from Ice Shots could spell the end for A7. Honestly, with 5 limbs this game, there's a
Damn.
real potential for A7 to ladder
Alpha
up
7
quite a bit
performed really
during
bad.
this game. But a beautiful nade from
In my
Ralph,
opinion.
in particular, will at
that
least take down one.
And that's absolutely crucial, getting themselves a couple more
Alpha
points,
7's gonna
keeping
end, like,
themselves closer
10th,
to Na'Vi
man.
blank. But Ralph has been spotted. Eye shots last for Team Secret as the blue takes over. Neighbor Galaxy,
Oh, there
the
we go.
last remaining
Na'Vi
player,
second
and
place.
He falls. It's S2G to put the nail in the coffin.
NGX third
and Na'Vi
place.
claim that second place. No real way for the Infinity to
I
get
don't know,
back
that's
into
too
this
deep, bro.
run,
They just
and it
dropped,
is
like,
looking good
20
for
kills
them
and
to
win the
take
game.
home this second place title.
I believe that right now will be the 600,000 that made right now for Na'Vi.
Na'Vi
Nigma
has
Galaxy sadly will have to go
600,000.
home with this 3rd place. S2G, they're really on the long haul right now though, with 6 limbs so far.
Dude, I'd be so happy right now if I was
This
Na'Vi.
team definitely can ladder up
Yeah, I know,
quite a fair bit here,
Winning
John.
worlds, dude.
The mark they're looking at
Technically.
right now is next Ruya. 141 points.
Been saying this for 3 years.
On this game.
Chinese
They
wins,
go down
and
here,
when you
it's not
get
gonna be
get
great,
second place,
but
you
if they
therefore
can
win.
keep on pushing, they need a total blank of 11 points
Jesus,
on this
man.
game. They've
Why
got
does
7
NA
of them
suck?
already. I think they might have actually jumped up quite a bit just
Oh,
on
bunch of
placement.
bitches,
Like,
bro,
I think they
with
might be there.
e-girls.
It's DXavier who's trying to keep up right
Just
now.
absolute e-girl
38 tied now with
ruining
Infinity
everything.
and Alpha 7. A little bit further, perhaps even get a 6th place after they pass that 140 point mark.
Oh my
Na'Vi is on a
God.
tear though right now in the vehicles versus DXavier.
They're pushing into the bunker as well, but Matic goes down early.
Oh!
Aku's still healthy,
What
but
just
Lamborghini's
happened?
there.
They just
And
got bodied.
like that, in
Oh!
the blink of an eye, Na'Vi down. DXavier
Not like it
hold
mattered,
on.
but like shit.
And they
I
are
mean, yeah,
still
it
going.
doesn't matter, but like, how the fuck
S2G
they
in the
die
meantime,
that
they've
quick?
been doing work, picking up a couple of
Nades?
those kills, puts them up to double-digit elims. 4 teams remaining.
Wait, godlike!
10 elims here.
Wait,
It's unbelievable.
if I have the
S2G.
first chicken dinner, dude.
This team came out hot in the West, looked good for it. In these final moments, they're clawing it back, and I don't know how they're making this
I
happen.
think Chinese teams
but 10
perform better
elims is good.
because of PL.
7 moves out.
And not only
And
that,
just
Blank,
fucking
remember they still have
mega
placement
heads,
points
bro.
yet to be
Oh, come
added
on,
to the
Nova.
total. They will
Like-
have jumped up over next Ruya.
And
Blank,
they're literally
they're
just
in
better.
4th
There's
place
no like
currently.
excuse to it.
It's not because of PL, it's because they actually like
Stuff.
put effort and
They
time.
have
enough.
pushed
like,
it
I'd
to the
they actually learn
limit
from their mistakes.
right
Also,
now. S2G just down
their
to Calci,
tournaments
sadly.
are a lot
Like
more
still in
prizeful
this
than
one
us.
with 4 players
And
alive,
also,
and you know what? It would be a
think about
beautiful
this, you know,
ending to see
they
India
also
grab this chicken
get
dinner
paid to
right at
shit.
the end of the tournament.
So they have more
If I
reason
gotta,
to try.
if I got
4 of them going.
paid a shit ton,
What a way
and
to
then
send
there's
it
a
off,
fuck
you're
ton of
right.
tournament, I'd give a big ass prize
point.
pool.
3 players
I'm playing the
alive
game
for Nova.
24/7 a day.
And they're holding out on the southwest side, but Godlike do have a commanding presence here.
This game is just fucking terrible for
we'll find one from
our
S2G.
shit, 'cause
Just
like you have to make it. You have to
no
make it.
clutch ability, but Paraboy wants nothing of it from DXavier. They're sending them home right
let's make it the
now.
globals and actually
This
do
is the
good.
metal that champions are made of. You cannot step up without feeling the brunt of it.
There's like
King does go
3,
down, sure, but
maybe
DXavier
5
getting cut out
decent
of this final
/ good
bargain.
NA teams,
and 3 teams remain.
and they literally
S2G on
cannot
1 play.
improve because of how trash the rest of the teams are. So if they even do make it to Worlds, they just get murdered by teams that actually have like
for Nova.
have
Just
played
2
against good
alive
players.
right now in terms of teams. Godlike
Nova?
looking to have at least a significant ending for themselves in this global tournament. But the shots coming through from Samaraj.
Getting a little bit closer. They have got the zone.
Bruh, if I
all
was
to
Nova, I would just give the
themselves.
win to
There is
fucking
no
Godlike, bro. They
opening for
deserve
Nova
it.
to go for unless
They
they get an
deserve
off-angle.
blood.
King is down.
Oh my god,
Touchdown
Paraboy.
falls, and it's Paraboy and
What are we
Jimmy
doing?
once again. The final
Paraboy's
duo
playing like a
from
tier 3
Nova.
player, bro.
Can they
Look
stop
at this
this
bot,
rotation?
bro.
Paraboy swings the
Paraboy
body out,
fucking
repositions,
dog
but
shit.
goes down. And Godlike want to do India proud with this final game. They are looking to take down Jimmy, the last they need, and it is the
Godlike's
final
literally like
push.
4 up,
Jonathan,
and they're playing like fucking
an
pussies
excellent
against a
representative
1-man.
for the Indian region, looking to
I would too, man.
clamber their
It's
way
Jimmy.
up those tables as well, with a great elimination count, with excellent placement points as well.
I mean,
They
Jimmy
are
can just go
looking
for the
good
res.
to
I'll
climb
res
up
Paraboy,
pretty
bro.
far here, a lot more than
That's
maybe
my
you
hard
would have
carry right
expected
there.
at the start of today, and it is just Jimmy left. Paraboy Reservoir.
Bro, Jonathan said, hold up, hold up.
Actually
I
able
I
to
get a
get
gun.
underneath in the shelter. And like you said, he's Reservoir here. Samaraj kind of has a whiff of what's going on, moves up to try and
Wait.
him off, move back into shelter.
The underground
tries to get the
play.
healing off here and move round. This is
Dude, imagine
this
they
is
win some.
interesting play coming out from Nova and could be good
They
for
win a
it.
med strat somehow.
They're
Like,
playing with their food at this
No
point.
shot. We better be finding the meds right now.
Or rather playing with the sharks that they are about to feed. It feels like Godlike have this one unlocked, but do not count
Wait, they're running
Paraboy and
out?
Jimmy out. They are running out into the blue, and they're going for it, but Godlike have the run out. They know exactly what's
Oh,
going
they're
on.
nading
And out in the
themselves.
blue, it's Nova going down, and Godlike with the final
Wow.
chicken dinner of the tournament,
Godlike.
of the year, of the
We
season.
knew they had it in them.
Finally
dude,
taking down
if only
Nova.
Godlike could play like that,
I
the
get
other
to see that
17
beautiful
games.
smile from Jonathan once again, and that makes me happy. Samaraj, though, seemed to be a real game changer in those last couple of matches, though. You like to see it, and Godlike with the chicken dinner. What a fantastic ending. So many shifts and turns, but down bottom,
India is
Dream
fucking
Killers next
exploding
Rhea,
right now.
As well as Enigma Galaxy. Next
From
Rhea been able to
excitement
survive a
from
little bit
Monday Night
longer.
Match.
Perhaps S2G wouldn't have been able to leapfrog them because they would have been able to hold on to that position just a while more. So unfortunate, but S2G in those final moments, killer.
You know, I don't understand how India is so bad though. Like if you think about it, you know how many people play the game in their region? You know how big the prize pools are for them? You know the amount of viewership they have? Like, why are they that? You
They
know?
don't have good prize pool. Their prize pool in their tournament to qualify to this was ass.
Was it? And blank.
Yeah,
It is
4th
past
place was $6,000.
to take that second place spot for Navi.
Absolutely, John.
But to
I
them,
think
it's a lot,
Navi
pretty
really
sure.
played their hearts out in those final games, especially today overall, even with the shifts and turns.
I don't know how
so
the USD
difficult to
transfer
work
is, if that's
around
like
with,
a ton of
they
money in
still
India
made it
or not.
happen.
I don't
Let's
know
take a
much
quick
about
look
it.
at the match rankings here. Godlike, look at them right on top. It's S2G with a total of 20 points there. Well
Damn,
done to them.
America's
Nova
did
with 15 and
terrible.
Come on, you just really can't count this team out ever. But Navi with the 12 points, and Enigma Galaxy with a sad 2.
Just not enough. Right at the end.
Oh my god,
RV
Nova
were
won
able
globals
to dig
again.
their
How
heels in and
exciting.
dig deep to push up to that second place. This is a team that has been going for so long, and rightly so. The performance that they put on today and towards the latter half of this tournament, they've done a tour de force of the entire tables, Blank. They were right down towards the bottom at the start of this, and they pushed all the way up. But speaking of pushing up, it's Godlike. I mean, Jonathan, MVP of this final game. What a way to close it out. This guy has been a name on the lips of any Indian PUBG Mobile fan for years now. And what a way to finish it, getting that final MVP title in this final match.
Absolutely, and for India, you know, this is a result in my opinion because they've not had chance to play against any of the other teams. Getting invited here and putting on a performance like that, despite everything, is wonderful.
Beautiful. Excellent, excellent, excellent coming through for Godlike to close it down as the way they go. But Blank, there can be only one winner, and you know what? I wonder who it could be.
Well, there can only
Alright,
be
boys.
one,
When
and
Apex
that is
Legends
why the
drops, we're
slogan
going to
is
global.
Be the one here, and it's taken
First
a
year
year
we're going to
of
global,
play.
bro.
They've come from
It won't be a
China. They
Chinese
played
team
against the
winning.
best teams in the world. Your
Fuck it.
PMGC Global
I'm grinding that shit so hard, making sure
2021 winners
no other
are
region wins it in North
Nova
America.
Esports.
Just
Jesus.
It's sunk in indeed, honestly,
This
Seven.
roster.
Not only have they done it here in 2021, they did it in
Three
2020, really proving not only is China the most dominant region when it comes to PUBG Mobile, Nova is the most dominant region. Yes, they're their own region in themselves, able to take home 2 trophies back-to-back, winning $1.5 million. This team is undoubtedly the best in the world.
I think one of the biggest prize pools ever won in mobile gaming history from this team, and they make it happen back-to-back right now. It's just insane to see that come into fruition. Every single team we see things that can be improved upon, and one team where I just can't see things be improved upon that much, it just has to be Nova. Every single situation you throw their way, they find a way out of it. They find a way to get those chicken dinners. And man, now my question is going to be that race to MVP. Who is it going to be? I do not know.
I'm so glad you mentioned that, and I think that's the main thing, the main focus
The
here, right?
MVP,
Nova
the
gets
order.
it back-to-back, but they do it in an impressive way, and it's not just Paraboy that they're relying on. Now they got order. We saw what Jimmy was able to do there. I mean, we finally got our answer there at the end. They're being able to, they are their biggest enemy in a way, right? But overall, I mean, Nova, the improvements that we have seen from some players, the consistency that we have seen at Paraboy, nobody could touch Nova in this tournament.
Thing is, this year we've been talking every single step of the way. Every region has stepped up. We've seen so many new names come into the PUBG Mobile scene at the highest level and surprise us, pull off upsets. Where are the old guard? Where's your Bigatron? Where's your footballs? Where is your, well, I guess ghosts we'll call them right now. I don't know what you want to call them. Where are these teams we saw be so dominant in the last years? That is just a statement of how many good players and how many good teams have come into the light. And yet, the light always shines brightest for Nova. They still maintain their dominance. But
Why
also
were
doing
we
it in
named?
fashion. The amount of points they were
We
heading
did
up.
ass.
That is an amazing sign.
Wait,
for
what
them.
happened?
Yeah, I think in particular that
Like,
second
I
day
don't
is
know,
going to
something
go
about,
down
like,
in history
these-
as
these
one of
teams
the
did
biggest
good,
days
and then,
for any
I
team
don't
in
know,
PMGC
they
history,
popped
right?
off.
What was that? 3 second places, a
Something
chicken
like
dinner.
that.
Also, they got themselves a 7th place.
Nah,
with
but we
10
did fucking
eliminations.
terrible.
You just can't beat that. That is definitely the day that set them apart from the rest. Started creating that huge lead. It's just not possible to catch up in that third day.
The beginning of the year we did
And yeah, as I
good,
said, they're going to start
and then we
moving,
just
going out
went
of place on that jersey to get those
awful.
stars because they're just getting championship after championship, winning tournament after tournament, and they just don't seem like they want to stop, and understandably so. Like, if you can get the prize pool like that every time, like, keep going.
You mentioned amazing performances. We have to point out the amazing performance that Order have, right? Especially on day 2. He was able to just differentiate himself from anybody. The first day we were talking about Frozen, what he was going to be able to do in the second day, and then Order just came out of nowhere. He was challenging there, but we just didn't expect the likes of that performance for him to be able to jump up. I think he had somewhere along the
I
lines
think I
of
got the
13
same
elims
earnings
on the
as
first
this
day,
year as
and then
last year.
on the end of the second day, he had 35 elims. That is just outstanding performance.
The thing is, right, we can obviously say everyone on Nova's side, they never would have done it without them. But you look at day 2, as we've been talking about, if Order didn't have that kind of performance, I don't know if Nova would have been able to take the title, at least as easily as they've shown us.
Yeah, and I think this is a clear message to everybody currently watching at home, especially anybody, any team that wants to be in this position. You have to have somebody that backs you up.
Yeah.
You cannot just rely on one person. I'm looking at next Ria. They were relying on Frozen too much. Well, guess what? When Paraboy didn't really have the best performance on that day too, would they have Order being able to show up and make sure they got there in that first place?
Max, let me remind you. We look at Nova and the way they won this tournament, but cast your mind back about a month ago. They finished 16th place in the Super Weekends. They almost didn't even make it into PMGC. They didn't, or sorry, into the finals of PMGC, let alone the grand finals. If we talk about individual performances back then, if Paraboy didn't have a performance like that, they never would have made it here today. And yeah, they might show a couple of weaknesses here or there with lower places when it comes to league stages, but they always show up in the finals.
I would even take us even further back. You know, they missed out also on the Super Weekend in last PMGC.
Yeah.
It just goes to show that they're just trying strategies which can hurt them on the long run. You know, in those PMGC league stages where they try and qualify for the Super Weekend. But the thing is, that is a time where you can adapt, try things out, and then they arrive in this PMGC Grand Finals super prepared, just miles ahead of the rest. And that preparation is what allows them to be championship caliber team and now a world champion caliber team once again back to back because they're willing to try things out in the league stage.
I got your back here. Now we have the Avengers could take on Nova Esports. Avenger level threat, that's not even a thing anymore. I mean, Nova is the threat for everyone else out there, and I don't know what team can dethrone them in the future.
I mean, at this point, I would say Navi has finally shown me something that we've been wondering, and it's can they continue to perform tournament after tournament? They were able to showcase, especially on a small, on 3 days of a finals, right? During West League, they were able to get that second place. Here, they're able to get that second place as well. So I'm going to say, Navi, I'm going to be looking at you. You guys have been performing really well. I would love to see what they're going to be able to do in the future. But with Nova, I love what you mentioned there. They didn't make it to a super weekend this time around. They didn't make it to a super weekend last year, but it did not matter at the end of the day. And that's how confident these players are on their skills. They
Who
don't
is
mind
managing
messing around a little
Paraboy's
bit, trying different things,
Instagram?
maybe sandbagging in a way. But Nova's just out of this world.
The fuck?
Out of this world, indeed. And luckily for us, we do obviously have the chance to chat with them a little bit as well, as we do have an interview here with our PUBG Mobile Global Champions in 2021. It's Nova Esports, and let's find out who it's going to be with.
Hello everyone, this is post-game interview. I'm Karina. It's very glad to see you again. And now the competition of PMGC Grand Final was all over. A champion has emerged, and now let's connect to them. Hello, 大家好。
Hello， 大家好。Hello。
Hello everyone, this is MV。好，那接下来其实呢，我们也想简单的来采访一下大家。第一个问题呢，想问一下我们的 FMVP 这次夺冠的感受如何呢 ？And the first question, we want to ask the FMVP order. How does it feel to be the champion once again?
就是感觉不到什么压力吧，就是打得比较轻松，就是没别的吧。
He said this is easily and there are no pressure. It's very easily. Okay, thank you. 好，那接下来第二个问题也想问一下我们所有的队员们，之后回去之后大家会一起怎样庆祝呢 ？What are you going to do to celebrate it?
先吃个好的，先吃个大餐。
Let's have a showdown together. All right. 好，那第三个问题呢，就是想问一下大家，
Look at them, bro. Their expressions are so dead.
你觉得可不可以在明年
I just
继
wanna
续
get
拿
the
到我们
fuck
的
out of there.
What's your goal for the next year? And do you think can got the championship
They
title
just won
3
gold
times
with
in a
like
row?
nothing.
明年再说。OK。
Okay, next year since next year talk. 好的，再次感谢。那接下来和我们镜头前的各位观众朋友们啊，说一下拜拜，好不好？
好，拜拜。拜拜。
Thank you for your support and thank you for our audience. Thank you. Bye bye.
Man, asked about next year. They're like, all right, guys, come on. We were the top for 2 years in a row. We just finished. Let's take a break. Let us focus on how we're gonna party now. We're not gonna think about next year until we get to it. But I mean, this team is well deserving of a great vacation. Maybe they'll go to the Fairmont, Singapore. Who knows? Maybe they'll buy themselves a nice 1+9. Who knows what
They're gonna buy themselves a yacht.
The fact is, they are champions. They are the best team in the world, and they've shown really no weakness. But let's start to talk about a couple of other teams here, gentlemen. Not only did Nova take home the victory at 222 points, but let's count out, not even count out, let's talk about Navi. The
Damn,
Galaxy, STG,
America's
Xavier.
teams.
There's so many teams to touch on,
Second
Max,
page.
or 7. You guys decide. Who do you want to talk about first?
I think the first one that I'm actually gonna send this one to you as well, Max.
Okay.
Look at Enigma Galaxy, and I want you to look specifically at the placement points. The placement points between Enigma Galaxy and the placement points between Nova, they're only separated by 3. So I feel like if Enigma Galaxy this year can actually work out on their fragging, can work out on those eliminations, this could be a team that could be in contention for this kind of championships.
Yeah, I mean, when you're looking at God, like you have Team India, now we have Team Arabia here with Enigma Galaxy, right, being the hope and dreams of this entire region that's been able to improve so much now throughout the past year. It's been great to see, but we're going to be able to see our MVP up here, and it's going to be, of course, Order, as we expected after that absolutely insane second day of play, getting all of those frags under his belt. Paraboy, he tried to close that gap, but unfortunately not able to do so at the end.
Thing is, I think for Order and for King and for Jimmy, the fact is when you have a player that transcends the game like Paraboy, who becomes the model of the year or whatever the title was over in China.
He gets everything, yeah.
It is not easy to do to pass that shadow, to get around that. But the fact is, Order, if he wasn't playing here in these 3 days, they would have never have won the entire title. And he has really made a name for himself here and shown that the depth of Nova goes beyond Paraboy.
Yeah, it definitely does. And that leads to another question, right? We talked about it, we hinted at it. Who is going to be that next player now from Nova that's going to become that scary superstar? we have Paraboy, we have Order, and I can guarantee you there's going to be another player from Nova that's going to step up next year that is going to just fully surprise us.
I think King also had a really good PMGC this time around. I think he took a little bit of a slow start when it came to the league stage for East, but in this tournament, he has some really good stats. I'll have to check out the numbers exactly. V was doing great, and when we go back to the League East, QC also came in and actually saved them a lot of times to actually make sure they could secure that 16th position. It was a little bit too close for comfort. So if you're looking at the background of all of this year, every single player played their role to almost perfection to bring themselves to this position and now be crowned once again the world champions.
Yeah, I like how you pointed that out, Max, because I think King redeemed himself from the league stage, right? I believe he was the one subbed out for QC, but we also can't forget about my boy Jim. How would Nova play like this without his in-game leading, without his brains behind those glasses? This man has been able to help take them to another level, make the right calls, make the right plays, and he's helped take Nova yet again back to the top of our pedestal.
I think I've been putting back learning Chinese, but I want to learn Chinese to know exactly what's happening in their voice comms. I know what Jimmy's telling the team because I feel like I could learn, and hopefully you two at home learn so much about what is happening inside the head of the players of Nova, because they just, once again, everything you throw their way, they know how to deal with it to perfection. So really, you do not know how things are working out in communication, but Jimmy, despite not being the one to frag out, get those eliminations, getting those big damage games, he's the one that's leading the team forward in those positions in the first place to set up Paraboy, set up Order to get those big fragging games.
It's that selfishness, right? Yeah. That's pretty much what it comes down to, being able to be selfishness. And then with Jimmy, something I also want to kind of put out there, if you want to become an IGL, or if you are an IGL, take maybe the next month, take maybe the next 2 weeks, look back at how they were playing. If you're able to, try to keep an eye on how they were rotating and take notes, because Jimmy, it's not really well known for fragging or anything like that, but he's able to put his team, as you were saying, in places where
Nova has mastered every play style.
If you're an IGL, that's what it comes down to.
Let's just be fair, Max. He's saying take notes when I learn how to play. I don't think the amount of notes we could possibly take to ever be as good as him. But before we do end off the show, I mean, that does complete PMGC 2021. Seven, real quick, I want to give you a chance to say any final thoughts here before we do end off the show.
I'm really impressed. I'm super impressed at some of the regions that were able to step up. I'm actually really impressed at how India was able to finish it off with Godlike. This is a team that we've been saying they have had everything against them. I was honestly expecting them to be 16, so they surprised me on how they were able to finish off this tournament. I love how they were able to just progress every day in and out. Hopefully, during this year, we'll see it. Not sure what the form is going to look like, but hopefully they'll get a little bit more of international play as well. And in the future, man, I really want to see Indonesia here. I miss seeing Bigatron, Luxy, Suxy. I hope they're back.
Yeah, on the note of God, like, if they got 0 points, I still would have been happy just to have India back here in the global competition. Yeah. Max, what about you?
I'm happy to have this tournament go down the way it did. Of course, the Chinese domination is still there. It's going to take another year to try and contest it. But I was so happy at the start of the day, we mentioned it, right, Seven, how we had teams from CIS, Turkey, Arabia contesting for that first spot at the end of the day. So the regions that were maybe seen as weaker maybe a year or two ago have improved significantly. So next PMGC, we might have a completely different leaderboard at the end of the day, because these regions that were not looked at too heavily are now becoming a big contender for that top spot.
And Nova's sitting there listening to this, Max, going, Well, I mean, my final words really aren't about me or really the tournament in general. I just want to give a big shout out to obviously you two here for joining me on the desk here for the grand finals. Of course, John, Allen, Blank, Necro, Mustache, Dave, every talent across the world who's been involved with PUBG Mobile in general, within esports here. A big shout out to all of you for making this what it is, for making stars out of our players, for being there for every single frag, every single moment. And obviously a big shout out to OnePlus, to Singtel, to Fairmont Singapore as well for helping support this event. And last but not least, VSPN and StarLadder, because without these two putting on this production for us, well, we wouldn't be here. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for watching PMGC 2021. Congratulations.
All right, then. Damn. What a crazy year. Alright, I'm gonna end my stream. Goodbye.